love Israel? Israel number one. No politics here. Why you no love Israel? Oh, you hate it? I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. You have forgotten to say I'm Israel high? Do you love Israel? You must love Hamas. You are Hamas. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. Oh, Israel not number one for you. Oh, anti-Semitism. Israel, small nation. Israel, tiny nation surrounded by scary Muslims. Ah, you are anti-Semitism. You are Hamas. You are Hamas. No politics here. Say Israel number one. Tweet Israel number one. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. Say you condemn Hamas. Say I'm Israel high. Say you condemn October 7. You are Hamas. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, also known as Dr. Jihad, coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is another spectacular 65 degrees and sunny day here in stolen Tongva land, Los Angeles, California. It's Wednesday, March 11, 2026. We're live. We're alive. Number one doctor in Israel, Dr. Jihad Arab. That's right. That's what they call me out there. That's how they know me as. That's what they know me as in Israel. Dr. Jihad. Is petrol expensive in LA? Well, I have an EV, so I don't know. Yeah, that's right. They call me DJ Dr. Jihad. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and ebbies, we're live, we're alive, and I hope everyone's having a wonderful one. But this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. Is hump day. And not a lot going on. Obviously, I've been spending most of my time trying to manage this Cuba trip, get some guests to still join in last second editions, setting up interviews, and mostly just trying to figure out how we're going to work around the very obvious limitations of the power grid, blackouts, rolling blackouts on energy, rolling blackouts on power, rolling blackouts on the infrastructure, rolling blackouts on telecommunications and more. But yes. What was I gonna say? Yeah. That's what I've been working on. What the fuck was XQC on about? The problem is, we'll talk about that in a second. We'll talk about that. Kneecap finally doomed to guest star. What do you mean? DJT is all the highways near my home locked down. I just want to go home. See Mo Farah's charges were dismissed again. Yes, I did see that. Doomed to appear on the HasanAbi broadcast. Yeah. Give us some sun here. Yeah, no. No sun for you, only sun for us here in Los Angeles, California, the blessed people. Rockets and sirens are on here at Jordan. Stay safe, everybody. Yeah, the region is obviously
on fire. As far as my personal news goes, that's pretty much it. There's not really anything else going on. I worked out this morning and I hit 285. I hit 285 for, unfortunately, just for 4. And think about it this way, like I was doing 310 on the squats for like 10. I was like repping them, right? And I can't, because like since December 13th when I had that ankle injury my uncle injury, I have had a hard time recovering on my strength on my lower body. My upper body strength is also diminished a little bit as well, but I'm trying my very best to get back up there. Unk has become chunk. No, that's not a problem. I got a little chunky post injury for sure, but I've actually lost all the weight again. I'm close to getting back to shirtless Sundays, you know, doing my regular nonsense bullshit. It's by May, I think by May, we will have hit like shirtless Hossy time, you know. I've got your semaphore interview lined up for later. Saw Brace was on Curators. Lifting with the injury is always tough. 285 not for bench, 285 for squat. It's very weak. Gained all the weight in your head circumference. Thank you. But yeah, that's it. Operation Epstein's Fury Day 11. Strait of Hormuz closed. Strait of Hormuz remains closed. Israel hits Iran bank. Trump threatens terror. U.S. admits the murder. Schoolgirls. Burger Reich. Get in now. Resident Evil Requiem today. If we have time, maybe, probably not. False flag on Oman. Yeah, I know. I don't think Iran would strike Oman. But who knows? Maybe it's like a random drone, or maybe it's a false flag. I think it's a false flag. Because Oman is like Oman is the number one like political ally to Iran in the region, right? Even a bigger ally than Qatar is. Qatar has to have good relations with Iran because they share a gas field, right? And Oman, on the other hand, doesn't even have U.S. bases, I don't think. So it would be very strange for Iran to strike Oman. I would go so far as to assume that it's like, you know, Israel doing a false flag or something. And considering that both America has Lucas drones that are literally identical to the Shaheds from afar. Who knows? Fourth Circuit rules that states can compel trans adults to appreciate their lives via care bans. New poll: majority of Americans believe Trump launched Iran war to cover up Epstein scandal. Oh God, I mean, I'll take it. I'll take whatever Americans fucking believe. FBI warns cops about Iran drone strikes on California. What? FBI has warned police departments in California that Iran wants to retaliate for American attacks by launching offensive drones against the West Coast. That's insane. No. What are you saying? First of all, like, the question I have is, that's the wrong coast. With what capabilities will the Iranians hit the West Coast, man? I'll be honest with you, dude. I mean, this is just like, are we planting a false flag? Is that what it is? This is giving false flag. Okay. Very difficult for me to read this as anything but a potential false flag setup. I'm not gonna lie. The West Coast? Not even the East Coast, mind you. The fucking West Coast? What are they going to do? How are they going to... What Iranian capabilities exist where they can deploy Shahed drones off of the West Coast? Like what? They sent one of their Armada ships? Brother, Israel's Jericho 3 nuclear strike capabilities don't reach the West Coast. Think about how fucking stupid this argument is. They're targeting Beverly Hills. Yeah, I think it's I mean, come on. This is fucking ridiculous. Oh God. If I die in a fucking psyop, if I die in a false flag, I'm gonna be so pissed. Like, just to get the rest of the goddamn country on board with this fucking idiotic war for Israel. They're trying to hit the diaspora? No, they're not, dude. They're not trying to hit shit. Iran has literally said over and over again, we have no smoke for the American citizens. It's entirely Orientalist. It's entirely racist for the assumption that there is like this notion that like Hamas wants to kill Americans. Fucking bullshit. Hamas has never operated outside of the confines of occupied Palestinian territory. And they literally tell people not to do any like lone wolf attacks or anything like that outside of occupied Palestinian territory. Okay. And yet if you ask the average American, they think, oh, well, Hamas does actually present a major threat to Americans. Like, it's fucking bullshit. Same with Iran. Like, Americans do not get attacked by Iranian sleeper cells or even Hamas or Hezbollah. Like, that's not a real thing, okay? The only people that have activated sleeper cells in the country or have, like, instigated terror attacks in this country have been American State Department affiliated Salafist terror groups and you know, groups such as ISIS, okay? Groups such as Al-Qaeda. Okay, it's fucking ridiculous. And so many people don't understand that there is like major differences between these groups. Like Hamas is a nationalist emancipatory resistance front. Iran obviously is a whole ass sovereign nation state. Hezbollah is a paramilitary formation with its own political party in the Lebanese parliament. These are oftentimes factions that have fought and to much success fought against ISIS and Al-Qaeda and Al-Qaeda style formations. They're not aligned with one another. But you can't, you just can't educate Americans on this stuff. They just cannot comprehend it. They literally think, oh, it's all the same. They're all Muslim, right? I don't know how to get across to the Americans that like Israel and the United States of America are more closely affiliated with Al-Qaeda and ISIS-style groups that have actually successfully struck American territory, successfully actually committed acts of terror on U.S. soil. Like, they are infinitely closer to the CIA, both in their ambitions and in their goals, and play a major role in agitating the Americans into fucking waging war in the region that happens to take out Israel's enemies, right? Like, it's just so stupid that they just see all of these things and they go, well, that's like Islamic style, backwards, racist, barbarians that just want to kill Americans because they hate our freedoms or whatever. Vindicated like HasanAbi? Yeah, a lot of vindication left and right taking place as of late. This is a huge story in China right now, given how big of an outcry the installation of this caused back in 2017. Chinese tourism in South Korea was stopped. The Lot Group was essentially shut down in China. Nearly all of Lot Mart's 112 Chinese stores were closed down due to the fire safety issues. Hyundai and Kia had to close factories. K-pop disappeared from Chinese media, etc. And now the U.S. is just dismantling it to send it to the Middle East. So quite literally, to have this, South Korea endured tens of billions in economic damage and did enormous harm to its relations with its neighbor and largest trading partner, only for the U.S. to take it back whenever it suited them. The lesson writes itself. Also, collective trade total between the United States and South Korea is like, I think, $150 billion. Collective total trade between Israel and the United States of America is a little bit over 10 billion. Where I don't know. I mean, I don't know if those numbers are entirely correct, considering like how much of American involvement is in Israeli industry, but those numbers are not even close to one another. Like Korea is massive. Korea is a massive trading partner with the United States of America. Korea is infinitely more valuable from a materialist framework, if you were to look at it like that, as an ally, and same with the Gulf states. Infinitely more valuable as an ally, as a bulwark against socialism, and then also outside of that as a incredibly reliable trade partner. The idea that like we are, we bully them, we do not allow them to have any autonomy whatsoever over their own decision making, and then we just like pull out, we force them into taking THAADs, right? And then obviously the Korean leadership will be like, well, we wanted this because we're afraid of, Chinese missiles or North Korean missiles or whatever, except THAAD launchers aren't necessarily for the artillery barrage that North Korea could potentially deploy on South Korea. It's for missiles that go far beyond, right? Like it's a deterrence mechanism against China, and yet at the behest of Israel, in order to defend Israel, in order to defend Israel's ambitions of the region, we are literally fucking over a vassal state that is infinitely more valuable to our foreign policy goals. Now, obviously, I am not someone who is in favor of American empire. I'm just exposing the contradictions here by trying to explain how fucking stupid this is, right? I just want people to understand, like, these kinds of decisions that we are making are not even in line with American interests. They're not even in line with like pushing American hegemony. It's so Israel first that it totally drops any investment or any kind of interest that we have in regional stability and regional dominance in the Asian side of the world, the Far East. It's totally ridiculous. I mean, it's been very beneficial for Russia, obviously. It's so crazy. Like, there is really no argument here. There is really no argument to be made other than if you are just Israel obsessed. If you're like an Israel obsessed pervert, then you're like, of course, America's most valuable ally is Israel. We have to do something. I mean, look at Iran. It's so dangerous. It's so scary. It's like, dog, they didn't do anything. They didn't do anything until like they were literally forced to, because we assassinated their head of state and their like highest religious figure. They were totally willing, to a degree that I consider to be fucking foolish, to play ball with America, to negotiate with America over and over again, time after time, when America showed that they did not actually want to do any real negotiations and they used perfidy and lied about their ambitions to negotiate, and then used that as an opening to blow up Iran as they did in the 12-Day War. And the Iranians were still down. They were still down to negotiate. It's so stupid. And it blows my mind that there's confusion about why we're doing this, right? Like why this is all happening. It's just, you have to have the most cattle-minded, servile American MAGA hogs that are so inebriated and so incapacitated, so stupid, that they just cannot comprehend that this is being done at the behest of Israel. That's it. And nothing else. Who is more devout, Muslims or Christians? They both have like 2 billion followers. I don't know. And it doesn't fucking matter right now. Pot Johns are coming for the Dems next. Yeah, I mean, it's just unbearable, dude. I mean, yeah, this is friend of the show, two friends of the show, Tommy Vitor and Ben Rhodes, talking
House
about
Representatives voted down a bill to stop the war in Iran. Now, Trump would have vetoed it, but it was important symbolically. 4 Democrats voted in favor of allowing Trump and Pete Hegseth to continue this regime change war of choice in Iran, which is just insane to me.
If you vote for the funding of this war, you should be primaried. I don't want you in the Democratic Party. And I'm not trying to be, obtuse or stubborn, but this is a threshold issue. Like, I would like to have a big tent on this party. I think there should be people with different ideas of how to get health care, different ideas of taxation. To me, this is not a left-center issue.
See, this is where Ben Rhodes and I also don't completely align. Okay? Because I don't even agree on that. I think we should have an incredibly disciplined, incredibly organized party apparatus that is straight up, maybe sometimes even physically whipping those votes, okay? So no, I don't. I think there needs to be party discipline. I would give me the Democratic Party. I would run it like a Leninist. Okay. There's no more like internal. There's no more internal pushback. I mean, they do it already. When you think about it, we already do this. We do this at the behest of capital. I want to whip the party to ensure that the party structure, the output, the National Democratic Party is only working in the favor of the working class. That's it. No more disagreements. We're just doing shit. It's ridiculous. Like the Big Tent conversation. Look, I don't think Ben Rhodes is insincere. I think this is just something he sincerely believes. Okay? I think this is something he sincerely believes. I think a lot of liberals, a lot of Democrats sincerely believe that there is this like real back and forth disagreement that's happening. And those arguments are real and it makes us a better party, all this stuff. I don't believe that. I don't agree with that. I think that all of that is theatrics. It's theater. Okay? It's fucking theater. And the party itself also absolutely is actively undermining spoilers, but not spoilers to the center, not spoilers to their right, but spoilers to their left, right? They treat the left flank as the true spoilers because, let's be real, the Democratic Party is, as a national party, a center-right neoliberal party. It's not an accident that they're consistently undermining their left flank.
This is a right and wrong issue. Morally, what do we stand for as Democrats? If you as a Democrat can't say that I'm against a war and I'm not going to fund a war that is being launched by an authoritarian president illegally with no rational basis that is explained to the American people that has already unleashed these consequences, if you can't stand against that, you don't stand for a fucking thing, okay? And everybody can see it. How is anybody going to trust you to fight for their health care if you're too afraid to cast a vote that someone might call you weak or some donor might call you and complain?
It's an astounding lapse in judgment, I think, to trust Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth to lead a regime change war of choice.
Like, this is what I mean. Like, this argument, I think, falls short of what's necessary here because, like, what? So if it was, like, a competent Democratic leader, should we trust them for regime change? Because, like, the principled stance here, and I like these guys saying this, okay? I make no mistake. They're moving the needle. A lot of liberals are finally like having these sorts of conversations, and that's not necessarily a bad thing, right? Like, no war with Iran as a starting point is the moral bare minimum, right? No war with Iran. This is ridiculous. Is the bare minimum, but as people who have worked within the Democratic Party, for people to come to that conclusion and for people to openly state that, that's a good thing. That's healthy. That means the conversation is moving in a positive direction, okay? And there's obviously still a lot of room for growth because, like, I don't even know if Tommy Vitor would personally be on board with, like, regime change in Iran, right? I don't know, but the way that he communicates here makes it seem as though he's open to it. I say no regime change. Regime change can only come from within. That's it. If there's a popular enough revolution and there's real mobilization and there's a real regime change, great. If the Iranian people get their wishes across and they like democratically organize, fantastic. If they have a vanguard party, if I have a Marxist-Leninist revolutionary movement, fucking awesome. I don't care, right? I don't believe that we are capable of conducting regime change that is beneficial for the public, because that's not who we are. We are an imperialist nation, and therefore, and Trump is basically pretty honest about it, pretty brutally honest about it, all of our interference in other countries' affairs is not at the behest of the citizens. It's basically what you're seeing unfold right now, which is death and destruction from above, because we are obviously too worried about doing boots on the ground military warfare. So it's good. I'm glad that there are people who are, pushing this line, right? So isolationism, yes, isolationism, if you want to call it that, which is a profoundly popular and infinitely more successful way to communicate to selfish Americans. I am not a believer in isolationism. I'm an internationalist. However, America, as a capitalist, warmongering nation, is not doing intervention at the behest of democracy. That has never happened. That has never happened, and that will never happen. So yes, I would much rather respect the sovereignty of other nations and be an internationalist. However, having said that, if the only way that we can pull America back from its interventions, I would much rather be isolationist. What is this, World War II? Brother, I don't think you understand. World War III is happening and we're the fucking Nazis. You know that, right? No, you don't, because you live in America and your head is dug into the sand like a fucking ostrich and you're oblivious to what's going on. So yes, isolationism in this regard, as the primary driver of instability around the globe, would be the best possible option. I built an entire lens of analysis based on these definitions. Fucking cool. Consciousness, the spectrum of awareness, experience, love, the force of consent, help, and hate. What are you saying, man? Please call me an Amerifat. I feel like it's the true HasanAbi experience. We're all Amerifat. Yeah, isolationism in the interim is just containing American death and destruction. It's overall beneficial for the rest of the world. It's for the greater good. Just a question. I can distinguish between a real revolution and one backed by foreign powers like the CIA and Mossad. I've seen many people during the December Iran protests say it's backed by the CIA and Mossad. And while I don't doubt they had influence, how can you tell this isn't a genuine will of the people? There's never been a protest that does not have a protest that has happened in a foreign country that is just like entirely CIA backed. Okay. The CIA is not omnipresent. So there is real anger and real resentment born out of a foreign government's inability to address the desires and address the needs of its people. This certainly has happened in Iran as well. So it's a bit of both, but it doesn't fucking matter. Okay? It doesn't matter, because our goals, the CIA goals or the Mossad's goals here, is not remotely interested in bringing about a liberal, secular, democratic process to Iran. It's not. There are also never any big scale protests without some sort of external support. I mean, the inception point for a lot of those protests, beyond like the regular reforms that people understandably demand from their government in Iran, is the economic setbacks, like the stranglehold that we have on the global markets, and how we have very deliberately destroyed the Iranian economy. Now, ironically enough, those sanctions that are ruthless, that are an act of collective punishment, have created this unique predicament where Iran actually doesn't suffer as much from blocking the fucking Strait of Hormuz, and neither does Yemen, ironically enough. Like, we have designed an isolated Iranian economy that can withstand the damming of the Strait of Hormuz, because we already don't let them participate in the global markets anyway. Yeah, if America was a part of the Allied forces right now, ideologically, an anti-fascist force, they would be doing to they would be doing to Tel Aviv what we did to Dresden. Like, that's the real story here. So whenever people say, what about World War II? It's like, yeah, that was a just war. That was an honest war. That was a good one, right? But, you know, since then, there hasn't been a single good one, a single valid one. Not even a little bit. Okay? And right now, if we were actually a anti-fascist force, we would be treating Israel not as our most valuable ally or the nation state that seemingly is controlling all of our foreign policy at this stage, but instead as a hostile entity. Was it though, or did the Allies just luck in to find out about the concentration camps? I mean, yes. But that doesn't matter. Ultimately, they were trying to stop a cancerous force that was hell-bent on complete domination of the European continent. It was a valid military action regardless, both against the Japanese imperial forces and certainly against Nazi Germany as well. Turk boy, I just want to congratulate you for educating the stupid Amerifat Westoids. Hope that you can also have more Europeans listen to you. Yeah. Inshallah, one day. Iran has made demands. Things are not going well for America. Although the United States has escalated its attacks on Iran, striking Iranian Navy ships over and over again, lying about Iran mining the Strait of Hormuz, and then taking pot shots at like random go-fast boats they have docked at their coastline, and then, you know, congratulating themselves as though they stopped an actual mining initiative. Iran has yet to mine the Strait of Hormuz. I didn't believe that yesterday when CBS News reported that like American intelligence is claiming that Iran is mining the Strait of Hormuz. The reason why I don't believe that is because there are Iranian ships that are crossing the Strait of Hormuz right now, and there are Chinese ships that are crossing the Strait of Hormuz right now. So mining it would actually not be beneficial for their goals, especially when they can just hold it with, you know, the ordinary weapons that they have, right? It's much easier for them, the Iranians, to control the Strait of Hormuz and, you know, threaten ships that want to pass without getting the proper clearance or have changed their flags to Chinese flags, right? If they were to place these explosive mines, and these aren't just like the old school World War II style mines, right? These are much more sophisticated weapons. They're like little drones, basically, like little swimming drones that look like torpedoes that just hone in on the boats and specifically target like the weakest points in the hulls to like drop them, you know. And they're very different than what you would expect. It's not just like those. I mean, they do have those big ones too, right? They have the regular old school sea mines as well. But if they were to start the mining operations, that would also go against their goals of allowing, you know, Chinese ships to go through, and it's unnecessary at this point. So I think the reason why Trump and CBS at least claimed that there was a mining operation that was taking place was because they wanted to get a W. Like there's a narrative war that's taking place right now where America has to overemphasize its victory. So they want to get like their PR, right? They blow up a couple inactive boats off the coastline of Iran, small go-fast boats, and then they claim victory. Oh, we stopped their mining operation. I don't think they were doing that. I don't think they were mining the Strait of Hormuz anyway. Yeah. You're going to try to do damage control again for someone who lied about being a DSA candidate? What? The adults are talking about American foreign policy right now, chatter. I don't have any idea what the fuck you're talking about, but I hope you get well soon. Okay? It's just leftists from San Francisco, probably. No, because Shikot is not DSA endorsed. I didn't say that he was DSA endorsed. As a matter of fact, I brought up the fact that DSA is not exactly fond of Shikot. Okay? That's what you're talking about. Not that it matters. All right, let's continue.
The U.S. has launched an intense barrage at Iranian Navy ships in and around the Hormuz Strait. Both sides are fighting to control the key waterway for global oil supplies. And the war is making gas much more expensive. If you're driving on the road, you know this. The national average is now $3.58 a gallon. Chief correspondent Matt Gutman is in Tel Aviv with the latest. Matt, good morning. Nobody likes it when the gas starts with 3 when it used to start with 2. Good morning to you.
Absolutely not, and it looks like this could be getting even more heated. Just a short time ago, Gail, we learned that 3 ships traveling through the Strait of Hormuz, that narrow channel through which a fifth of the world's oil passes, were struck by suspected Iranian drones. That is, U.S. officials tell us that they see that Iran may be taking steps towards laying mines in those very waters. The U.S. military says it's hunting Iranian mine-laying ships in the Persian Gulf, but Iran appears to have tightened its grip on the choke point of the Strait of Hormuz, through which a fifth of the world's oil passes. Just this morning, 3 ships in the Persian Gulf reported being struck by suspected Iranian drones. The U.S. says its strikes have significantly reduced Iranian missile and drone fire.
Ballistic missile attacks continue to trend downward, 90% from where they've started, and one-way attack drones have decreased 83%.
But Arab states along the Gulf, including the U.S. bases they host, still face dozens of daily missiles and one-way attack drones. In Bahrain, drone strikes targeted a residential building and an oil refinery, which has been smoldering for days. Dubai's airport confirming it was targeted by 2 drones, which left 4 people wounded.
If the war ended today, would it be enough? Could you consider it a success?
It's definitely not a victory. I have to say that because.
Thank you, CBS. Thank you, CBS, for asking the only people that matter. Okay? Love that. I love going to the only people that actually matter on this issue. You know, the Israeli security guys, okay? Yes, we are doing well, but I would like to continue the war the war because we have not gotten our wishes across.
Regime is not going to capitulate, not in a million ways.
The U.S. and Israel say they have hobbled Iran's military with over 5,000 strikes. In Tehran, video shows cratered streets. Body bags are laid out on the ground. And what the regime says was a residential high-rise hollowed out by a missile. Red Crescent rescuers claw through the skeleton of the building, rubble all around. And a new front is expanding. In Lebanon, the stronghold of Iran's main proxy in the region, Hezbollah, which began firing rockets and drones at Israel at the onset of the war. Israel now ordering more people to leave areas it is targeting. The UN says nearly 700,000 people have been forced from their homes.
Like, this is so unacceptable, okay? Israel is not only committing a fucking unjustifiable illegal war of choice in Iran, specifically to destroy this 93 million population country that is a sovereign country, but then they're also simultaneously destroying another vassal state that happens to be a neighbor to Israel, which is the worst possible proximity you can have. Like, there is no other country that is in greater danger than a country that is near Israel, okay? 700,000 people displaced from their homes because Israel gets to destroy all of these neighborhoods. Like, it's unfucking bearable.
And we're also learning more about the costs of this war. A Pentagon estimate says that in the first 2 days of this war alone, 5.6...
Ukraine? No, honestly, like, Russia is obviously a dangerous country as well, willing to get their wishes across militarily, willing to blow up Ukraine, willing to destabilize Ukraine, willing to displace millions of Ukrainians. This is real, right? But for the time being, it's just Ukraine. Israel has done Ukraine times, you know, like Israel's done a genocide to Gaza, right? Israel already has a permanent military occupation in the West Bank. Israel has done a genocide in Gaza that it had hermetically sealed through also military occupation. Israel then also is taking territory in Syria. Like, Europeans, the way they're terrified of Russia, that is a reality in Israel. Like, that is the reality of Israel, okay? Ironically enough, Russia and Israel also very closely associated with one another, but that's neither here nor there, right? Like, but the way that Europeans treat Russia and the fears that they have about this dangerous madman, this rogue nation that's like willing to cast aside international law and take homicidal acts to its maximalist conclusion to militarily occupy a sovereign state like Ukraine, Israel is doing to multiple countries at the same time, right? Israel is such a dangerous entity that everything you can say about Iran, you could say about Israel tenfold. Everything you can say about Russia, you could say about Israel tenfold, right? It's crazy.
$6 billion were just spent on munitions, but there's also a human toll. The Pentagon also saying that about 140 U.S. service
Another
members have
HasanAbi
been
vindication
wounded,
for later.
But they say that most of them have returned to duty. Vlad.
All right, Matt, thank you very much.
New images near the Strait of Hormuz off Iran where
Trump posturing about nuclear war. I mean, this is something that I've been very scared of from the start. America and Israel both, if they feel like they've withstood too much humiliation, if they've endured too much humiliation from a country that we have been able to successfully destroy the economy of for years and years and years, I think that there is the last destabilizing thing that they could do, which is going up the escalation ladder to nukes.
They've lost their Navy, they've lost their Air Force, they have no anti-aircraft apparatus at all, they have no radar, their leaders are gone, and we could do a lot worse to one another. We're leaving certain things that if we take them out, or we could take them out by this afternoon, in fact, within an hour, they literally would never be able to build that country back.
I don't think he means nukes. I think like that's speculation. That's speculative. Although it is an option, obviously, it's the final option. I don't think that he means nukes though. I think he's talking about like the electricity grid, like civilian infrastructure, you know. Because like I said, if they nuke a country, it's over, right? Like if we nuke a country, the world is over. One nuke launches and then all the nukes have to launch. That's kind of the principle with mutually assured destruction. Even if it's a non-nuclear nation that you're nuking, you kind of can't do that, right? Like, the way I see it, this incredibly dangerous scenario where Israel feels threatened enough that they're crazy enough to like deploy a nuke, because they do have them, on Iran. Let's say Iran has depleted the Israeli munitions so successfully that they're now literally just hitting shelters with some of their ballistic missiles, and Israelis are dying by the thousands, right? In a situation like that, before it even gets there, Israel would literally escalate and would probably threaten the nuclear option, or might even commit the nuclear option on Iran. What happens next in that situation? Again, I'm not saying this is likely, right? I'm simply explaining to you what would happen in that situation, right? Israel nukes Iran, Russia nukes Lviv or some other like Ukrainian territory. Nukes would start flying all around the world, right? Like in that moment, once you deploy the first nuke after Hiroshima and Nagasaki on civilian territory or like military territory on a foreign adversary, every other country that has nukes has to use them. They have to use them. Otherwise, it's meaningless. Otherwise, nukes are utterly meaningless. As a deterrent, other nations would have to use their nukes. No, they don't. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Once the first nuke flies, every other country has to use their nukes. Is this hard to comprehend? Because in that moment, this is how mutually assured destruction works. Because in that moment, like you literally, if you don't use it, you lose it. It's over. Nuclear first strike has happened. Everyone has to start using their nukes. Everyone has to deploy their nukes. First, towards non-nuclear proliferated nations, and then to other nuclear proliferated nations, and the entire world collapses. Even if one nuke was used, there's also the ecological disaster that comes from that as well. And I you know, I'm not super fucking well read on this, but like this is how mutually assured destruction works. Like, you're oversimplifying, Matt. If the U.S. used a tactical nuke, Russia would likely use a tactical nuke on Ukraine, not the big missiles. Oh my God. Yes, dude. But a nuke would be deployed. That's what I'm saying. Like, it doesn't matter. Do you know what a tactical nuke is, by the way? That's not how mutual assured destruction works, man. Matt is about direct conflict between nuclear powers. Oh my God. I know. But this is a proxy war between a nuclear country with a non-nuclear country. Russia happens to also be engaged in a proxy war with a non-nuclear country. That's what I'm talking about. Hello? And eventually, it would turn into nuclear proliferated countries fighting against one another. It's over. The first country that slings nukes is over. It's just the world is over. It completely collapses. This may not be the case. It may be a radical anti-American, anti-Israeli coalition. Matt doesn't really apply in a multipolar setup with nukes on non-nuke countries. Why would Russia not deploy a tactical nuke, a mini nuke, which, by the way, is still far more powerful than the atom bomb that we used in Hiroshima and Nagasaki? When people say tactical nukes, they don't comprehend the destructive capabilities of said tactical nukes, okay? It's not just like a regular explosive ordnance. It's not like Moab. all of a sudden, we go up the fucking escalation ladder and we deploy nukes for the first time since Hiroshima and Nagasaki on a foreign adversary. And everyone that is a nuclear armed nation has to use their nukes in order to show the rest of the world that they have the capability of using nukes as a military deterrent. Because if you don't use them, you lose them. It's that simple. So when people say, oh, it's just a tactical nuke, one, they don't understand the scope, the size, and the damage of a tactical nuke. Okay. They just think it's like something tiny. It's far more vast. It's far more dangerous than the atom bombs that we use in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. It's just not as destructive as like some of the other nuclear warheads that countries have that are even worse than that. It would also probably destroy, it would also lead to complete ecological disaster, even the deployment of like one tactical nuke, so it doesn't even fucking matter. It's over at that point. I don't even like talking about this. It's so stupid to talk about this over and over again. It's extremely unlikely, okay? It is extremely, extremely unlikely. Stop saying if you don't use them, you lose them. Explain this in more literal terms. What literally happens if you don't use the nukes? Are you saying they have to use the nukes or somebody else will nuke them? Be clearer. Yes. Yes. At that point, Russia will absolutely deploy a tactical nuke back on Ukraine. There's no other way out of this. And then Europe, which is also nuclear, Europe is also armed with nukes themselves, could potentially panic and do something crazy. America could panic and do something crazy, or likely to do something crazy after that. And then it's nuclear holocaust. It's unlikely, and discussing it endlessly is pointless because if it happens, it's over for everyone. I know. I'm just talking about how devastating that would be. People think mutually assured destruction only applies to nuclear armed nations, but what they fail to consider is that no one has deployed a mini nuke or a tactical nuke on a non-nuclear armed nation since Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Perhaps there is a reason for that. Do you know why? It's because when foreign adversary countries outside of American control and the American nuclear umbrella have nuclear sovereignty, that is part of the reason why America can't deploy fucking nukes in Korea. Brother, what are you saying? If Israel decides to use a nuke, it 100% wouldn't lead to every single nuclear nation to use theirs. In fact, it would lead to their demise of Israel in the geopolitical sense, lose all legitimacy and credibility in the Western states, which Israel needs to survive. You are so funny. It's been 3 fucking years of genocide. Israel already has deployed 6 metric tons, like 6 atom bombs worth of munitions in Gaza. Okay? Genocide and nuke are 2 different things. You have the brain of a fucking baby if you think, oh, this would be a PR nightmare for Israel. You are living in a totally alternative reality. Okay? That is hilarious that you think that this would just destroy Israel's credibility. What the fuck are you talking about, man? I can't entertain this conversation. Let's just continue.
New attacks are now sending oil prices on another wild ride today. This is a Thai-flagged ship, one of at least 3 vessels that have been struck today in that critical waterway. Thailand's Ministry of Transport says 20 crew members have been rescued. 3, though, remain unaccounted for. going to show you a map of the approximate locations of these attacks on ships today in the Strait. From a reminder, some 20 million barrels of fuel a day move through this critical shipping route, and it is clearly effectively remains shut down because of this very real threat. Let's get right to Paula Hancock's live in Abu Dhabi for the latest on this. What are you hearing here?
Well, Kate, we just heard from the UK Maritime Agency, and they say that as of now, they believe that about 13 vessels have been impacted since this war started. Now, you mentioned that Thai-flagged ship. We have some more information on that as well from authorities. They said that there was an explosion at the stern and then a fire broke out in the engine room. Now, this is believed to be where those 3 missing sailors were on duty at the time. So 20 rescued by the Omani Navy. We know that the captain told the crew to evacuate. They got in lifeboats and were then saved, but 3 still missing at this point. So it is a great concern that Iran appears to be ratcheting up these attacks on vessels in the Strait of Hormuz and in these very critical waters. Now, one of the vessels we understand was a cargo vessel, so we're not just talking about the restrictions of oil getting to where it needs to here. There's a lot more that there are concerns of. Now, a quick look at what else has been happening since Iran has said that it's going to have its most intense and heaviest operation. We do appear to be seeing a fairly consistent retaliation across the Gulf nations. Here in the UAE, we have been hearing a number of different waves of interceptions. Dubai Airport, there were 2 drones that hit nearby. We understand that 4 people have been injured there, authorities saying in the vicinity of Dubai Airport that fell. Flights have started to take off again now, though. We also know that in Bahrain, in Kuwait, in Saudi Arabia, they have also seen interceptions and alerts over the past 24 hours. And Iran has also expanded, if you like, its target list. We are hearing from Iranian officials through state media that they say now offices and assets of major American tech companies with operations in the region would be considered a legitimate target. Now, clearly, there are many in this Gulf region. We also had an interesting quote I want to bring to you from the Qatari Foreign Ministry spokesperson saying that from day one they had warned that this could be the potential fallout of any military action in Iran. He said, quote, "This is the biggest I told you so in."
They have used 10x the explosive equivalent on Gaza as compared to the nuclear strikes on Japan. The 6 to 8 number is old stats. Apologies.
The history of I told you so's in the world. Clearly, there is frustration and anger among leaders in this region. Kate.
Very clearly. Paula Hancock, thank you so much, Paula, for bringing us all of those new headlines. I really appreciate it.
The geography is extremely well known and understood. And perhaps because of that, the risks currently being faced are so severe. Take, for example, Maersk Shipping, which has got at least 10 ships that it says stranded in the northern part of the Strait of Hormuz. And
the more likely scenario is not that Israel uses nukes, but the more likely scenario is that Israel threatens to use nukes to try to get America to do boots on the ground military deployment into Iran, which is a devastating quagmire and will cause tremendous loss of life, both on the Iranian side and certainly on the American side as well. But that is the reason why I say nuclear first strike is not really an option here. The more likely option is that Israel says to Donald Trump that we're going to use nukes, or let's say, and this is not happening right now, but let's say Iran starts deploying salvos with the similar frequency as they did in the first couple of days. They're able to dig up the entrances into their munitions facilities, and they're capable of like launching salvos, like barrages of missiles, like they were in the first couple of days, to specifically erode the Israeli defenses. Right? There will come a point when Israel will go back to the United States of America and say, you have to go in, you have to go in, boots on the ground, or else we're gonna fucking nuke them. That's what it would happen. That's how this conversation would take place. And then I suspect that America would most likely go there. Now, Iran's capabilities are not there right now. If you look at the ballistic missiles that they're using, that they deploy, they're for the most part utilizing the cluster bombs. They're not using some of their larger missiles are easier to intercept. It's virtually impossible to intercept the cluster munitions. That's why they keep deploying the cluster munitions to keep up the pressure on regular Israeli society. But they're not doing massive salvos like they were in the first couple of days with the specific purpose of eroding the Israeli defense capabilities. And part of the reason why I think they're not capable of doing that is because Israel and America have successfully shut off the entrance points into some of these facilities. Now, will they be able to dig themselves out of these facilities and then continue doing massive barrages? Probably not, because America and Israel have tremendous offensive capabilities. They don't have unlimited defensive capabilities, but they have tremendous, virtually unlimited offensive capabilities, right? Offensive weapons are nowhere near as sophisticated. As long as you have some kind of aerial superiority that you have over specific parts of Iran, which they do, right? Especially because the Iranian anti-air defense systems are either loitering or they are defense systems that they can't have. They're not fixed position defense systems because those would be the first to go, right? So for that reason, I think that they have been able to effectively shut off some of these silos where a lot of the munitions are, and the Iranians, as it stands, are not capable of Iranians are currently not capable of digging themselves out. Right? Anytime that they do, America comes back, they blow up the entrance. Because they can't get to the actual production, the production facilities, because they're underground. There are obviously like buildings above ground, and they blow those buildings up, but they can't successfully penetrate the deep underground missile munitions production facilities and where these missiles are stored, right, and where these launchers are stored as well. Incorrect. They just did it. Dramatic footage from Israel. That's Hezbollah, brother. That's what. Shh. Stop. Shh. I'm not talking about Hezbollah. I'm talking about Iran right now. Okay? Calm down. We're going to talk about that in a second.
Any more on the outside that it can't get in or out because obviously the waterway is so difficult. In addition, they are refusing to send now ships up through into the Red Sea because of the possibilities of the
quiet chatter. Dr. Jihad is talking, okay?
Houthis and the risks around Yemen. As a result, something like Maersk is saying the current situation is absolutely uncharted and unprecedented.
Some of the hubs on which global trade does rely on are actually being affected, are being closed by the situation right now. It's true from Jebel Ali, it's true for Abu Dhabi. It's true for a few of those hubs, and this is going to create ripple effect, I think, for a while, as we need to see how this is going to sort itself out. In the short run, we can manage this, but if this was to endure, this would create, I think, serious congestions and serious issues across the global supply chain.
What happens next is anybody's guess. The very idea that this area is being mined by the Iranians, or indeed that the US is going in and starting to attack those various rubber dinghies and ships that's doing the mines, it's simply unheard of, and frankly, we don't know how it will develop. The only thing we can say with any degree of certainty is that as long as that waterway remains closed, then the price of oil just keeps rising. Richard Quest, CNN, London.
With us now, CNN national security analyst Beth Sanner, and with us, CNN military analyst, retired Colonel Cedric Leighton. And Beth, I just want to start with the latest news from what we've been seeing inside the Strait of Hormuz. This is one of the cargo vessels that's been hit. This is a new image we're getting in. Yeah. You can see the smoke coming out of that. It is one of 3 vessels hit, 1, 2, 3 over the last 12 hours or so. So what does this tell you? If the Iranians are doing this to ships in this key shipping lane, what does it tell you about what they're capable of and what their plans are?
So what we're seeing now, so we started off with this idea yesterday that they were going to start putting mines in. And I think that we have to understand here that mines are part of a system, right? So it's mines, drones, rockets.
Yeah, and no, they did not put down mines. I don't think they put down mines. Noah Smith is a Nazi. Yeah, I know he is. But yeah, I mean, he is the classic scratch a liberal and a fascist bleeds moment. Straight up. I simply don't understand the gall of the U.S. to start a war with Iran and then be mad that Iran is punishing back. It's because we've grown far too comfortable. We've grown far too comfortable with our power. And for that reason, we literally think it's illegal to fight back. Like, we don't understand it. We're like, what are you talking about? Like, we're the world police. Like, you're not. Like, Americans have that kind of mentality almost. Like, Americans in power, and even like the average American kind of looks at the situation and goes like, what do you mean you're fighting back? That's literally illegal. Hello. Like, at most you can fight back with like old weapons that we gave the Taliban, right? Like, you are not under any circumstance allowed to, hurt our bases, hurt our soldiers. It doesn't make any sense. That's kind of how it works. So they're just like a little bit confused by this.
Missiles, right? And so in this very small area, and the only place that you can pass here is really only 2 miles, not 20 miles. And so when you have this much concentration, what the Iranians are telling us is like, we're in, right? This is now, they have made a decision that they are shutting their own access here by laying these mines. They're shutting themselves in, essentially.
Yeah, except that's the reason why they didn't. Like that's... I don't think they actually laid down mines. Like I think that's anyway, it doesn't make sense. Maybe they did, right? Maybe they did, but it kind of doesn't make sense to lay down mines because they have the capabilities. One, it would stop them from exporting their own oil, right? And they're still doing that. 2, it would stop them from allowing Chinese ships to be able to pass through, because once you put the mines down, it's over, right? And last but not least, and this is perhaps the most important, and they're kind of saying this out loud, they don't need to mine the Strait of Hormuz to stop ships from moving through the Strait of Hormuz. As we've seen from the Thai ship that tried to pass through, they can just blow it up.
And it's worth it for them. So they're all in now.
One of the things that been saying in the papers this morning is the Iranians are showing they have a vote in all of this. And just to give you one more sense of what this is, them shutting down the waterway, you can see ships here on one end of the strait, ships here on one end of the strait. But by and large, this area here...
Are mind maps not a thing? First of all, these are smart mines regardless. Secondly, even if you have mind maps, what are you talking about? You're going to reveal mind maps to China? Like, you're going to give mind maps to like you're going to tell where you're going to tell any other foreign country where your mines are? You're going to tell your own commercial oil tankers where the mines are? That's not how this works. Because even if you were to escort with the Iranian Navy, which is like incredibly fucking limited, right? Even if you were to escort the Iranian oil tankers or the Chinese oil tankers with the Iranian Navy through where the mines are, then you're just revealing where the fucking mines are. It just doesn't make any sense. It's not, it's the opportunity cost doesn't make sense at all. It is infinitely cheaper to control the Strait of Hormuz by saying we're going to blow your shit up. And if a oil tanker is crazy enough to try to go through that, and they'll get blown up, just like it happened today. Does that make sense? It's ineffective and inefficient. It's a last option. It is a last resort option that I suspect Iran would not utilize until it's, until they're completely out of other options. Especially because that would make it so that it's too dangerous for Chinese carriers to cross. And they're not going to do that.
The most narrow area, 20 miles wide, but the shipping lane itself really just 2 miles. That all but empty. Cedric, I want to go to you with one other development overnight. This is inside Iraq, right? Inside Iraq, a key U.S.
What's the American reason for pushing the mines narrative? I think they wanted to get a W, like as though they are like reaching a military objective. Because it's very clear that they're not successfully reaching their military objectives in Iran. So they created a straw man military objective and then act like they and are now behaving like they actually destroyed a tactical position for the enemy. That's it. Instill confidence in allied nations that are stupid enough to maybe like push an oil tanker through. I mean, that's it. They removed all the mines. Yeah, they're making it seem, first of all, right now as it stands, if there were mines that were being put down, I don't even know if America has any naval assets in the region that can sweep for mines. They might. I'm unfamiliar, but as far as I understand, we have like 5 decommissioned naval assets that only recently were brought back. And we're trying to utilize them. It also takes a very long time. It takes a very long time to do a mine sweep operation, and you can't do it while you're potentially under fire by Iranian rocket strikes and Iranian drone strikes. You just can't go in there and look for mines at all right now. So it's not going to happen. You are not going to be able to engage in mine sweeping in the Strait of Hormuz while you're under constant fire from the enemy. Reuters is now claiming that Iran has laid about 12 mines, like a dozen mines in the Strait of Hormuz, but I don't know if this is real or not. Maybe they're real. Maybe it's real. I trust Reuters is reporting a little bit more than CBS, but even then, I think it's doubtful. Especially because, as I've said over and over again, they have capabilities of holding the strait without having to mine it. No, man, you got to pay attention to where the ones and twos are. Real ball knowers know. Yeah. Yeah, at the direction of President Trump, CENTCOM has been eliminating inactive mine-laying vessels in the Strait of Hormuz, wiping them out with ruthless precision. Step aside. Hegseth's eliminating inactive mine-laying vessels with ruthless precision, bombing some rusty scrap metal and crowing about it, and yet the U.S. Navy still won't go near the Gulf. Exactly. That's when you will know. You'll know if naval assets start being deployed in and around the region and crossing the strait. If naval assets are successfully crossing the strait, American naval assets are successfully crossing the strait, that means they have total domination, okay? Total naval domination. For the time being, they're just drone striking fucking random boats off the coastline. The go-fast boats that Iran has, all of their best equipment is, again, inside of tunnels. And once again, they don't even need to mine the strait to control the strait. So it doesn't make any sense. It's all the White House blowing smoke so they can trade on market manipulation as much as possible. Oh my God. Speaking of market manipulation, it was so crazy. Looks like the threats on California by sleeper cells is based on vibes. We have no real indication or evidence. I know. We'll get to the sleeper cell conversation in a second. I really, really hope that we don't do like a post 9/11 style, anthrax scare.
Diplomatic support center was struck overnight. I'll put it was right here. You can see it right here. What again does that tell you about what the Iranians have in mind and what they're still capable of?
Why you never talk about other topics? You only talk about what's heating your community, what's heating my community. This is like global instability. This is fucking World War III. What the hell am I supposed to talk about?
Yeah, so John, good morning. What they're doing is they're actually looking at all the different important target sets. They've had a real opportunity to, in essence, case all these targets. They know exactly where our diplomatic facilities are. They know where some of our CIA facilities are. They know where our military facilities.
Not a good thing to admit, for the record. Remember, I fucking told you this day one. When they were striking like seemingly random targets that look like civilian targets, and everyone was like, why the fuck are they doing that? I was like, they know who's at those targets. When they have a limited striking capability, they're going to try to maximize the damage. They're not going to like randomly hit fucking civilians. They're going to be trying to hit CIA assets. They're going to be trying to hit American military, American troops that they figure out are either stationed in and are utilizing civilian ports like they were in Kuwait.
And the reason they're doing this is their way asymmetrically of going after us. On the one hand, we measure things like number of aircraft taken out. We measure things like number of vessels taken out and how many we've put to the bottom of the Persian Gulf. That's all great. But the problem is the Iranians are fighting with other means. And as Beth was pointing out, they are.
Law, that's easy, I guess, to dismiss. What about the Muslims in camps in China, though? Not today, CIA.
Are using things like drones, missiles, and mines to take that asymmetric effort forward. And in some cases, they have an asymmetric advantage. And so going after, areas like logistics centers like they did in Kuwait, going after Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia, and going after that diplomatic support center in Baghdad is exactly part of the Iranian playbook.
And as they try to show, go ahead, Beth.
Yeah, so what I want to add to that, and I think, Cedric, you can jump in and disagree if I'm wrong here, but I mean, it's very, very likely that this was done by Iranian-backed militias that are Iraqis, right? We have not seen them join the fight. We have Hezbollah.
Bro, CIA don't even try to do fucking psyops. They just kind of look at you like this. They just come in here and they go, come on, talk about something else. Have you considered talking about something else today? China? Maybe China?
Committing suicide in Lebanon, literally, because Israel is beating the crap out of them. And now we have Iraq joining in. Are we going to have Yemen join in? Are we going to have the Houthis join into this fight, which would, move us to the Red Sea? They haven't done that yet because it's not exactly in their interest right now to draw fire. They're kind of on their back heels right now domestically. But this is, again, an expansion of the war that we were kind of waiting for. It hasn't happened, but maybe this is it.
Cedric, when we go back to the Straits, go ahead, Cedric.
Used
Sorry,
you as
I
a
didn't mean to interrupt.
reaction
Go ahead.
gif on Pokemon Twit.
Oh no, that's okay. What I was going to say.
What is this? A few days ago, everyone was FOMOing over Pokopia because nobody had the Switch 2 yet. And now it turns out everyone's got money and bought the Switch 2 Pokopia except for me. This person doesn't even follow me. How the fuck? I'm just a suicide gif on Twitter now? That's kind of cool.
Say is yeah, Beth is right, and I think we need to look at the possibility that the Houthis will get involved at some point in time, and that would then mean that two different choke points, the Persian Gulf choke point, at the Strait of Hormuz, and the Bab el-Mandeb, who as the Red Sea empties into the Indian Ocean. That is the kind of area that we actually could see some efforts, and that is something where the proxies, just like Beth said in Iraq, the proxies are going to play a role in this, and this is definitely an expansion of the effort, and the Iranians are controlling that narrative along with their proxies, of course.
Yeah, just so you can see what we're talking about regionally, this is the Strait of Hormuz. This would be the Red Sea right here. The Houthis operating right here, perhaps shutting down some of the shipping in and out of that region.
Yeah. By the way, open source intel is just like Mossad intel, but it's pretty funny. If you want to understand like the Iranian capabilities, this video can help you understand it a little bit better. So when the Americans say like, oh, we've destroyed their boats, we've destroyed their navy, what they fail to consider is that their fucking navy is underground. Everything is in tunnels.
انبوهی از شناورهای تخصصی هواپیمابر آمریکاست و حالا با ارتقای سنگین روی سیستم
They have tunnel maxed in ways that you cannot even comprehend.
یک ناو هواپیمابر دشمن را می‌دهیم که جوانان برومند و رشید این ملت در دریاها قادرند در مقابل
I don't know why you're making light of this. Boats only do this when they're afraid.
با هر استعدادی هماوردی شرافتمندانه
Bruh, we're fighting dwarves. What is this? Brother, this is literally 100% directly a consequence of the Korean War. Okay? I need you to understand, this is the ingenuity of the DPRK that very quickly learned their lesson after the genocide that took place with Allied forces bombing the fuck out of North Korea. And then having those engineers go to places like Iran, and then teaching them and giving them the tools to create underground facilities. This was utilized in Vietnam. This was utilized in Iran. And then these techniques were then given to Hezbollah by way of Iran and even Hamas. This is part of what this is what I mean when I say like we have forced the hands of all of our adversaries to cooperate with one another, to engage in information sharing, to develop systems of resistance. Just as our isolationist, or not isolationist, but like just as we have forced countries into submission with the tools that we have with our sanctions, we've forced countries into cooperating with one another economically, where you have like new blocks being developed, like the BRICS nations, right? The same goes for anti-imperialist warfare.
انجام بدن. فرمانده کل سپاه در بازدید از این پایگاه زیرزمینی نیروی دریایی سپاه میگوید حالا این نیرو توانایی مقابله با تهدیدات
Why do we care? Why do we create conditions for the most blowback possible? Is it myopic greed, hubris, a genuine bloodthirst? It's all of the above. It's arrogance too. It's imperial arrogance. It's imperial arrogance. Because we are so far removed geographically from the consequences of our actions, like America being where it is, allows America to engage in this kind of instability, this sort of like death and destruction campaign, because we're not in striking distance. Let's be real. We are not in striking distance, with the exception of like nuclear arms, with the exception of like the USSR or China or whatever. We're not exactly in striking distance from these areas that we are causing instability in. That allows us to have imperial hubris, imperial arrogance. That allows us to have and maintain this supremacist ideology, because we are so far removed from the impact. We are so far removed from retaliation. Israel, on the other hand, is fucking insane, because they're not actually far removed from retaliation, as you are seeing over and over again. That's also part of the reason why I when I hear about like sleeper cells being activated or whatever, I think, oh, this is probably a false flag, because in order to universalize the fear and the anger and resentment towards a foreign adversary, we kind of have to strike ourselves a little bit. We kind of have to slap ourselves a little bit so that Americans actually get worried and justify this sort of action. You're talking massive for someone within striking distance of Front de Libération du Québec, tabarnak. I mean, listen, I'm in favor of Quebecois separation. Tabarnak.
One other thing, we were talking about the mines, right? The idea, CNN was reporting that that Iran may be laying mines in the Red Sea. Then CENTCOM, in the Strait of Hormuz. Then CENTCOM released this video they say is of U.S. warplanes and missiles striking the Iranian mine-laying ships. Is this enough to disable them? We think the Iranians have, 5,000 mines that they could use? Would this be enough to stop efforts to mine the straits?
I mean, it's obviously it helps, but we're talking about a 1,000-mile coastline, and we're talking about a capacity of Iran to use all manner of ships, dhows, things that look like fishing ships. Yeah, you can't do that at scale, but you can certainly throw one or two over the back of the boat, and no one will know that. It's very, very hard to track down these very small vessels that can lay mines. So I think it's kind of whack-a-mole, and we've only whacked, one mole. It's not a lot.
Just so people say, the 1,000 miles of coastline here, this is all.
The RGC Navy chief flexing by just cruising around the detained tankers. Yeah. Three ships were hit by projectiles near the Strait of Hormuz within 3 hours, UK Maritime Monitor says. 3 commercial vessels were struck by suspected projectiles within roughly 3 hours early Wednesday near the Strait of Hormuz, according to alerts from UK Maritime Trade Operations, the British military-run Maritime Security Monitor. Cargo vessel Express Rome at 12:35 a.m. Eastern Time. Cargo ship 11 miles north of Oman in the Strait of Hormuz was hit by an unknown projectile that sparked a fire on board. The crew requested assistance, began evacuating before the blaze was extinguished with no environmental impact reported and a skeleton crew remaining on board. Bulk carrier Mayuri Nari at 10:05 p.m. Eastern Time. The bulk carrier Mayuri Nari, about 50 miles northwest, nautical miles northwest of Dubai, UAE, reported being hit by an unknown projectile. Authorities said no pollution was reported and the crew were safe and accounted for. Container ship, name not disclosed, at 9:58 p.m. Eastern Time. A container vessel roughly 25 nautical miles northwest of Ras Al Khaimah, UAE, sustained damage from an unknown from a suspected projectile, though the extent of the damage remains under investigation. All crew members were reported safe. The incidents come as Iran escalates warnings about shipping in the strait. A spokesperson for the IRGC's Khatam al-Anbiya central headquarters said not even 1 liter of oil will be allowed to pass through the Strait of Hormuz for the benefit of the United States, Israel, and their partners, adding that any vessel or cargo linked to those countries would be considered a legitimate target by Iranian armed forces. This is precisely the reason why I said they do not need to utilize mines. They can just simply laser ships that choose to go through the Strait of Hormuz after Iran has declared it closed. Okay? There's also updates on this. The IRGC Navy chief came out and said, were ships assured they could pass through the Strait of Hormuz? Asked the crews of these ships, Mayuri Nari and Express Rome, who today trusted empty promises ignored the warnings and intended to pass through the strait, but were caught. Here's a video of the tankers waiting for Iran's signal to transit the Strait of Hormuz in footage shared by state media. That's pretty crazy. Also, once again, proving that I don't think these guys are mining the fucking strait at all. I mean, think about that. This is like leftist audio. Brother, what are you talking about? This is an IRGC Navy chief freely boating around the fucking Strait of Hormuz. This right here is, once again, a clear indication that they're not mining the strait. That's number one. And number two, they're showing that they have complete they have complete control over the strait. Like, Americans are so far, their naval assets are so far removed from the strait and having control over the naval strait that the IRGC Navy can freely boat around. Okay? Also, the other reason why I said I don't think they're mining it is because Wall Street Journal reports that Iran's control of Hormuz means it's exporting more oil today than before the war. Tehran is letting ships carrying its crude go through the strait while it scares off others. This is the other reason why I don't think they're mining it, because it would still be fairly difficult for them to avoid their own mines if that was the case. I mean, they could get naval vessels to like transport them. They could get the RGC's Navy to like help them go through the mined areas in the strait. But then you're basically exposing where the mines are to satellite imagery. It's still obviously a risk, but I just don't think that is something that they're doing. Major fire intensifying at Salalah port in Oman following an Iranian attack earlier today. I don't know why Iran would attack Oman, for the record. I just don't know if that's the case at all. Once again, we don't know. More information will come out soon enough, and we'll be able to make a better assessment. But my assumption is that it wasn't Iran that shot the refineries in Oman.
Pictures show a Thai cargo ship on fire in the Strait of Hormuz. Thai officials say a projectile hit the stern of the ship, causing a fire in the engine compartment where 3 crew members had been working. All 20 other crew members have been evacuated safely by Oman's Navy, with efforts underway to find those remaining. The ship is one of 3 commercial vessels to be hit this Wednesday in the area. According to several US media reports, Iran has been laying mines like this one in the Strait of Hormuz, further choking off the route that carries about a fifth of the world's oil. US President Donald Trump has warned of violent consequences.
If for any reason mines were placed and they are not removed forthwith, the military consequences to Iran.
France 24 is not doing a Trump impersonation while reading out a Trump Truth Social post, and I feel like that's you lose style points for that.
Iran will be at a level never seen before.
A few hours after Trump's post, the US military released these images showing strikes against Iranian vessels described as mine layers near the Strait of Hormuz.
Wow, dude, we did it. We did it, Joe. Like, what the fuck is this, bro? They're using they're using old footage of striking like Iranian naval assets. And then 2, they're like, we blew up a fucking jet ski. Really? This is the most powerful military on the planet, guys. The most powerful military on the planet. And this is what we have to show for it.
Strikes against Iranian vessels described as mine layers near the Strait of Hormuz. In total, it says 16 boats were destroyed. These attacks have raised fears of prolonged maritime warfare, with Iran showing no sign of backing down.
We will never allow a single litre of oil to pass through the Strait of Hormuz for the benefit of the United States, the Zionists or their partners. Any vessel whose ship or oil cargo belongs to the United States, the Zionist regime or their hostile partners will be considered a legitimate target.
Iran is believed to possess between 2,000 and 6,000 mines. Traffic through the...
Surely no boat Iran intends to use is just sitting out in the open? Yeah, no shit. They're just docked.
Strait has dropped by 97...
Yeah, Iranians are like, wait a minute. They're just hitting our fucking go-fast boats and our jet skis off the coastline? I thought we could just like leave them out there and America would not blow them up with their drones.
7% since the start of the war, with these latest incidents unlikely to reassure shipping companies. Even the US Navy is refusing to escort ships through the strait, saying the risk of attacks is too high for now.
Something extraordinary has just happened. The international...
Yeah, we'll talk about the emergency reserves that Democrats are urging the Republicans to release as well, which is because they're fucking stupid. Anyway, they just don't know how to play politics at all, it seems. Or rather, they know how to play politics. They just don't want this war to end. But before I get to that, Iran is dismantling UAE's economy, and it's also unironically starving the RSF and freeing Sudan. The Sudanese army is advancing the recaptured towns from UAE-backed terrorist groups to RSF. Arms supplies from the UAE to RSF have dried up since Iran began its Operation True Promise. So, for all the free Sudaners out there, Sudan is currently being freed, partially because Iran has crippled the United Arab Emirates. So, you know, unintentional consequences of destabilizing the Gulf it will contain multitudes. You will be shocked to find out, like I said, one potential aspect of the Iranian Operation True Promise is the Gulf states that have funded the massive Paramount merger deal might back away from said deal, which would literally engage in one of the most consequential antitrust initiatives by force. And on top of that, now you have this situation as well. Like, think about that. If the Gulf states decide there is not a lot of value or utility in constantly funding American media and diversifying their portfolios by entering the American markets, and they pull out of their prior investment commitments, Iran will have unironically engaged in trust busting. Think about that. The economic rise of the Gulf Arab states was predicated explicitly on the idea that they are a remarkable beachhead of total security in the region. If this goes on longer or escalates, they will predictably enter a death spiral, since it is impossible to maintain the security if Iran is engulfed in war or chaos. It's incredible the situation was so recklessly entered by the U.S., which was their guarantor and has actually been trying to push them deeper into a conflict they did not ask for and for which they are unprepared. It's fucking insane that America did not even think what could possibly happen to this massive, massive amount of oil money that is coming directly from that region. Now, this is obviously beneficial for Israel because decoupling the Gulf states from the United States of America is beneficial for Israel. Let's be real, right? At least in the short term, because that means it's a weakened Gulf. The Gulf states that are not closer to America improves Israel's standing with the United States of America, because Israel's value comes from being that beachhead for American intervention in the region, right? This could potentially be beneficial for Turkey and China as well. Turkey already has a lot of security cooperative agreements with not only Qatar, but also Saudi Arabia now, with Pakistan as well. So That's part of the reason why I think Israel wants to also go after Turkey too, because they don't want any other regional actor that has like any kind of power outside of Israel. And seemingly America is invested in letting Israel do this. I mean, it's clear. Makes no sense that Iran would strike Oman's oil after Oman was the mediator during their talks and was actively trying to prevent escalation and protect the region and Iran. Yeah, I know. That's why I don't understand who did that. I don't. I mean, it could be like a fucking random stray from like one IRGC guy or something that went crazy mode. But it is confusing to me. It's even more confusing than trying to strike Turkey. So, investigation confirms it was U.S. Tomahawk. Did someone question Trump on this? No, you're talking about the first MENA school, like for the little girls that we killed. Madman theory works both ways. If the GCC collapsed, wouldn't that make Greater Israel much easier to attain? Yes, but it's entirely dependent on who gets to pick up the pieces. Because, like, if the GCC can't get the proper security assurances, and it's clear that they can't get it from the United States of America, they're going to seek other alternatives, pushing them further into China. Because they don't give a shit about American dominance. They'll play ball with anybody. This is how they've always operated. They don't really have like a traditional standing military force. Their nationals are way too spoiled to engage in that sort of thing. And it would be unreliable to just only utilize mercenary forces like the UAE has done, right? So for them, they need to be under the banner of a larger power that has a standing military that could potentially go and fight wars and maintain regional stability. I think the United States of America is destroying their partnerships in the Gulf in this unimaginably short-sighted way, so that, you know, Israel can look like this, I guess. This footage was published February 28th. Yeah. A lot of people are utilizing like older footage still whenever they talk about Israel, whenever they mention like what's happening on the ground in Israel. Why is your people memeing us? This is fucked up. What do you mean?
Pray for your grace and protection over our troops. Father, we just pray you'll continue to give our president. Pray for your
Jesus Christ. They're farting on us. Anyway. I'm still so confused by China's lack of action in all this. Is it just a prerogative to stay away, or am I missing something? I don't know, man. Anyway. Analysis. Will emergency oil reserves bring the cost down? Let's talk about that. And let's talk about how fucking stupid the Democrats are.
Energy Agency, which is basically this grouping of rich nations just set up to deal with energy price crises like the one we're going through at the moment, have just done the biggest emergency stockpile release that we've ever seen. Basically, they have stockpiles that are for emergencies like this of oil around the world, and they've decided to release an unprecedented amount of this. And like when I say historic, have a look at the previous episodes where they've released these stockpiles before. So back the first Gulf War, this is showing the total amount in millions of barrels of oil. 75 million barrels of oil in the first Gulf War. Hurricane Katrina, 60 million. 2011, Libya civil war, 60 million. And then 183 million in 2022 when Russia invaded Ukraine. That was actually in 2 tranches. And now look at what we're talking about this time around. Just look at that. 400 million barrels of oil. We have never seen anything like it. And perhaps you're kind of wondering, well, has this had an impact? Has this managed to bring oil prices down? Well, let me just show you what's happened to oil prices in the last few days. This is literally just going back to Thursday because it's been such a roller coaster recently. Thursday, Friday, they were kind of climbing up, getting towards $100 a barrel. Then on Monday, they kind of went through the roof, up nearly to $120 a barrel. Then Donald Trump kind of stepped into the debate in Florida.
So this is not the whole story. The reason why there was some price stabilization that took place with like the release of strategic oil, the strategic energy reserves. That's the reason why the price went down again. And then when Trump said war is complete,
prices to kind of go down pretty sharply.
They literally engaged in market manipulation. Okay, straight up.
And then this is where we are at the moment. So we've just had that news from the IEA. And if you're wondering, you know, did it have an impact? Did it bring those prices even further down? Here's what happened.
Because money is fake. Money is so fake. Money is so fucking fake that someone as clearly a fabulist, someone who is like very clearly a liar, who has done this over and over again, can literally engage in open stock manipulation. Okay, Wall Street Journal reported on this. It wasn't just Donald Trump either. There's a Wall Street Journal report on this from last night. Okay, where our rug pulling con men turned around and posted something and then deleted it. The since deleted post was enough to wipe out $1 million trades. Benchmark U.S. crude futures plunged by as much as 90% at one point. During a roughly 10-minute span when Wright's post appeared, an exchange-traded fund linked to oil futures saw $84 million of its market capitalization evaporate. A plunge in oil prices intensified in the early afternoon yesterday after Energy Secretary Chris Wright said on X that the U.S. Navy successfully escorted an oil tanker through the Strait of Hormuz to ensure oil remains flowing to global markets. The prospect of a prolonged energy shock momentarily dimmed. Futures for oil, diesel, and gasoline slid, and stocks jumped. Just straight up lying. It is crazy. But the message vanished within minutes. It took 10 minutes, leaving investors the world over struggling to see through the fog of war emanating from the Trump administration itself. They did a dirty delete. They posted and did a dirty delete. And then they blamed an intern. Oh, that's awesome. A spokesperson says the video clip posted by U.S. Energy Secretary Chris Wright was deleted from his official X account after it was determined that it was incorrectly captioned by department staff. They're fucking pumping and dumping. Straight up. And it's so funny that Wall Street is so desperate for a W that they like lean into it. Anytime Trump lies about any of this stuff, they're like, oh, finally, thank God. It's awesome. Genuine crimes. Who's gonna do anything? The Trump administration already went through all of the regulatory agencies and destroyed them. So who's going to prosecute this? No one. Okay? No one. This is why I stress the importance that the Democrats are going to have if they ever win power back again. They're going to have to fucking punish these people. I'm sorry. If you don't throw all these motherfuckers in jail, you're nothing, okay? You are a fucking fascist collaborator if you do not throw every single one of these motherfuckers in jail. Every single one. I'm willing to put billions upon billions of dollars into the regulatory agencies with the specific purpose of making sure every single one of these fucking criminals rots in jail in perpetuity. Are you fucking kidding me? And this is like this is the bare minimum necessity. Okay, there's so many more prosecutions that might take place, that have to take place if we are to remain a competent, functioning state. Insane to me.
Barely spot it, can't you? basically they ticked over. They haven't really moved at all. And all of this raises the question, why? Why is it that markets just haven't responded? Why is it that this unprecedented amount of oil being poured out into the world hasn't had, that price impact that some people might have expected? Well, partly, maybe it was because it was semi-anticipated. But also there's something deeper going on here, just about the nature of the oil market and the fact that there's a big gap here. I'll show you that in a second. But first of all, just note the fact that when you talk about oil, when you think about oil being pumped out of the ground, the dynamic here is about flows. The oil flows out of the ground, often at high pressure. It flows into places like refineries. It goes through the pipes. And in those pipes, it's turned into all sorts of different products. Obviously petrol, but kerosene, petrochemicals that go into plastics and...
Yeah. The head of the nominal opposition party in the House not ruling out further bankrolling Trump's Iran bloodbath is an objectively pro-war position. His limp process criticisms about Trump not making his case mean nothing if he doesn't oppose more funding. The fact that Hakeem Jeffries won't commit to blocking additional Iran war funding is insane, but also expected. What is this? Chatter is banned from Asma's chat. How are you that annoying? What? I don't care about this. Okay. Straight up, not only are they refusing to oppose additional funding, like block additional funding for Trump's war, okay, for Israel's war, but on top of that, some Democrats have already started demanding the release of strategic oil reserves in the United States of America in an effort to engage in market correction. This is fucking ridiculous to me, okay? Why would you literally soften the impact when your enemies are making a fucking mistake? Let them. Why would you urge to soften the blow? Americans, for the most part, are never going to comprehend the impact of this Israel first war unless they get hurt in their wallets. So it leads me to believe that the reason why they are trying to, the reason why they're urging for a market correction from the state is because they like it. It's because they like this war. It's because they want to soften its impact so we can continue this war. That's it. There is no world where Republicans would ever demand a similar thing. As a matter of fact, I know when the Ukraine war started, Republicans were actively actually yelling at Biden. Donald Trump, for years, talked about how he filled the strategic reserves and Biden never released them in an effort to fucking hit him hard. It's so dumb. I think it's the midterms. I don't want to believe that they're that evil. I think it's midterms. No, man. It's advantageous for the Democrats to not say anything about the strategic reserves. What are you talking about? It's literally better for the Democrats to have the maximum amount of leverage over Trump's unpopular war. It is better for them to sit around. It's better for them to fucking sit around and say, see, he's fucking everything up. This is midterms gold. You only do this if you don't give a fuck about the midterms, you don't give a fuck about winning, and you simply want the war to continue. You only do this if you are the controlled opposition party. And time again, Democrats have shown us that they are the controlled opposition party, at least the current makeup of the Democratic Party. And the National Democratic Party is the controlled opposition party here, just as they did not pursue the upper hand that they had in the government shutdown initiative, right? And they found enough votes to end the government shutdown internally, just as they found enough votes to deny the War Powers Resolution from passing in Congress, right? Democrats literally actively caucus alongside the Republicans, okay? They actively caucus alongside the Republicans. They are controlled opposition. The Boomercrats love Israel. They are also Israel first. That's it. They care about their corporate benefactors and they care about Israel more than they care about actually waging any kind of political war against the fascist Republican Party. That much is clear to me. They do not play hardball at all, even when it's advantageous for them, even when the public is demanding they play hardball. They do not care.
Pharmaceuticals, all sorts of things. But it ends up eventually at your local petrol station and in other places as well. Along the way, though, it's all about motion. It's all about...
I know this is your job and the proof keeps piling up, but do you ever get tired of exposing the Democrat Party as controlled opposition? No. The reason why I do this is so that people understand, so that we can actually vote in people that will actually fight and build a strong, organized movement in one of the two readily available parties, rather than having to litigate ballot access in every fucking state. And then if the Democrats refuse to cooperate with the wishes of the public, with the democratic wishes of the working class in this country, once there's a level of organizing, once there's a level of strength in this left flank movement, then if they don't play ball, you break. It's that simple.
About flows. It's all about pipes. And it's all about continuing those flows. So the global economic machine that, despite the fact that we're in 2026, despite the fact that we have more renewable energy, is still really dependent on fossil fuels for a lot of people's livelihoods and, a lot of that. Those flows need to continue. And if you look at just where the oil is being pumped out of the ground, so where this begins, well, there you've got kind of Asia, Russia, quite a lot in Russia, really a lot, an increasing amount due to shale oil and fracking in America. But if I just take these bars and kind of stack them up next to each other, the leader is, as it has always been, the Middle East. 30 million barrels a day. And what we're talking about here, it's the total amount each day. And there's a reason that we focus on that. I'm going to kind of put them together so you can see. 100 million barrels of oil a day is kind of what you need to pump into the economic machine to keep it satisfied right now. And the real problem, the nub of the economic situation we're faced with at the moment, is that a massive chunk of those barrels at the moment, or hitherto, have come out of the Strait of Hormuz. They've come basically from this area that's affected by the fighting right now, about 15 million barrels a day. And you kind of don't have them right now. And this is what everything comes back to. It comes back to the fact that there's a gap here between what the world needs in terms of its oil.
Your interview with John was canceled because a VTuber told him not to. There's a video of it. Which VTuber? It's probably someone taking credit for it. But it was Pippa. Who is Pippa? Pippin Pika, I believe. Who the fuck is that? The reason his interview was canceled with John Kiriakou.
Hi, Pippa.
Okay, can you hear it?
Beep, beep, beep, beep, beep, beep. Or if you didn't get it, beep, beep, beep, beep, beep, beep.
That's just a cameo. That doesn't actually... Asmongold Orbiter? No, this is a cameo, guys. Are you fucking stupid enough to believe that this was like a sincere request? No, people are... I don't think that's the case.
Or beep, beep, beep, beep, beep, beep.
Yes, okay.
Hey, thanks for the heads up on HP. I appreciate it. I needed it, and I will take care of it. So,
I asked him not to collab with Hasan Piker. He's going on Hasan's stream.
Are people that stupid?
What exactly I wrote. Somebody can bring up the vibe, but
Zach said he's gonna go on Twitter and DM John yesterday for an interview to get one up on you. No, she was on call with him. This is a cameo, guys. I mean, maybe she actually did a call with him or something, but also none of this matters. Like, who gives a fuck if I can't fucking interview John Kiriakou? Who cares?
requested this while playing Overwatch, and there was only like 2 requests left, so I very quickly wrote something, and I was like, by the way, please don't collab with Hasan.
time to even say something. Tell you the truth, the last 3 weeks I've been winging it. So I'm very grateful for the helping hand. All right, all the best. Thanks for reaching out. Bye.
I don't think it's like that. He said yesterday there is still something happening in April. Wait, but it wasn't canceled. He said yesterday there will be something in April. Yeah, we are directly in contact with John. That's why I was kind of confused as to his response initially. I didn't understand it. I'm a fan. I like his background. I like the way he communicates. I like a lot of his opinions in general. So I was definitely confused. He's done stuff with the Young Turks back in the day as a whistleblower initially. And I think these guys, they get off on trying to like secure these kinds of like weird victories for themselves. But I think they're just doing clout goblin shit for the most part. And that's it. I don't know why people are so, I guess they're so excited at the prospect of like fucking up an interview, but like I interview people all the time, right? I interview people non-fucking stop. So for me, if I wasn't capable of like interviewing this person, really interesting how people out in the comments feel so happy, but the dude already flipped on it just today.
Thanks for the $9.99. John, you should continue. You should reconsider doing Hasan Piker's show. Hasan Piker's, your audiences overlap more than people think, especially on U.S. foreign policy, propaganda, censorship, and corruption. Why not do it?
I have an idea about Hasan Piker and his show, as well as two other kind of controversial, young, successful broadcasters. I have an idea, and we may do something all together in April.
Okay.
Hint, hint.
Desert Fox. Andre Wahasset.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know why people were just like, Hasan finds out John Kiriakou rejected his collab. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's just like it's very weird. Something similar to this happened with iShowSpeed as well, where like someone asked me about whether or not I would ask iShowSpeed to come to Cuba, which I did, and I also talked to his team as well today, as a matter of fact, this morning. Now, the reason why I wanted iShowSpeed to obviously come to Cuba is because this is his bread and butter. Like, this is a perfect opportunity for him to do a once in a lifetime, live stream from a country that people don't really live stream from, right? And the reason why I thought it was a perfect collab is because like his trip to China was obviously eye-opening for a lot of people in his audience. And he's currently busy doing some other shit. That's part of the reason why he couldn't do it. But I thought it was a perfect fit, right? Obviously, the goal of this flotilla is to deliver humanitarian aid to Cuba, but it's also to bring awareness about like the day-to-day existence of, regular Cubans. And not only that, but also to bring awareness to the unjustifiable blockade that the entire world has voted against in the United Nations General Assembly. So it's partially for awareness, and it's also a unique opportunity for that perfectly suits what iShowSpeed does. And that's the reason why I had asked him, right? And it's so strange that people were like flexing that, iShowSpeed hates you, Hasan, or whatever. And XQC was making fun of me, apparently. He said, XQC said he doesn't know why HasanAbi surprised that iShowSpeed doesn't want to follow him on his trip to Cuba. It's like a YouTube creator with 50 subscribers asking Apple CEO Tim Cook for a collab. And people don't even know that. Invite iShowSpeed. Genuinely, I asked. He did not respond. It would have been great. You can just go to Cuba. Like even right now, you can just go.
Chad, this is like when an independent YouTuber that gets like fucking 50 subscribers, right? Says, guys, we asked Apple CEO Tim Cook for a comment. He did not respond to our request for answer.
Evening, let's hope you have an amazing stream.
Okay.
Much Lou.
Yeah, and then people are like W speed, but like they don't understand. Like this isn't me like clout chasing or whatever. The goal of this is obviously for awareness. I said this is such a stupid take. Speed has traveled all around the world. We're going to Cuba with journalists and artists like Kneecap. It's not a fucking Twitch collab. It's an aid mission with hopes of sharing Cuban culture with the U.S. and showing the impact of the U.S. blockade. Absolute trog. And then I followed by saying it's insane that the cynical, crypto, gambling addicted, pill-popping loser can only see the world through fucking transactions. Is completely beyond his scope of comprehension to care for anything other than himself. What a dark and sad way to live life. Many such cases online. And they, like, to me, this once again shows that I live in this parallel universe, right? Where I'm like trying to do adult shit, you know, trying to get people elected. I have this ideology. I have this affirmative vision for the future, this positive vision for the future that I'm trying to enact to the best of my ability with my community and a lot of you guys as well. But then because of the platform that I'm on, because I'm on fucking Twitch, a lot of the lowest IQ fucking idiots cannot comprehend that there is a goal here beyond just like Twitch streaming collabs and fucking clout. And I suspect that there's probably a lot of people that are like legitimately 12 to 14 that also don't see it in that way at all. And they don't think like this is an adult thing, right? And that's part of the reason why they operate like this and they celebrate moments like this. Because, I mean, this is just fucking idiotic. They're caught up in online brainwash shit. We see what you're doing for the people. I know my audience understands this, and many people in the periphery also understand this. Like, you're not, the average normie is not tuned into like the everyday drama. For them, they're like, if they were to encounter this commentary, they'd be like, "What the fuck are you talking about? Like, this is a much larger aid mission than like one guy's ambitions for clout, right?" And I don't know why they like take such. I don't know why they find such joy in actively, you know, in actively undermining things that I'm trying to do, or celebrating what they perceive as like a failure. You know. Yeah, it's because you talk about it, dude. No one cares, but you and Morans. Yeah, I don't know. I find it very strange. They can't cancel your college appearances, so they're going after people saying that you want on. I've always found this dynamic interesting. Like, I only watch you and a few other political commentators, e.g. Majority Report on Twitch, but I always see so much brain rot tangential to it, which is just silly and ridiculous shit while I'm trying to actually get serious news and politics. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why they would just like I don't know why they won't just like leave me alone. You know what I mean? I don't know why there's like so much joy that you can derive, so much satisfaction that you can derive out of this. Like, because if you think about it a little bit further, you realize that this is not about me at all, right? Like, do you think it's good that America is starving the Cuban population, right? Do you think it's a good thing? Do you agree with that? Do you agree with American imperialism? Do you agree with America's policies of refusing to send oil, refusing to allow other countries to ship oil into Cuba? There's a major energy crisis in Cuba right now that is completely human-made. Very strange. You know? It's very strange stuff. It's very sad. It's very sad stuff. Very strange stuff in general. I think a lot of people without realizing it, like also play a role in propaganda. Even back when I used to dislike you, I understood that constantly focusing on you was unproductive use of my time. How these guys can do this all the time is crazy. Well, you only do this if you have no investment in things, right? If you have no interest in politics whatsoever. This is actually the most interesting way that you can entertain talking about politics. And unfortunately, for a lot of young people out there, they also don't have any real investment in politics at all, even if politics is fucking them and fucking their futures, which is precisely what I'm trying to get across. A lot of these guys basically operate in this very nihilistic, very cynical way, very narcissistic way, where they're just like, fuck my enemies. I hate this guy. He's called me out for gambling. Fuck him. He is my enemy forever. And I know that I can I can scratch this itch and get a little bit of clout on the side as well by attacking him over and over again. And normally, I think a lot of content creators avoid that kind of friction. Most content creators hate this kind of friction. So they'll play ball. They'll either like deliberately shut the fuck up and never talk about XQC or Aiden Ross or all these other content creators because they're fearful of like the pushback that they'll receive from their audiences, the endless barrages of harassment, right? I don't do that. Every now and then I will actually go, fuck you, right? And then obviously that back and forth continues. Dude, no one gives a fuck about this. You are grandstanding during a war. I just gave you a real news update. Stryker was just hacked. Yes, I know. I will be talking about that in a little bit. I guess part of the reason why I bring this up every now and then is so that, you guys are aware of like when you hear, negative commentary, you just know where it comes from, right? And you also understand like what the reason for that negative commentary is. Because if you think that it's because like these people have like a genuine ideological disagreement with what I believe and what I am defending, it's not that at all. It's something super silly. It's much sillier than that. It's much more pathetic than that. It's much more childish than that. But unfortunately, a lot of people on the internet are also kind of childish, and there is a market for this kind of content. It is what it is. It's kind of sad. What are you going to do? Brother, you interview actual political figures. They interview and stream with pedophiles, no worries. It doesn't matter. They have big audiences, and they are constantly fomenting hate. And then like celebrating what they perceive as like a successful interception. You know what I mean? And literally leaning into cameos to make it seem like this was actually a successful way, a successful initiative to like stop Hasan from interviewing this one guy. I've been in Dem politics for a long time. The establishment Dem group chats are cheering every piece of criticism on Mamdani. The same theory goes here. You're doing something that if you succeed upends the power and authority they build. Yeah, that one is a little bit more understandable though, because like if you're an establishment Democratic consultant, your power is slipping away every time there is like a successful socialist that overthrows the establishment and actually gains popularity, gains momentum, and plays a formative role in building this movement. So for those guys, it's their bread and butter. For a lot of these guys, they have no real investment in politics at all. Maybe some of them have like ideological disagreements, but at the end of the day, it's mostly just drama and clout for a lot of these people. So I'm a little bit more understanding of why. Democratic operatives would celebrate attacks against Zoran Mamdani. You were mentioned. This is the next wave of political fundraising by McKenna Kelly. In Discord servers and Instagram DMs, content creators are organizing, turning followings into millions and millions of dollars in political giving. Oh, this is... they didn't even reach out for comment on this, but I suspect it has something to do with, the Oliver Larkin stream where we raised $56,000. This is the second year she talked about you for her birthday. She's obsessed with you. I don't know who this person is, but I wish them well. I hope they're doing all right, and I hope they get better, and I hope they find happiness in their lives. Okay? Peepin' Pippa. The market is half of this community at this point. They engage with this behavior. They believe their baits like this cameo shit and forward it to you. It's a never-ending cycle. Yeah, I mean, there is some utility in addressing it every now and then, right? I think it's fine to address it every now and then. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it all the time, especially not at a time like this. But I think there's a decent reason to offer a little bit of pushback to my audience so that they understand where it's coming from, right? Hell nah, she's a loser Nazi. Yeah, I don't know anything about her. I don't know anything about her at all. So but if you think that this is something I'm doing routinely, I don't think that's fair. I don't think it's a fair assessment, especially considering that for the past like 12 days I have spent 9 hours to 10 hours every single day exclusively covering what's going on in Iran.
And what it's potentially getting when the Strait of Hormuz is closed. I'll just show you the geography there, because it's striking to look at this. So much, when you're talking about those 30 million barrels of oil a day, so much of it is coming from such a concentrated part of the world. If you just look here, what these kind of light blue areas are showing you is the oil and gas fields. And just look at how they are congregated here. It's just kind of due to a quirk of geology, really. Things happening kind of hundreds of millions of years ago. You've got, for instance, over here, that's the North Field. That is the biggest gas field in the world, unparalleled. Actually, as a kind of source of primary energy, it's very hard to find anywhere else that kind of competes. You've got there, that's Ghawar, which is in Saudi Arabia. That's the world's biggest oil field. More crude oil there than anywhere else in the world. And if you're looking at this area, you probably can see that a lot of it kind of begins here, and it's kind of landlocked, isn't it? And the reason that the Strait of Hormuz matters so much is that's basically the only way out for most of this oil. Now, one of the questions a lot of people have been asking over this period is, well, hold on, could you just get it out differently, a different way? And in some senses, the answer is yes, because there are lots of pipelines that are dotted around this area. So for instance, we'll just focus on a couple of them. This is the east-west pipeline that traverses Saudi Arabia. You can get quite a lot of oil out of that. Over there,
it's 15% capacity. Part of the reason why there's also no like real integration with all the other refineries in the region is because the Gulf states have always been fucking warring against one another as well. They've always had political problems. And have not been able to create, like, even though they have the financial incentive, they haven't been able to create a successful initiative, and they need far more pipelines to be able to successfully reroute all of the oil from the refineries that are coming from the Persian Gulf. Pipelines themselves are also obviously vulnerable as well. But as I've said, if you're wondering why they don't have like more pipelines to just reroute the oil to a dock on the Red Sea side, well, that's the reason. There's also the other problem here. If they were to reroute it to the Red Sea, I mean, yeah, you have entry into the European market, but if you're supposed to go through the Asian market, if you're supposed to go to the Asian market, you still can't cross this side because there is another choke point that Yemen controls on this side. At that point, I guess you have two options. One, bribe the Ansar Allah movement to allow them to let you go through, which they have done so in the past in the Red Sea as well during the previous blockades, or you just wait it out. So that's the problem for these guys. If they're trying to go to the Asian markets, they have to go through another choke point that this time the Ansar Allah movement controls. So
that's the Fujairah pipeline that kind of goes through the UAE and takes that oil so that you can get it. You don't have to go through the Strait of Hormuz. It's the other side of the strait, if you kind of see there. If you can kind of rely on not getting...
We think it's UAE Israeli-backed proxies in Yemen that sent the drones to Duqm port and Salalah port. They are both very near to Yemen. I'm Omani, and none of us think it's the Iranians' thoughts. Yeah, I don't think it's the Iranians either. We think it's the UAE Israeli-backed proxies in Yemen that sent the drones. Yeah, it makes sense. It does not make sense for Iran to strike the oil refineries in Oman at all. It does not make sense. I said this earlier because Oman is the closest ally that Iran has. But obviously, I suspect that Oman will, do an investigation and figure out exactly what took place. There is zero. I find it very, very unlikely that Iran would strike Oman or even strike the refinery capabilities of Oman because of their close allegiance. Oman, if I'm not mistaken, doesn't even have American military bases, right? Pretty sure Oman doesn't even have American military bases on its soil. So it seems like it's a false flag. They do? Are you sure? Those Oman have U.S. military bases. Yes, Oman. Okay, I was wrong. Oman does host one U.S. Is this it? RAFO Thermate Base is a military airfield located near Thermate, a town in Dhofar Governorate, Oman. The Royal Air Force of Oman are the two operators of RAFO Thermate and is home to the RAFO squadrons. They are temporary, I think, and it's home to two RAFO squadrons of F-16s. The United States Air Force is a current tenant, and so is the British Royal Air Force, and the Indian Air Force also use RAFO Thermate during regular cross-nation military exercises. Drones hit a port, though? No, I know. But for Iran to strike the Omani refineries or the ports would be very unlikely. Is a British base mainly?
Bombed around there. You don't have to go through. The key thing, of course, is that's Iran. But here's the catch.
No, they don't. They may host some personnel at a base, but it's not an official base that belongs to the U.S. There's a difference in technicals and semantics.
These pipelines already have a certain amount of oil going through them. You could get more. You could certainly get about, maybe, optimistically, about 5 million barrels a day through the East-West pipeline, and maybe getting towards kind of 700,000 through this pipeline there. Add that up, and remember, what we're talking about is the gap, 15 million barrels a day. That's the key number to keep in mind. Well, that kind of takes, so there's the gap there. So it's all about how we bridge that gap. Pipelines might get you 5.7 million of the way. But of course, you still have a big gap there. You've still got 9.25 million barrels short. So then you have to start looking at other things. And that's where we come back to the IEA. And remember this chart I showed you right at the start, the biggest ever. It turns out this is not the key chart. What really matters here is not the total amount.
If the region was rich in Zin, you'd be just as cruel. True, I would be. I would be demanding that America take over the region by force so we can control the pipelines that keep the Zin flowing.
Of oil that's going to be released, over the course of the next few months. Instead, what really matters is how much oil is going to be released a day. And last time around, each of these different kind of conflicts and moments, the flows kind of varied, but they were more or less about 2 million barrels a day. This time around, the IEA hasn't actually told us how much it's going to be releasing a day. Not yet, at least, at the time of recording this. If it were to be 2 million a day, then, to be honest with you, if you look at, take that, add that to our kind of pipeline amount, you can still, there's still a big gap, isn't there? 7.25 million barrels short. But if, on the other hand, the amount that's going to be released each day is going to be bigger, that really would be historic. That would be historic. And, based on what we're seeing at the moment, it could well be kind of 4, maybe 4.5 or so million barrels a day, which is important just to keep that machine fed. And if that's the case, put that over there, add it to that, and the gap is much more narrow. But there's still a gap. And there is one other kind of thing that might well bridge it. Look back at this map here. Look at the Strait of Hormuz. Now, as you know, it's kind of effectively closed, but it's not entirely closed because there are still 1 or 2 ships going through it. This is showing you the flow of tanker traffic, it's oil and gas, before this conflict began and then after. And, you know, it's really...
Kind of feels like they did actually stop it, don't you think? This is boring as fuck. I agree.
Let's return now to those
U.S. is being drawn in to fight Iran's war. Professor Michael Clark analysis. Wow.
several cargo vessels.
That's
have
one
been
way
hit
to
by
put it.
projectiles.
This is like when these guys were saying Jeffrey Epstein might be a foreign state asset, except not for Israel, but for China and Russia. Okay? This analysis is awesome. U.S., every fucking high-level American government official has literally said, we're doing this for Israel. We're doing this for Israel. Am Israel high. Am Israel high. You know, we're going to keep fighting Israel's war. You're going to die for Israel and you're going to like it. If you don't actually like dying for Israel, then you're fucking anti-Semitic.
In the Strait.
U.S. is being drawn into the fight Iran wants. Oh, I read the title wrong. Well, even then, let's see what he says.
Defense and security analyst Professor Michael Clark has more.
I have to pee.
They'll carry on doing this, and I think the timing is not incidental. Remember, last night, President Trump threatened them. He said, you know, if you try and close the Strait of Hormuz...
Because they're not being drawn into the fight Iran wants. This is we started the fight. We started the fight. This is the fight not Iran wants, but Israel wants. So once again, my point still stands. They are abso-fucking-lutely trying to make it seem like it's anything but that.
And we'll deliver fire and brimstone against you. He made sort of blood-curdling threats to them. And so they responded by attacking 3 ships. That's their message. That when they're not going to be intimidated by this, this is what they're trying to say. And as I keep saying, you don't have to close the Strait of Hormuz with mines. You simply have to make it dangerous for cargo ships and tankers to transit it. And that's what they've done. As long as the Strait of Hormuz is dangerous, then effectively it is closed. And the Iranians have got quite a lot of options if they choose to use them. I mean, the Americans say that they've sunk 51 naval vessels. I'm sure that's true. CENTCOM, Central Command, have said that. But remember that the Iranians started this crisis with over 450 naval vessels of various sorts. They are thought to have about 25 submarines, most of them mini submarines, and the Americans, I think, have only claimed to have hit 1 or possibly 2 of them. So it may be that they've still got submarines, and they've certainly got plenty of ways of launching drones, certainly drones, if not missiles, from the shores, their northern shore, if you like, along the Strait of Hormuz, along that whole Gulf, Strait of Hormuz, I mean, northwards, north and westwards, along the coast of the Gulf. So there's lots that they could continue to do, and what I think that they are trying to do is draw the Americans in to the sort of battle that will be easier for the Iranians to fight, because if the Americans get drawn in...
Why not just use a big chain that worked for Constantinople, right? I mean, it literally didn't. Because guess what? The Turkish forces actually pulled the fucking ships off land and then dumped them in to, I think, Galatasaray.
Then the chances are they'll take some losses and the Iranians will get lucky once or twice. And that's the sort of thing that will have a big political effect, they must calculate, in Washington.
And Michael, the next obvious question is, can the Americans do anything to stop them?
Oh, they can. I mean, they've gamed this out many times at Central Command, and so have the British planners as well. I mean, you know, all of those nations that have taken a role in Gulf security have thought about this for many years. What would happen if the Strait of Hormuz was closed? And yes, it can be done. So it needs a gun line of destroyers, of air defense destroyers.
Are they really sending sleeper agents? They say the decrypted radio signal that is supposed to wake up sleeper agents in many other countries. Is that true? No, man, it's not. And I don't believe that at all, okay? I'm sorry. When 9/11 happened, it wasn't enough for Americans to be fucking terrified, okay? It wasn't enough for Americans to be utterly terrified about 9/11 happening in their backyard. They had to universalize that experience. So, anthrax attacks took place all around the United States of America. And it was very strange, and we still to this day don't know exactly what took place in these anthrax attacks or where this anthrax came from. But there was a lot of suspicion that this anthrax was specifically designed in a lab that was affiliated with the FBI. Okay? But the anthrax attacks that happened right around 9/11, like right after 9/11, universalized the fear for a lot of Americans that there was a foreign enemy out there. There was a foreign enemy out there that was literally trying to kill Americans in like podunk fucking towns in Iowa and whatnot. Okay? This created unlimited appetite for the average American to go and wage war, go on this revenge quest. Do you really think the dude who was arrested for the anthrax attacks was a patsy? Yes. I do. The anthrax attacks are one of those conspiracies that I do think is like not a real, like that's not a conspiracy theory. I think that's a real thing that happened.
With so many proud, hardworking, unbelievable American patriots.
Anyway, let's listen to our big, beautiful, glorious president now.
And we're here today with the men and women of a phenomenal company that has been helping Kentucky grow and prosper for 6 incredible decades. In other words, they've been here for a long time. Verst Logistics.
I don't know why he looks so moist today.
Just met a lot of the
My president, you're looking extra moist today, my president. I love you.
I love you, actually. If they didn't, I wouldn't be here, probably. I don't think I'd be here. If they didn't love you, I'd walk off this stage right now. With your help, this family-owned business has risen from a small trucking operation into a juggernaut of warehousing, packaging, one of the biggest, transportation, all these big labels they put on. But I'll tell you, America's favorite brands right here, and this has been an unbelievable group of people that built this wonderful company, and I want to thank them very much. It's an honor to be here. And like the people of Kentucky, you do it with skill and precision and pride, using equipment stamped with those beautiful words, made in the USA. Do you remember? Made in the USA. We're putting it all over the place. And we're making more and more things in the USA, more than we ever had. More people are working today in the USA than at any time in the history of our country. And by the way, do we have a great military? The best. Better than any military in the world by far. I didn't know that we're going to have to be showing it off so much, to be honest with you. I built it. In my first term, we built this military, and I didn't know that we'd have to use it quite as much as we're using it, but we're using it well, and there's no better military. There's nobody even close, so we're very proud of it. So we have in this company 2,600 employees, and they pour out their sweat and their soul into shipping the products America knows and loves, and they're doing more business than they've ever done before. And thanks to the record-setting tax cuts that we passed in the great, big, beautiful bill, biggest tax cuts in the history of our country, tax cuts. You know, as I grew up, I'd watch politicians, and I'd always hear that, we're going to cut your taxes, cut your taxes. This is the first group of opponents. It's the first group, the Democrats. They're always saying, we're going to raise your taxes. Historically, a politician has to. Ideally, you're going to follow through. But you have to say, we're cutting taxes. They say, we're going to raise that. They were going to give you, if they won, Kamala and Joe, Sleepy Joe.
Yeah, notice how the mass deportation signs are no longer in existence at these rallies, and now they're doing bigger paychecks and affordability-related signs? Something to consider.
In the history of our country. And I kept saying, are they really saying this? I don't know. What do I know about politics? I haven't been doing it that long. But they were going to give you the biggest tax cut, and now again, the midterms are coming. They want to raise your taxes higher than you've ever had before. We have to win. The midterms are going to be very, very important to keep it going. But thanks to the tax cuts, which are record-setting, We passed the great, big, beautiful bill, and I'm pleased to report that Verse Logistics is investing more than $10 million into expanding its operations this year, right here, $10 million. And you're buying brand new tractor trailers and opening up warehouses in 2 additional states, Texas and North Carolina. And that's what it's all about. And that's why we did it. And with the help of our tax cuts, all of those trucks and warehouses and equipment purchases, everything that we're doing, and everything that you see in this country that's being built, you get what's called expensing, meaning a deduction in the first year. 1 year, it's the bit. Now, to a lot of people, that doesn't mean. To me, it means something else. It means jobs. That's why we have so many.
What the
jobs.
fuck?
The best jobs ever.
Bro, glorp.
Perhaps most importantly,
they're getting glorp too. He's green for an amazing reason.
No tax on overtime.
What is happening? Do we have another camera feed?
Whoever thought that was going to happen? That means every extra hour you work, your overtime pay is now 100% tax-free. You have no tax. Remember.
May Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States.
What the hell you bringing it home to? Okay, I don't know who you're bringing it home to. I don't want to know. That's not my business, although it could be interesting. After so many years of politicians who sold out the working men and women of our country, we finally have a president who puts American workers first.
Totally. If there's a president that puts American workers last, like openly, it's Donald Trump, okay? Most American presidents are obviously servants of capital, but Donald Trump doesn't even hide it. Donald Trump doesn't even try to make it seem like he's anything but a servant of capital and capitalists that happen to be some of his best friends. This is the rug pull president, dude.
But they're front row Joes. They're like professionals at getting on the front row. Thank you. There's a lot of them, too. Thank you very much. Great honor.
Yeah, he puts
so a short time ago,
first on the chopping block.
Under a man named Sleepy Joe Biden. Has anyone heard of him?
Boo.
Has anyone heard of him? How about Barack Hussein Obama?
Boo.
He went to Jesse Jackson's funeral. He spoke, and it was like a political hit job. And the family of Jesse Jackson got angry as hell at him because they understand they hated each other. You know, he was there. But I loved watching that. That was so... The family goes outside and they start screaming at him. A short time ago, under Biden and his allies in Congress, we were dead as a doornail.
How does that work? That was 10 years ago? Bro, it doesn't matter. These guys literally will never let go. They are so vindictive. They are so angry about the fact that there was a black president. Okay? Many of them just remembered that.
Since the election, all time. And the typical American's 401k is up by almost $35,000 since I took office. And in 4 years, Joe Biden got less than $1 trillion of new investment into the United States. So think of this. $1 trillion over a period of much less, over a period of 4 years. We got $18 trillion. And Jake Paul knows what that means. $18 trillion in 11 months, because they haven't calculated the 12 months. So we have $18 trillion in 11 months. Say in a year, what difference does it make? Compared to substantially less than $1 trillion in 4 years. You would say they didn't do a good job, Jake. I didn't ask Jake who he voted for, but I don't think it was Kamala. I don't think so. I think your whole reputation would be shot if you said, oh, I voted for Kamala. That would be the end of your whole career, Jake. But here in the heartland of America, you're already seeing the results of what we've done. I just came from Thermo Fisher Scientific in Reading, Ohio, right across the way. The great American company that's investing $2 billion in domestic manufacturing, all because of what we've done with the tariffs and with the deductions and all of the other things that we've done, Ford Motor Company, and by the way, we have more jobs in terms of construction. We're building more factories now in this country than at any time in the history of our country. More factories are being built. And Ford Motor Company, a good old staple, has announced a $2 billion assembly plant in Louisville, Kentucky, which will support more than 2,200 Kentucky jobs. And I was with Ford the other day. I was in Detroit, and Bill Ford, the head of it, he had an advantage over everybody else in getting the job, but that's okay. He was born Ford, but he was showing me a plant that was built in like 1914, very old, one of the biggest plants in the country, but one of the oldest. And they were getting ready to shut it down a year and a half ago. And then he heard Trump was running, and he sort of said, let's wait. So they were getting ready to shut it down. It was on minimal time. It was just a question of time, but he said, let's wait. And he waited. And they just announced 2 weeks ago that they're now going to run 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, building the Ford 150. A big difference. It's a big difference. That's a big difference. You shut it down or you run 24 hours a day. And they're doing a good job. Apple, a great company, $2.5 billion to manufacture 100% of the glass for iPhones and Apple Watches right here in Kentucky factories, all being made.
Oh.
And Apple's spending $650
What is
billion.
happening? Bro, it's crazy. Are the cameras getting busted waiting for the stream? Oh my God. I can't believe that like their professional equipment. This is the White House's own professional equipment. I wonder if they're getting hacked. Cause like it could be like it could be like a cyber attack or something. My Spectrum TV is hacked. Really? Oh my God. Wait, this one's busted too.
But $650 billion, think of it. And just 2 days ago, GE Aerospace, they're doing phenomenally, announced a $1 billion.
Or if we're being real, it could literally just be, it could straight up just be bad infrastructure in Kentucky. Like that literally could be the case.
Jobs in Kentucky, okay? Kentucky. I love the way a real Kentuckian pronounces it, but if I do it, but I love Kentucky. More Americans are working today than any time in history, and that number is going to be, wait till you see the numbers by the end of the year. We did an excursion. You know what an excursion is? We had to take a little trip to get rid of some evil, very evil people. It should have been done for 47 years. They've been killing our people. 47 years. 47 years. And I can only say this. They were all prepared. They're very strong. You know, they're going to try and take over the whole Middle East. They were going to knock out Israel. They don't know what the hell hit them, right? They don't know what hit them. They got hit by the American military. They don't know. They say, what the hell is happening? They didn't expect anything like this. To bring down energy costs for American workers and families and businesses like this one, we ended the Green News scam. You know the scam? Greatest scam in American history. Well, maybe the election results of the second election were. I would say what was the greater scam, the Green News scam or the 2020 rigged election? I would say the 2020. I think the election.
I like hearing what Trump has to say and his audience response from time to time, because it's a somber reminder of how cattle-like this community is, like this support base is, this movement is. It's unbelievable that one of the biggest fucking charlatans in American history, one of the biggest con men in American history, can just go on this fucking stage and still have a pliant audience that's like basically livestock, as he is lighting their futures on fire, waging wars at the behest of a foreign state, sending potentially their sons and daughters to go die for Israel. And it's mind-boggling that they just still sit there and think, oh, hell yeah, that's right, my president, USA, USA, over and over and over again. Yeah, we got Ford F-150s. It's crazy, man. Like, this goes beyond my anger and resentment for the controlled opposition party that is the Democratic Party. I do think that there is a cult element here as well, for sure. There is a systemic factor at play here with defunding educational initiatives and making a much more malleable population after years and years of destroying the American heartland. And the anger and resentment that has been built in this base that Trump has so successfully used to his electoral advantage by constantly taking that anger and resentment and saying, your anger is my anger. We're all angry at these libtards. But at this stage, there is definitely so much after, 10 years of fucking propaganda. These guys are impossible to shake away, I think. Anyway, I can't watch the rest of this shit. I thought he might talk about Iran, but he probably won't because he knows it's unpopular, just like he's not talking about mass deportations any longer. So.
Yes, you just said it is a little excursion and you said it is a war. So which one is it?
Well, it's both. It's both. It's an excursion that will keep us out of a war. And the war is going to be, for them it's a war. For us, it's turned out to be easier than we thought.
Just absolute cope. And even you got people like Ducey asking this question now. You know what I mean? This is Peter Ducey asking. That's fucking Fox News. Fox News is like, you said it's an excursion and you said it's a war. Which is it? I mean, come on now. It's crazy. It's crazy. Going back to Iran, and for the record, like, this is more proof that the MAGA base is obviously a cult. There is no MAGA split on Iran. Poll after poll shows 85 to 90% of MAGA Republicans support the U.S. strikes on Iran. Many news outlets ran with stories from Tucker Bannon, etc., without checking if they represent any meaningful segment of GOP voters. They don't. This actually is terrifying for two reasons. One, because MAGA is cattle, and I always stress the importance of that point. I hope you guys understand. This is part of the reason why I keep saying it. But the other scary part of this is that Tucker Carlson does command the attention of a massive base. So if it's not actually MAGA, who is watching Tucker Carlson? Because that's a far scarier outcome if Tucker Carlson's entire audience is now people on the liberal side of things, people on the independent side of things. It's terrifying to think. Perhaps there's a reason for that. Perhaps there's a reason for that. And that reason is because Tucker Carlson fills this void. Okay, there are a lot of non-voters. There are a lot of Americans who have the exact same feelings that you have, who share the same resentments, who are recognizing that this country is completely servile to the interests of Israel. The issue here is Tucker Carlson gets to cut through that noise as a prominent fixture in the Republican Party for years and years, as someone who has a lot of influence within the Republican political circles, given his dominance for years at Fox News. And for that reason, a lot of people internationally watch Tucker Carlson. I know that for a fact. A lot of people in the United States of America watch Tucker Carlson because they agree with him. This is a problem. It's a problem because Tucker Carlson does not have a sincere anti-imperialist argument. He is grifting, to say the least. There's a real danger here, and that danger is born out of the Democratic Party and left media not being able to lead on the issue of Israel. There is an appetite for people. There is an interest from the people to hear these anti-Israel talking points. But unfortunately, there is a real vacuum at the top of the party. The same goes for, he's talking about Iran now. All right, let's hear what he has to say.
Blow-up ships. And we knocked out 31 of them. And, you know, I was very proud of myself. I said, why did you use the weapon that we use on the drugs that come in by sea? Do you know that drugs by sea are down 98%? And I said, that's a hell of a weapon. And they said, well, give it a shot. It worked very well. We've knocked out, I think, 28 or 29, all of them, almost all of them. They'll all be gone. By the time I'm finished speaking, they'll be gone. These people work very fast. But I'm pleased to report that earlier today, the International Energy Agency agreed to coordinate the release of a record 400 million barrels of oil from various national petroleum reserves around the world.
Yeah,
which will substantially reduce the oil prices as we end this threat to America and this threat to the world. We don't want to leave early, do we? We got to finish the job, right? Over the past 11 days, our military has virtually destroyed Iran. Tough country. Their air force is gone. Totally gone. That took the better part of about 3 hours. They no longer have radar. They don't have anti-aircraft equipment. They don't have anything. Their missiles are down 90%. Their drones are down 85%. We're blowing up the factories where they're made left and right. And frankly, nobody has ever seen anything like it. Nobody's ever seen anything like what you're witnessing now, and that can include the original killing of Soleimani and al-Baghdadi, two of the worst killers in the world that I did, as well as Operation Midnight Hammer, where we totally obliterated Iran's nuclear potential. We obliterated it. They don't have nuclear potential. And then after Midnight Hammer, and then we left, we figured that'll be the end of them for a while. But they started again. That's why we got to finish it, right? We don't want to go back every 2 years. And that's because, you know, there'll be some day when you don't have me as president. You'll have perhaps you'll have a weak, pathetic person like we've had in the past, mostly all. Like Barack Hussein Obama, who signed one of the worst deals ever with Iran, where they were going to give up everything. Remember when he filled up a 757 with $5 billion
in MOUs in the first 2 days?
Sent it to Iran? Billions. People forget that. That's when I realized the presidency is very powerful. When you could put over $1 billion in an airplane and fly it over and give it to a foreign country that's your enemy. How stupid was that? But that deal, the Iran nuclear deal, gave them the right to have a nuclear weapon as of 3 years ago. If I didn't terminate that deal, I terminated it very quickly. If I didn't terminate that deal, they would have had nuclear weapons, and this world would right now be a different place, much different place. Believe me.
Believe me,
and then Biden, he came along. He had no clue. He didn't know what the hell he was doing. But they
look. If you're wondering how to communicate to even the cattle in here, you tell them this, okay? 1, These guys are lying to you about the ever-present danger that countries like Iran pose to the United States of America, okay? 2, every single dollar that is spent on a bomb is a dollar stolen from you, okay? Because that's a dollar that could go to your roads. That's a dollar that could go to hardening your infrastructure. That's a dollar that could go to building your schools. That's a dollar that could go to making sure you have proper health care in this country, okay? That's it. That's it. Enough with these idiotic, unnecessary, senseless, violent wars overseas. And especially in this case, it is a foreign country that has caused America to go and wage this war. That is a fairly successful way to get people to understand. Maybe not these guys because they're so invested in the MAGA movement, but there are plenty of people you can talk to. There are plenty of people you can talk to with this message and cause them to understand. Okay?
It's great. But oil prices are already coming back down, and it's going to come down, but we're not leaving until that job is finished, and it's going to be very fast. It's going to be very fast, but we're not going to count on having competent presidents. We have to assume we're going to have incompetent ones, like the one we had last time that couldn't walk off a stage. Remember? He'd finish with a speech. The speech would last about 2 minutes. People would come out, not many, like 2 people. And he'd be finished with the speech, and then he could never find his way off the platform. He'd look around over here. There's so many stairs. Like I have 4 sets of stairs on this platform. Usually they have at least that.
We don't want to end early. We want to finish the job. That's from the rally, yes.
Now, I know the problem with this, it can happen. You could slip. I could slip. I came downstairs today that was soaking wet. You know, it's a little rainy today. And I have steel stairs. And I'm saying, ay. But I do it very slowly. I grab that thing. Because nobody cares if you set a speed record. The only thing I admired about Barack Hussein Obama, which was nothing, actually, but the only thing is the way he bobbed down. Remember? He'd bob. Hey, you talk about unpresidential. He's bobbing. And I couldn't believe that he made it without at least a noticeable major fall. But Biden was the opposite. Biden couldn't even walk up the stairs. He fell 3 times walking up the stairs. And the world watches that, and they don't like seeing it, although they actually do like seeing it, because they say, what the hell is going on? Or when he fell at the Air Force Academy, right? And the general was standing there, could have caught him, but he didn't want to drop the paper that he's holding in his hand. So Biden went down for the count. Now, we have a country now that's respected, and we don't play games, and we have the greatest military. And
do people in Kentucky not farm, by the way? Like, are there no fucking farms in Kentucky? Because fertilizer prices have jumped up by 30% in the most conservative estimates. It's absolutely eviscerating agribusiness. So I don't know. I mean, not a single one of them is asking why. Is there no one in Kentucky that needs fertilizers? Like, I don't understand this at all. It's very, very frustrating. I guess a lot of these people are too stupid to recognize what's happening.
I drive them crazy because half of the time I'm not.
Oh, shit. Someone died behind him. What the fuck? I think someone is...
In an interview.
No. Oh, no. Someone is having a medical incident behind Trump. Is it hot out there? What's going on?
You have a doctor in the house, please? Doctor? Yeah, take your time, please.
It's hot, humid, and storming.
Take your time.
Damn, brother. Wait, this guy's still filming Trump? Someone in the chat said -1 vote.
These are great people. They wait so long, hours and hours.
If Dr. Jihad was there, Dr. Jihad would save him. Okay? I'm Dr. Jihad. Yeah. Is there a doctor in the building is so funny. If there is one building where there is no doctor, like there's obviously EMTs, but if there's one building where there is no doctor in that crowd, it's this building, okay? Like this is the one fucking room in Kentucky where it's the least likely for a doctor to be in, okay? Anyone that has a college degree and then another fucking 4 years is not in this room, okay? Paramedics have to be there. Lucky for them.
First responders are incredible.
John Iden, thank you for the 10 gifted subs, sponsoring the Piker Broadcasting Service. Up. They cut the feed. Oop. Man down, I guess. Remember when people would always pass out at Bernie rallies and he would go yelling to grab water? First responder got his earphones, probably listened to Patrick Bet David. Oh, he's not gonna make it. He's not gonna make it with a first responder doing that. Let me tell you. They fainted from all the winning, yeah.
Do you think the people backstage are listening to me?
He fucking
How
hates
about
this shit.
Ave Maria? Well, because this is going to be okay. How about putting it in right now, Ave Maria, if they are listening? Ave Maria by...
He wants to play Ave
Papa
Maria
Rama.
as one of his hogs is dying. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, he is so good. He's so good. He's like, that motherfucker's dead. Come on, man. Play it. Oh, it's the old lady. Donald Trump looking at this old lady being like, I almost sang your funeral hymns. All right, everyone, we're playing my favorite song.
We are Charlie Kirk. We carry the
What the fuck?
We'll fight
Yo.
for the gospel.
What?
We'll honor his name. We are Charlie Kirk.
Oh no, I'm having too much I'm having too much fun.
Take your time, Doctor. Take your time. She
Oh
looks
my God,
great.
that's Dr. Oz. The
She looks-
only doctor in the room is Dr. Oz. She got switched out during the pause. I'm the guy in the red hat. Yeah, that's a clone, brother.
It's Dr. Oz. Can you believe it? Dr. Oz. Wow. He's a good doctor. Thank you, Oz.
He's a good doctor. He's a good doctor. Though some might say the best doctor.
Thank you, everybody. Great job. Thank you. Well, thank you very much. We're talking about Gavin Newsom. Doesn't seem like a very good subject right now. It made that young lady not feel so good. Anyway, he admitted he has mental problems, that he's not a smart person, that he has a mental lack of ability. He's unable to read a speech, can't read. And all of the other things he said he has a lot of mental problems. And I was attacked by a reporter that said, well, what's wrong with that? I said, nothing's wrong with it. But I don't want the President of the United States to have a cognitive deficiency. Okay. Right? And when he admitted this, I said, I think he just lost the Democrat nomination. What do I know? But you know what? I'm for everybody, but you know, when it comes to president, you got to be sharp. You got to be sharp as hell. One of the greatest victories we have achieved for hardworking Americans with the help of our great Republican majorities in Congress is no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, and as I told you before, no tax on overtime, which affects you. 800,000 Kentucky seniors. And every Democrat voted against it. So remember. And
I think it's a little crazy that an illiterate motherfucker like Donald Trump is saying that Gavin Newsom has cognitive disabilities because he's dyslexic. Like, bro, are you even literate? Like, I don't understand.
They will end it. We got to win the midterms.
Takes one to
we
know
also
one, I guess.
Made interest on auto loans tax deductible. First time that's ever happened, but I did put a little proviso. The car has to be made in America for you to get it.
Room full of seniors. Oh, you're going to get overtime and no tax on your
tax
overtime.
Cuts are projected to
They're
raise
fucking dying, man. They're dying.
Commonwealth
One of them
by
almost died behind you.
$5,400. Boost household take-home pay for you by nearly $10,000 and protect more than 84,000 Kentucky jobs at a minimum. And some of the jobs we're creating or protecting are right here at Verse Logistics. So let me call up your outstanding CEO, Paul. Come on up real fast, Paul. Come on. Paul Verse. Come on up here, Paul. Let's go. Do it fast, Paul. They don't want to hear from you.
I wish I could have gone before him, Mr. President.
Okay. I can't. I'm not fucking listening to a goddamn CEO talk about how Trump is saving the country, okay? Let's get back to monitoring the situation.
As we're all along the Gulf facing the Iranian coast, it requires airstrikes against anything that moves really near the coast on the Iranian side, and it probably needs lots of mine sweeping and mine countermeasure vessels traveling very close or with the tankers that go through back and forward. So it can be done, but it requires a lot of military coordination, and you can't do it, as it were, just from remote air power. You can't just do it with missiles. You've got to get down low and really guard the straits. And the other thing the Americans have tried to do is to give more insurance guarantees to shipping. So the Development Finance Corporation of America has made $20 billion available, as it were, to reinsure insurance on shipping. But JP Morgan, the bank, said, well, that's not nearly enough. They reckon that they'd need at least $350 billion to insure against all the risks that tankers would take going backwards and forwards. So there's a big issue at the moment as to whether it is possible to create insurance cover for ships that, even with all these measures in place, like destroyers and aircraft and so on, even then they'd be taking a risk by going through the straits. So could they be insured?
I told you already, it's not happening, and it would be unironic. Okay, that's why they're saying this is like falling into Iran's trap. They're not going to do that. Okay? They're not going to fucking send naval assets to literally help the tankers get through, because that image of an American naval asset being blown to fucking smithereens by a swarm of Shahed drones and ballistic missiles would live forever. It would be the single most consequential image that straight up solidifies the death of American empire. I know Trump is dumb enough to try it. Okay? I know Trump is dumb enough to try it. I know. But I don't think his generals would allow that. Like his generals would pull an Adolf Hitler general's mutiny before they would allow that to happen. Okay? Because no one wants that to happen. And none of the competent individuals in the American military will allow that to fucking happen. Wouldn't be the first time. I mean, yes, it's happened in the past, but like, I'm telling you right now, is so fucking unpopular. The leaders of the G7 group of nations, the United States, Canada, Japan, Italy, Britain, Germany, and France agreed to examine the option of providing escort for ships so they can navigate freely. I think Iran would fucking blow their shit up. Maybe I'm crazy, but I think Iran would just be like, all right, bet, bring them. Because what I'm trying to explain to you here is this. If they are crazy enough to blow up American ships, why would they give a fuck about blowing up a French ship or a German one or a Japanese one or an Italian one? Do you understand? Like, America is literally the country. It's the maximum damage that you can do. If you're crazy enough to go toe to toe with the United States of America, this is just, you're just feeding more ships into the ship murder machine. Okay. Yeah, I talked about this already. Planet is engaging in some weird shit. Satellite company Planet, which is a commercial satellite company, has announced a 14-day delay now. It used to be 9 days, but they increased it to 14. Evan Hill, open source visual forensics investigations at Washington Post, one of my favorite journalists at Washington Post, says, in recent years, companies have sometimes stopped providing any new imagery at all in Ukraine, but Planet has been very reliable, very reliable provider, and I think a 2-week delay is a first for them. Speaks to the sensitivity of some of the battle damage that has been coming out. Of course, Mizar Vision is the alternative here, which is the Chinese satellites. But the problem is, it's China. And let's be fucking real. Even if they're giving it privately to Iran, and even if they're giving data privately to Iran, I doubt that the Chinese commercial satellite Mizar Vision is ever going to, reveal this stuff, because they're trade maxing. They must trade. Trade must flow. Commerce must flow. If China cannot increase industrial output by a fraction every single day, they will literally implode. Do you want China to implode? I guess you want every Chinese person to die. Because if they do not consistently engage in trade, they will literally die. Okay? The spice must flow. GDP increased by 3.5% minimum. GDP increased by 3.5% year over year minimum, or every Chinese person dies. Do you want that to happen? Do you want that to happen? They're dead. They're dead. Wow, you did it. You fucking did it. The real reason they want Taiwan is because they want to rename it Trade-wan. Mizar is how we have gotten 98% of all the images of the U.S. bases, U.S. base damage so far. Interesting. How much of the Israeli damage have you been able to receive from Mizar Vision? Especially considering that a big point of contention right now is how successful the Iranian strikes have been on Israel, and specifically Israeli military targets. Are they revealing that information at all, or is Israel an incredibly important trade partner to China? How curious that China, as a foreign nation state, very powerful one, is still abiding by the Israeli government's wishes of having instituted a complete blackout over Israeli military installations and over Tel Aviv as well. Ukraine war was basically live streamed at the start. I don't know if they abide by Ukraine. I suspect they probably do, but it's you know, it's just something to consider. It's just China will do certain things, will push and pull, and China is a very helpful ally for a lot of countries that are developing. Let's be real, a very reliable trade partner. But as it stands, when push comes to shove and you're getting fucking bombed into oblivion, if you're seeking help from China, maybe you're not going to get it. Reports that an oil tanker was hit in the northern Persian Gulf tonight. Iraqi media reports a massive tower of flame off the Iraqi coast. Yet you expect countries with literally no power to spear the resistance? Wait, what? Countries with no power? Guys, this is the same like anti-union bargaining method that everyday laborers commit to, okay? This is a mistake. My argument is united countries are strong. If middle powers united against, American military ambitions instead of going along with it all the time, they do actually have the power. They could lean technically into China. This is the issue. People are unfortunately too afraid. They're always scared. They're always running scared. That's why I give a lot of praise to Spain for removing its ambassador to Israel and its embassy in Tel Aviv, and is leading the charge in the European Union against Israel right now in a very significant way. Spain and Ireland are two countries in the European Union that have been pretty fucking solid on this. Someone has to fucking exhibit the bravery necessary to start changing global affairs in a way that is productive. There is a reason why America is terrified of these sorts of initiatives, okay? Because America also understands that these countries are strong when united. That's why it's been incredibly disappointing seeing Mark Carney deliver that fucking speech about middle powers and then turning around and committing to American imperialism every step of the fucking way, whether it be in Venezuela, which was before the Davos speech, or certainly after, right? He had a little bit of smoke. He had a little bit of smoke for Greenland. But he's done nothing to push back on Cuba, which he has all the power to do so, and he refuses to do so. Where is it? I mean, there was a statement that came out that I thought was really ridiculous. Here's Mark Carney. Just spoke with President Emmanuel Macron about the situation in the Middle East. We condemn the Iran strikes against civilians and civilian infrastructure and underscore the importance of opening secure access through the Strait of Hormuz. Canada supports efforts to safeguard international shipping and ensure freedom of navigation. They're like fucking NPCs. They're like fucking NPCs. It's crazy, bro. Literally, just like, oh, dude, you know who the real bad guys are in this situation? Iran. Come on, man. Come on. Great middle power allegiance in charting a new path forward that shakes the foundations of American imperialism. Are you fucking kidding me? Really? Blaming Iran? Who struck Iran first? Who engaged in an illegal war? It was America and Israel. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. What a fucking puppet. No, do not. That's cope. To say he has to walk a tightrope is cope. If Spain can say it, Canada can absolutely say it. You're out of your fucking mind. That's why I place a lot of emphasis on actual middle powers finally coming out and saying, enough, we're done with this. Come on, dude. Come on. That's also part of the reason why I obviously criticize China as well. Spain isn't in 51st state range. What power does Spain hold in the fucking global affairs? What are you talking about? As opposed to Canada, which is a incredibly important trade partner. Canada and Mexico could do like a separate North American resistance front or something. Like they could set up separate trade negotiations outside of the United States of America if they chose to exercise a level of influence that America has never actually considered before. Today, the Carney government joined the Conservatives and the bloc to defeat Jenny Kwan BC's No More Loopholes bill legislation that would have stopped Canadian weapons sent to the U.S. from being used to fuel the genocide in Gaza. It's a deeply shameful vote that suggests they would rather appease Trump than protect vulnerable civilians. But this moment also shows why voices like Jenny Kwan and her colleagues in the NDP caucus matter so much. They continue to champion human rights, peace, and international justice with courage and persistence, even when few others in the parliament will. Mexico has no leverage, though. They have no weapons. Guys, I think you're failing to comprehend something. No country can go at this alone, okay? No country has the capabilities of going up against American imperialism, but you can chip away at it when you see something that is so morally repugnant, that is so destabilizing, that your opportunity is now. You can chip away at the power of American empire, the power of Western imperialism, by uniting with all these other countries that also recognize right from wrong, by abiding by the wishes of the Democratic majority in these countries. Because if you ask these countries, if you ask the population of these countries, and there are Canadians who are trying to defend Mark Carney here, but ask yourself, what's the approval rating for an Israel-dominated Western world? It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist at all. It even doesn't even exist in America, okay? And Israel is little America. And even here, we don't abide by this. Even here, we don't like it. So you have, unfortunately, more power than we do. Middle powers can be strong if they are united. That's the issue. 70% of Italians want the government to follow Spain's lead. Only 15.9% disagree. New polling in Italy shows 69.5% of Italians believe Italy should follow Spain's lead and deny the use of U.S. military bases on its territory. Only 15.9% disagree, a major signal of growing friction within NATO's southern public sentiment. There is no democracy. That's the problem. Without socialism, there is no democracy. This is the final battle that liberal capitalist countries will have to commit to. They will decide whether or not they will allow fascism to take over or real democracy to thrive. And real democracy can only come with organizing. Real democracy can only come when organized labor has the power to change these countries, to abide by the wishes of the majority. It's that fucking simple. China has no interest in doing the right thing. They just serve their own capitalist class interests. They will never ever help anyone else at all. Leftists shouldn't give China any praise when they've only been beneficial to global capital since the 80s. Yeah, that's ridiculous. You're also wrong about that. That's also not correct. It doesn't matter. China's success alone as a country led by a communist party is already the threat of a good alternative that the USSR represented as well. And China has been very beneficial for developing nations. You're wrong. It's not as black and white as you think. I obviously do have a lot of criticisms of the Chinese government in the way that they engage in foreign affairs. But it is ridiculous. Every country has a role to play here. Obviously, no country will ever engage in a moral act. That's not how countries work. But we are the moral force, okay? We, the working class, are the moral force, the backbone of democracy. So we have to keep up the pressure. We have to continue to organize. We have to continue to force these governments to meet our demands. Do you understand? But whenever there is a leader, for one reason or another, like Pedro Sanchez, that actually sees the way things are unfolding and recognizes the necessity to lean into those popular forces, I will always appreciate it. You're treating China like a little baby and not a global fucking superpower who's allowing us to sleepwalk into thermonuclear war. I don't know, bro. I'm not. I am very critical. I am very critical of China's lack of action here. Or rather, China's action in the direction of Israel, in the direction of defending Israel. Western leftists are so fucking annoying, completely useless, jerking themselves off all day and then blame China for their own inadequacies. Jesus Christ. I mean, let's be real. Who has more power in the global stage? The ascetic, completely desecrated working class movement in the United States of America or in the Western world in general, where no such democracy actually exists, no democratic process actually exists, or the world's largest manufacturing hub? I know that China doesn't want to be the good guy world police. China has no interest in being a hegemonic superpower. I agree. I understand that. Okay. That's their method. That's their mechanism for survival. It's fine. It is what it is. But the dam will inevitably break. It's more so about who leans in to their public's demands. That's why regardless of what people say, it's important. It's important for Spain to take this initiative, to be the first in European countries alongside Ireland to actually do something about it, to move the conversation in the direction of sanctions and boycotts and divestment, okay? Because that will give confidence to other working class movements in other European countries to also demand the same from their governments. And then their governments will have a choice. Do we lean into democracy? Do we try to defend the notion of theoretical democracy and Western liberal capitalism? Or do we completely give way to fascism? China will also come. Everyone plays a role in this. Major powers play a role in this. Minor powers play a role in this. But most importantly, the working class plays the most important role in this. But yeah, the idea that they would like set up a G7 protection, the G7 nations would like send their naval assets to protect oil tankers to allow safe passage over the strait under unlimited maximum firepower from the IRGC's Shahhed drones and ballistic munitions is idiotic. I don't think they'll do that. That would be insane. Let's continue.
ارباب کودک آزار صهیونیست‌ها و سازمان موساد مکرر هشدار داده ایم که جنگ را شما آغاز می‌کنید ولی پایان آن را ما تعیین می‌کنیم. نیروهای مسلح جمهوری اسلامی ایران
Okay, Mao. He said you may start the war but we will determine how it ends.
کنید ولی پایان آن را ما تعیین می‌کنیم.
He said you're coming at me with a very Chinese point of my life.
نیروهای مسلح جمهوری اسلامی ایران به دلیل در دست داشتن ابتکار
جمهوری اسلامی ایران
در تنگه هرمز نیازی به بستن آن تنگه ندارند و بسته شدن تنگه هرمز به دلیل شرایطی است که آمریکا و صهیونیست‌ها بر کشورهای جهان تحمیل کردند. هرگز اجازه نمی‌دهیم حتی 1 لیتر نفت به نفع آمریکا و صهیونیست‌ها و شرکای آنها از تنگه هرمز عبور کند و هر شناوری که شناور و یا محموله نفتی آن برای
Haha, I love your pronunciation. Yeah, he's just saying not a single liter of oil that benefits the Zionist regime or the United States of America will pass the Strait of Hormuz. Abi niye değişik bir Türkçe konuşuyor bunlar? Aynen abi, çok benziyor lan Türkçe'ye. Bizim %15, bizim dilimizin %15'i aslında Farsi'den geliyor. Ondan. Like there's a bunch of words he's using that we in Turkey also use in the Turkish language as well. So it's like kind of funny to hear him say these things. Siyoniste, Cumhuriyet, Amerika.
تیم صهیونیستی و شرکای متخاصم آنها باشد هدف مشروع ما خواهد بود که نخواهید توانست قیمت
Sallama benzemiyor. Oğlum ne diyorsun lan? Bir sürü söylediği kelimeleri anlamıyor musun? Söylediği kelimeler birazcık daha değişik ama anlamıyor musun bazı söylediği şeyleri? Adam Cumhuriyet İslamiye diyor. Ne demek abi Cumhuriyet İslamiye? Ne zannediyor? Ne anlamıyor musun Türkçe olarak ne dediğini orada? Ya hedef ve mesruda dedi. Türkçe işte amına koyayım. Aynen Türkçede de var. İran'ın yani Farsi ile Türkçe arasında %15 kullandığımız kelimeler var beraber. Hedef diyor, silah diyor.
نفت و انرژی را با تنفس مصنوعی
Ya abi bir şeyde haklı olma ya.
پایین بیاورید که با گسترش جنگ در منطقه اعلام کردیم منتظر بشکه‌ای $200 باشید چون قیمت نفت تابع امنیت در منطقه است که منشأ ناامنی شما هستید.
Can Aydın! Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Is Arabic though not Persian? Many Persian words come from Arabic, so are many Turkish words. They're all Arabic. Yeah, I think so. I mean, I don't know. We just have a lot of loan words. Turkish has a lot of loan words with Farsi and Arabic. I feel like they're watching your stream with this move. What is this? In memory of the victims of Epstein Island? It's not. It's fake. This is AI generated. It's not real. Even though Al Mayadeen English also promoted it as though it's real, it's not real. What the fuck? Wait, what?
He wants us on the right side of history. And everyone here has to do their part. And God's got us. Trump's got us. God bless. Love you, Kentucky.
Oh my God, this motherfucker sweat through his suit jacket. Gross.
No, he's a great guy. He's a courageous guy and a talented guy. He's a hell of a fighter, too, by the way. And I just want to say, I'm going to make a prediction that you will be, in the not-too-distant future, running for political office. Okay? And you have my complete and total endorsement, okay? No, that's what we want. He's an incredible guy. A lot of courage and smarts. So in 4 long years, Joe Biden and the radical Democrats in Congress gave us the worst inflation in the history of our country, driving up prices all across the board. They left us a mess. In 12 months, my administration has driven down core inflation down to the lowest level in more than 5 years. And in the last 3 months, inflation was less than 1.7%. Under our policies, prices for chicken, eggs, cheese, butter, potatoes, and fresh fruit are lower today by a lot than when I took office. Hotel rates, automobile prices, and rent payments are way down.
All right, we're out of this. I'm not watching.
To interrupt but the IRGC spokesman is speaking right now. Let's listen in.
And a large number of American forces were killed and injured in American bases in Kuwait. The infrastructure in Salman Harbor, as it constitutes the headquarters of the Fifth Fleet, was attacked by missiles and assault drones and a number of Patriot batteries and American posts in Muhammad al-Ahmad military location were hit by our missiles. And moments ago, Wave 39 was performed in this wave. American bases were targeted in the Persian Gulf. We have also targeted Express Rome ship, which is an Israeli ship. While it was stationed in its place, the Hormuz Strait is under constant surveillance by our naval forces. And our enemies have no right to pass through the Hormuz Strait or the Strait of Hormuz. Our attacks would continue broadly using missiles and drones. We would like to thank our forces for performing such operations. The Islamic Republic, in its defense for its independence and victory, will be from Allah.
We'll leave that there. That's the Iranian Revolutionary Guard spokesman there saying that that Iran.
Wait, that was a U.S. oil tanker? I didn't realize that that was a U.S. oil tanker that was fucking blown up. I suspect this is a reaction to, I suspect that this is a reaction to the American and Israeli strikes hitting an Iranian bank last night. So there are government payments that must be, there are government payments that are being processed right now, and America knows that. And yesterday they fucking hit the Iranian bank, one of the main Iranian public banks, while there were people inside of it, by the way. And that obviously pissed off the IRGC and the Iranian state. And they said that they would actually, they told HSBC and like American banks to basically evacuate the Gulf. They said that they would strike back against like American banks in the region. It is obviously completely fucking ridiculous to do this. It's just another fucking war crime. America's response to it is, oh, well, IRGC payments are getting made from that bank. Like, you can't fucking hit a bank. That's crazy. They're just straight up openly targeting civilian infrastructure. And since then, they have also attacked. Since then, they've also engaged in like some cybersecurity initiatives. I believe like a massive healthcare network was under attack earlier today, where they like went in and deleted a whole bunch of files. But yeah, here it is. Iran's IRGC has threatened to attack economic centers and banks related to the U.S. and Israeli entities in the region after what it called an attack on an Iranian bank, with war on its 12th day. They bombed a bank in Tabriz, very close to where my parents live. Dude, that is fucking crazy. Stryker Medical, right? Yeah. Pro-Iran hackers claim cyber attack on major U.S. medical device maker Stryker. A cyber attack claimed by pro-Iran hackers has caused a global network disruption to a major U.S. medical device maker, according to the company's statement. Michigan-based Stryker is experiencing a global network disruption to our Microsoft environment as a result of a cyber attack, the company said in a statement to CNN. We have no indication of ransomware or malware and believe the incident is contained. Our teams are working rapidly to understand the impact of the attack on our systems. Stryker has business continuity measures in place to continue to support our customers and partners. Stryker makes a range of hospital equipment from defibrillators to ambulance cots. The company's computers in Ireland were also hit by the cyber attack. The Stryker family are huge donors to Democrats in Michigan too. Yeah, I don't know if this is like the. I don't think this is Handala. I don't know if they've claimed credit for it, because Handala is like the Iranian government's own hackers. I don't know if they would hit like Is it Handala, or it could be an independent group? Check logs. They did. It was Handala. They took credit for it. Stryker makes a range of hospital equipment from defibrillators to ambulance cots. Yeah, they came in and they deleted files. A cyber attack linked to an Iranian hacker group has crippled Stryker, a global medical technology company. The attack reportedly used wiper malware that erased data from the network devices, shutting down systems at Stryker's Cork, Ireland site. Affected machines display the logo of a Handala hack. Okay, so it is Handala. Employees said network access collapsed, sending staff home and wiping some work accounts from personal phones. I hope it wasn't as severe as far as its impact. My wife used to work for Stryker and they were hacked today. She messaged her old coworkers and they're at the Apple store because their phones are all bricked and not working. Surely they have backups, Lamau. Yeah, I assume they do, but they wiped out everything in factory, reset people's phones if they were on site. That's crazy. Iran said houses close to banks are now within their blast radius. I live in Kuwait with my family. I'm fucked. Handala hacked Haaretz 2 with a message that said, no need to learn Hebrew anymore. It will not be needed. Huh. Handala, if you're in the chat, I will join the IRGC if you wipe out my student loans. Yo. Listen. Handala, Americans are desperate. They could shock the world, actually. That's not even a joke. That's not even a joke. Ironically, if they were to hit like a pain center, like a center of capital that many Americans are frustrated with, like they could shock the world. You don't understand how much, you don't understand how many people will be like, well. Then you know how that like one trans Marxist group was doing a funeral, like a vigil for remembering the supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei? That would no longer be sparsely attended. Okay, all I'm saying is they hit like Ticketmaster or some shit, or they hit student loan debts or like medical debt. I swear to God, Americans in fucking crowded city centers would be doing the Ya Ali Shia chants, okay? Oh my God, bro. TurboTax. They'd be running around doing the they would have like the little paper of like Shia poetry, screaming Haidar Haidar, slapping themselves in the chest. Shia MAGA. 100 million new Shias overnight. Erase all Mohela debt. Yeah. Anything for my country, Iran. Dudes in Butler, Pennsylvania would be dancing on the rooftops. Yeah. I would convert to Islam if they wiped out my student loan debt. Oh, that's funny. What is this? Sir, they're getting closer and closer to doing the meme. Iran reportedly fired 2 ballistic missiles during its attack on Israel this evening. One is intercepted, one crashed short of the Jordanian desert per Israeli reports. Wait, what do you mean? Reciting the Shahada for global economic collapse? You wouldn't have that problem since taking loans on interest is haram, easy. They declare jihad on predatory lenders. It is the Muslim way. There's a hole in Israel's early warning system, and its missile defense batteries are at risk as well. Oh, no. Have you tried releasing the hostages? All right, let's get back to this.
Claiming that Iran had fired ballistic missiles and drones at the U.S. Fifth Fleet.
This conflict is striking deeper at the global economy.
Did you see this? Hezi/Iran still got hands? Yeah, no. Northern Israel was under heavy Hezbollah rocket barrage earlier today when I first started a couple hours ago. Look, this is new. This isn't like old footage, by the way. They were pummeling Northern Israel.
וואו. נפל פה,
איזה נפילה.
נפל פה, נפל.
עוד אחד.
מלא, אחי. תראה את השמיים. נפל.
More than 100 rockets in one salvo, apparently. Yeah. I mean, let's be real. They're not doing a good enough job. They don't have unlimited capabilities, right? Like, it's at a certain point, it's gonna get overwhelmed. The missile systems are gonna get overwhelmed, and it's up to Hezbollah and Iran to figure out exactly what that point is, the breaking point. And there is absolutely a breaking point, especially considering that the radar systems have been taken out by Iran, where the Iron Dome turns into a paper dome. Another Iranian assessment that views some of the ground incursion as potentially imminent. Mahdi Kharatian, the activities of domestic terrorist cells, which will be accompanied by drones, Mossad Force, and possibly Delta Force, have begun. The objective is the attempt to occupy the country's security apparatus in order to open the path for U.S. Special Forces and the Israeli regime to carry out sabotage in cities and missile sites, as well as assassinate high-ranking officials in the country. The widespread deployment of shoulder-fired missile systems, electronic warfare, and army checkpoint cells and resistance bases with shotgun weapons is among the necessary measures. Additionally, protective protocols for sensitive areas must be intensified. And it should be assumed that Delta and Mossad forces may intend to enter sensitive areas using fake identities and under the cover of security forces. On the other hand, efforts to incite chaos in Tehran and major cities must also have a regional response, which at present is the best option. The best option is Bahrain. I don't know who this is, but Sina Tusi is pointing to it. So maybe there is like a real fear in Iran that this is happening. But I mean, this is... My food is here. Kaya immediately goes guard dog mode.
Oil storage facilities, one of the latest targets at Oman's port of Salalah. And with oil markets already shaken by disruption across the Gulf, the International Energy Agency has agreed to release a record volume of emergency oil reserves, the largest intervention in its history, in an attempt to steady prices.
But, to be clear, the most important thing for a return to stable flows of oil and gas is the resumption of transit through the Strait of Hormuz.
But right now, the Strait of Hormuz looks like this. Commercial shipping at a standstill in this strategic choke point for the world's energy. And it's become incredibly dangerous. This Thai-flagged ship caught fire after being hit by Iran while trying to escape the strait. In the past day, at least 3 vessels have been attacked by projectiles, likely drones.
Iran's Revolutionary Guard claimed responsibility for the attack on the Thai-flagged vessel, which is little surprise. They have threatened to attack any ship that tries to pass, and it's brought this shipping superhighway to a standstill. Iran controls the strait, and its effective closure raises the cost of the war, not just for its enemies, but for the entire world.
The US is working on plans to secure international ships in the strait. And US Central Command has targeted Iranian vessels suspected of being poised to lay mines in the waterway. The US president sounding much more upbeat than the global markets, even telling oil companies they should be sailing through Hormuz.
We took out just about all of their mine ships in one night. We're up to boat number 60. Every one of their ships, just about all of their Navy is gone at the bottom of the sea.
Iran's navy may be degraded, but its cheap drones are still hitting the arteries of global trade. Closing the Strait of Hormuz is one of Iran's most powerful weapons.
Any vessel whose ship or oil cargo belongs to the United States, the Zionist regime, or their hostile partners will be considered a legitimate target.
But it's not just the Gulf on edge tonight. Around 30 countries have voiced concern over renewed fighting in Lebanon, and outrage is growing after a residential building was hit in the latest wave of airstrikes. And Tehran has been hit in one of its heaviest nights of bombing so far. Israeli officials believe Iran's new supreme leader may have been wounded. He's not been seen in public since taking office. And tonight, most of Iran's women's football team, who recently turned down an offer of asylum in Australia, are returning home, back to a country now at war, in a conflict felt far beyond the Middle East. Sally Lockwood, Sky News, on the Strait of Hormuz.
Mr. President, day 11, and as you know, we're doing something that nobody ever thought was possible to do. Our military is the best, it's the most powerful in the world, and they're hitting them very hard. This is 47 years of abuse and killing lots of people, killing and maiming lots of people. What is it, Peter?
Mr. President, what more do you need to do militarily for this operation to end?
More of the same, and we'll see how that all comes out. Right now, they've lost their Navy, they've lost their Air Force. They have no anti-aircraft apparatus at all. They have no radar. Their leaders are gone, and we could do a lot worse to one another. We're leaving certain things that if we take them out, or we could take them out by this afternoon, in fact, within an hour, they literally would never be able to build that country back.
A new report says that the military investigation has found that the United States struck the school in Iran. As Commander-in-Chief, you take responsibility for that.
That is what?
As Commander-in-Chief, do you...
For what?
For the strike on the school in Iran. A new report says the military investigation...
I get that most people don't care, but can you have someone on to talk about the environment? Bro, look at this. Why are you not having someone to talk about the environmental damage this is causing? What do you want? You wanted to blow up the pipelines, no? There you go. Iran is doing it. They're objectively a pro-green revolution, both literally and figuratively. Also, I have been talking about the fucking environmental impact, literally nonstop. What the fuck's wrong with you? America and Israel together, especially Israel, because America says they didn't play a part in this, but Israel has created one of the biggest ecological disasters in recent history by basically engaging in chemical warfare over a city that is larger than fucking Tel Aviv, that has more people in it than Israel has in its entire country, by blowing up the fucking oil refineries. I have talked about the fucking ecological disaster. An interview with Jason Hickel would go so hard. I agree. I really like Jason. One of my favorite PhDs, not Jackson Hinkledink chatters before you freak the fuck out. I'm talking about Jason Hickel. He's a traveling fellow, I think, at London School of Economics, if I'm not mistaken. He's a fantastic guy. He's a fantastic college professor. One of the best anti-imperialist voices in the Western world, I think. Not Jackson Hinkle, the fucking Russian asset.
Has found it was the United States that struck the school.
I don't know about it.
Are you talking to the CEOs of various oil companies, encouraging them to use the Strait of Hormuz
I think they should. I think they should. I think they should use it. My opinion, look, we took out just about all of their mine ships in one night. We're up to boat number 60. I didn't realize they had that big a Navy. I would say it was big and ineffective. But every one of their ships, just about all of their Navy is gone at the bottom of the sea.
Mr. President, how do you respond? Mr. President,
have they laid any mines in the Strait of Hormuz?
We don't think so.
Mr. President, is Senator Thune listening to you when you say you want to pass the Save America Act? He says there aren't the votes to do it right now. What's your response?
Well, he's got to be a leader. You know, if he's a leader, he's got to get him. It's the most popular bill I've ever seen put before Congress. And it's voter ID and it's voter. You have to be able to be a citizen to vote. It's called citizenship. And we're also adding in no men playing in women's sports, no transgender mutilization of our children, and no mail-in ballots, fake mail-in ballots. We have none of that, except in the case of the military, etc. It is the Save America Act. It's the most popular bill I think I've ever put before Congress.
Can you declare victory in this war if the supreme leader remains the Ayatollah's son?
I don't want to comment on that. I don't want to comment. But I will tell you, I just spoke with various countries, the leaders of various countries. You'll have a list. And they said they've never seen anything like it. We have, and I built it during my first term, and I used it. I didn't realize I was going to use it this much, but we have the greatest military in the world by far. Nobody close.
About a domestic terrorist attack by Iran, sir? No.
We're not invited to the Shield of the Americas. Mexico, Brazil, and Colombia were not invited to the Shield of the Americas. Why was that? And could they come in the future to the event?
I think they were invited. Maybe they didn't come. I think they were. I get along very well with all of them.
In Iraqi parliament, few days, member slogan, date to America, date to Israel. What is your response to them? What is your message for Iraqi government?
What did he say?
In Iraqi parliament.
Sorry. There's no way Trump was responding to that normally, okay?
In Iraqi parliament, few days, member slogan, date to America, date to Israel. What is your response to them? What is your message for Iraqi government?
What did he say?
In Iraqi parliament, slogan, date of America, date of Israel, member of the parliament.
Death to America, death to Israel. What's your response?
That's not a nice question.
Mr. President, did Spain give in?
He thought the foreign guy was saying that. He literally thought the guy who was asking that question, who said, in the Iraqi parliament, they're saying death to America, death to Israel. What is your answer to that? Like, what's your response to that, right? And Trump did not understand that was actually a question because his accent, I mean, he obviously has an accent. And he thought the guy was actually just saying death to America, death to Israel.
After you told them that you would commerce ties with them, are they cooperating with the United States?
Who?
Spain.
No, they're not. I think they're not cooperating at all. Spain, I think they've been very bad. Very bad. Not good at all. We may cut off trade with Spain.
You guys all trade with them?
I don't know what Spain's doing. They've been very bad to NATO. They get protected. They don't want to pay their fair share. And they've been that way for many years, actually. Let me give you the good news. Let me give you the good news. The people of Spain are fantastic. The leadership, like you. The leadership, not so good.
Lebanon is under attack, and Hezbollah is making dangers for the Lebanese, and especially the Lebanese Christians. What is your message for Lebanon?
Well, we're working on it very hard. We love Lebanon. We love the people of Lebanon, and we're working very hard. We got to get rid of the Hezbollah. Has been a disaster for many years.
The new oil refinery going up in Texas. The new oil refinery going up in Brownsville, Texas. What do you want Americans to know about that?
About what?
About the new oil refinery going up in Brownsville.
Oh, it'll be great. It's going to be the greatest anywhere in the world. There's never been anything like it. It's great that it's going up in Texas. You know, it's very hard to get refineries done. This will be like nothing else ever built. It's a great thing. Thank you for that question.
Thank you for that question.
Well, look, we've knocked out their Navy. We've knocked out their Air Force. We've knocked out all of their anti-defense. We've taken out 60 mine boats, 59 mine boats, which nobody has ever seen anything like it. We have the greatest military in the world by far, not even close. But you know what? They've inflicted 47 years worth of damage to the world, and now they're paying a big price.
Sir, why did the
Mr. President, are you willing to withdraw the U.S. from Iran, even if they have not turned over and allowed the U.S. to seize their remaining?
I'm not going to answer that, but we have hit them harder than virtually any country in history has been hit, and we're not finished yet.
Arizona, why did the FBI seize records there?
It's over, I guess. PBS, Piker Broadcasting Service News.
Biz bölgemizin tamamına olduğu gibi kardeş
Cyber attack on Israeli train station. Breaking. Suspected cyber attack screens on train station in Israel. You must leave immediately. I don't know if this is real or not. It can be just to like terrify people. It could be AI. It could be just to scare people if it's real. Or it could be it could be like a psychological warfare to scare people if it's a real image.
İran halkına da bu Şiidir, bu Sünnidir.
Oh, Erdogan, by the way, came out and I guess he's a big Professor Jiang defender and said we will unite the Shias and the Sunnis under the banner of Pax Islamica. If tomorrow he comes out and says Judaism invented Islam, if he comes out and says Jews invented Islam, then we know he's a real ball knower, okay? Because apparently that's something that Professor Jiang has said. Mr. Predictive History. Yeah, he says this one is a Shia, this one is a Sunni. We're all Muslim.
Bu Türktür, bu Kürttür diye hiçbir zaman bakmadık ve bakmıyoruz. Millet olarak bizim için Türk, Kürt, Arap, Şii, Sünni değil, sadece insan vardır. İster yanı başımızda, ister dünyanın öbür ucunda olsun, haksızlığa uğrayan, mağdur edilen, sıkıntı çeken kim varsa biz onun yanındayız. Komşumuz Irak'ta bunu yaptık. 15 sene evvel kıtlıkla boğuşan Somali'de bunu yaptık. 13,5 yıl boyunca komşumuz Suriye'de bunu yaptık. 5. yılına giren Rusya-Ukrayna arasındaki savaşta bunu yapıyoruz. Sudan'da, Lübnan'da, Yemen'de, Libya'da ve daha pek çok yerde bunu yaptık. Yapmaya da devam ediyoruz. Irk ayrımını, mezhep ayrımını, din, dil, köken ayrımını reddediyoruz. Daha önce de söyledim. Bugün üzerine
He's so woke, bro. Woke is back.
basarak tekrar ediyorum. Bizim Sünnilik, Şiilik gibi bir dinimiz yok. Bizim tek bir dinimiz var. O da İslam. Hangi ırktan olursak olalım, biz bütünleştiren ortak paydamız yine İslam. Mezheplerimizden, kökenlerimizden önce hepimiz insanız ve Müslümanız. Hazreti Ali bizim, Hazreti Ömer de bizim, Hazreti Osman bizim, Hazreti Hasan ve Hüseyin de bizimdir. Hazreti Ayşe validemiz bizim. Hazreti
Okay, I didn't even see the rest of this. I just heard the Sunni Shia, we're all Muslim. I didn't know he went that hard. Bro said, bro said we are Shia. Bro, what the fuck? Bro, is Professor Jiang right? Is it Pax Islamica time? What the fuck?
Zeynep annemiz de bizimdir. Özellikle bu dönemde bir annenin çocukları anlamına da gelen ümmet kavramının temsil ettiği manaya daha sıkı sarılmamız gerekiyor. Bunu şunun için söylüyorum değerli kardeşlerim. Son günlerde sosyal medyada mezhepçiliğin körüklendiğine, asırlık tartışmaların yeniden ısıtılmak istendiğine şahit oluyoruz. Savaşın bir cephesi olarak gördüğümüz bu tehlikeli tartışmalara karşı hem milletimizi hem de bölgedeki tüm kardeşlerimizi dikkatli olmaya çağırıyorum.
Why does the Prime Minister...
I mean, I'll be honest. This is literally his bread and butter. Anytime Turkey's at the table, this is Erdogan's bread and butter. His foreign policy, his like regional moves are the only thing that holds him alive. Okay? Is literally whenever shit like this happens, he's like, "Oh, hell yeah. I put another 5 years into my movement this way." As much as I despise him, he has a very pragmatic approach to his foreign policy, which is incredibly violent and completely unacceptable, of course, when it comes to, you know, dominating Kurdish regions and whatnot. But from the perspective of like keeping Turkey above water, while also simultaneously dealing with both sides of every fucking conflict, this is what he's best at. All right, let's get back to the UK.
Minister think now is the right time to increase the cost of petrol?
Prime Minister. What's his purpose? For the people who are asking what was his purpose of that previous speech, it's just anti-Israel. He's just trying to whip up a base of support. First of all, he loves being the king of Muslims, okay? He is like Mr. Islamic Caliphate. It's not sincere, but it doesn't matter. It plays really well in the ummah. Okay? He loves presenting himself as like the protector of all Muslims everywhere. That's number one. And it plays really well. Like a lot of people think this guy is straight up like the Israel deleter, okay? He's not. But that's one of the reasons why he's talking like this. The other reason why he's talking like this is because he too has the same exact ambitions that Saudi Arabia has here. They want a weaker Iran because Iran is a regional competitive power. But they don't want a destroyed Iran. They don't want a destroyed Iran for a couple of reasons. Because Iran, if destroyed, is going to cause a massive collapse of the entire region with 93 million people that are displaced, that can't live there any longer, a much bigger danger to other countries in the region, right? The other fear that Saudi Arabia and Turkey has is that Iran must remain a sovereign nation because a sovereign Iran is a pressure point against Israel. The Gulf states understand that they have to cooperate with America and therefore cooperate with Israel, but they also know that Israel doesn't give a fuck about them and would treat them in the same exact way that they're treating Iran at a moment's notice. So from the state analysis, whether it be MBS or whether it be Erdogan, they are very fearful of the destruction of Iran for a bunch of different reasons, and one of them is because Iran is a load-bearing sovereign nation in the region. Thank you, Rex Racer X, for the 50 gifted subs.
Mr. Speaker, we are not increasing the cost of petrol. We're absolutely clear in taking the measures that are necessary to deal with the impact of the conflict in Iran. We're dealing with that with other allies. We're taking the necessary action. But the best thing that we can do, Mr. Speaker, is to work with others to de-escalate the situation. And Mr. Speaker, as I said to the House last week, I took the decision that we should not join the initial US-Israeli offensive against Iran. The leader of the opposition attacked me for that decision relentlessly. She said that the UK should have joined the US and Israel in the initial offensive strikes. Mr. Speaker, then yesterday, in the wake of the economic consequences, the leader of the opposition totally abandoned her position. She told the BBC, I never said we should join. She told the BBC, I haven't said we should have gone in with the United States. That is the mother of all U-turns on the single most important decision a Prime Minister ever has to take, whether to commit the United Kingdom to war or not.
Mr. Speaker, I think the mother of all U-turns is him saying that they're not increasing fuel duty. That is news to us because last week the Chancellor stood up and said the fuel duty was going to increase in September.
Mr. Speaker, no apology to our pilots who are risking their lives. And I'm not going to take lectures from someone who says we should join the war. And a week later says, can I change my mind? I got that wrong. It is deeply embarrassing. But she's not the only one. Mr. Speaker, last week she's not the only one, the leader of Reform. We should be part of this with the US and the Israelis. We have to get rid of the regime. We should do all we can to support the operation. I make that perfectly clear, he said. Until yesterday, screeching U-turn, we shouldn't get ourselves involved in another foreign war. Two parties packed with failed...
I can't believe they made Kid Starver look good. I cannot believe they made... The Tories and Reform are such monsters. And so pathetic and so deeply unserious that they literally made Kid Starver look like a competent statesman. The future of the conservative movement is so broken in Europe, where your fascism is literally not about state sovereignty at all. It's about the destruction of it. The modern fascist movement in Europe is just MAGA. And it's so cucked to the mercy of a madman, an uncontrollable madman, who ironically is servile to Israel, but an uncontrollable madman nonetheless, that you end up coming across like a fucking baboon if you immediately lean into it.
Tories, led by leaders who are not fit to be Prime Minister.
We begin with breaking news.
We're staying on top of that breaking news in the war in Iran. There are questions about Iran's potential plans to target the United States and reports about whether California could be a target in our coast.
This is such a fucking bullshit story, dude. It's unbelievable.
KCRA3 is talking with all of our sources to independently verify these reports. And just within the last hour, our political director, Ashley Zavala, asked Governor Newsom about the potential public safety concern here in California.
And more concern about the extended range of the Iranian attacks.
Yeah, it's fucking bullshit. One. Iran does not have the striking range to hit California, nor does it even have the range to hit Kaya, watch out. No. Iran cannot hit California even if it wanted to. Iran cannot hit California even if it wanted to. But Iran also has no ambitions of hitting American soil anyway. It's complete garbage. The story is complete garbage, unless they're trying to gear up for a false flag or something.
Not just in the Middle East, but to your point and question about the prospects that we could see things happen here in the homeland. And so that was highlighted with Austin in relationship to your question and concerns that we had at that moment, concerns that were brought to our SOC, our State Operations Center, with our team that's assembled, which is a multi-jurisdictional team, a lot of federal agencies that are part of our State Operations Center, a lot of experts in state, but as well as local law enforcement, and it's all around intelligence collecting, and it's all about a posture of preparedness for worst case scenarios. So no, we have been gaming those out for some time. As it relates to, again, what has been highlighted, again, it's not a surprise, and it's sort of large part of the larger spectrum of considerations that we have as it relates to doing what we can to support our federal partners and local partners at the state level in terms of what could happen next.
Well, the Governor's Office of Emergency Services said in a statement, quote, the Cal OES Homeland Security Team is in regular coordination with federal, state, and local partners sharing information on potential threats as part of ongoing security efforts. And while we can't discuss sensitive details, Californians should know that this kind of coordination happens every day to keep people safe. California is prepared to protect its communities and will continue working closely with our federal partners, including the FBI, who is best positioned to speak to any specific intelligence. Now, we've also reached out to law enforcement across the state to find out what they've been told. We've received this statement from San Jose Police saying the department works closely with federal partners to stay informed about potential threats and intelligence that may impact our region. Quote, as a matter of practice, we do not comment on specific intelligence or alerts. At this time, there is no known threat to our community. Now, the FBI declined to give KCRA3 any comment at this time. We're working with our news partners and law enforcement to verify all all of this for you. We'll continue to push for answers throughout the day, and we'll bring it all here to you on air and online at KCRA.com and the KCRA 3.
On the 12th day of this conflict, it's fairly clear now that it's taking on the aspect of an asymmetrical war, where one side uses its natural advantages over the sheer power of the other side. And we've seen lots of strikes, as we expected to see, over the last 24 hours or so. So strikes all over the region, American strikes and Israeli strikes against Iran, Iranian strikes back against Iraq, and, of course, the warfare between Israel and Lebanon continues. In particular, we've seen...
Going back to the false flag story, it's total and utter bullshit, 100%, and it is virtually impossible for me to believe that if any sort of attack were to exist on LA soil, that I would see it as anything but a false flag in an effort to get Americans on board. Okay, to get Americans on board with a absurd and unimaginably unpopular war. Okay. Iran does not have the capabilities or the interest in striking Los Angeles, California. You don't understand? Iran's attack range is farther than you think. I just now saw a Shahed 136 drone hit the Chase Manhattan office in my neighborhood. This literally happened in my imagination. I believe like the longest range drone, the longest range that Iran has for its drones is 4,000 kilometers, which is you're gonna need to stop to refuel the drone twice to hit that. Maybe even 6 times if it's actually 2,000 kilometers. No, you're talking about the ballistic munitions. The longest range that they have for their ballistic munitions, like their ballistic missiles, is 2,000 kilometers. Okay? So, all of this is bullshit. All of this is total and utter bullshit. Francis Wolf says nobody believes this shit anymore, but it won't stop Mossad and the CIA from dropping a tactical nuke on Disneyland. IRGC LA Target 1. Please do not do that. IRGC, I know you're listening. I know you're like my number one watchers. Arakshi, Ali Largiani, the handsome guy that comes on and talks about how, you know, you're going to wage war against America. Please do not hit Spectrum because I need it. My internet is already dog shit, okay? My internet is already dog shit as it is. Please don't do it. Okay. Dr. Jihad has spoken. So, all jokes aside, they are not in striking range at all of Los Angeles or the United States of America mainland at all, right? They don't have it. They don't have the capabilities. They don't have the interest. They've never done something like this. So all of this is complete bullshit. What I am fearful of, however, is that this is signaling potentially a false flag style incident to try to get Americans to be terrified of and get on board with a war against Iran, right? But if you look at the actual article itself, if you read the fine print from the original LA Times article, it's clear that it was a random vibe and they have zero evidence Iran could or would do this, but it's essential to keep frightening, stupefied, and half paying attention Americans. Source stressed the warning was cautionary and there was no indication Iran was planning an attack or that it could successfully launch one. We know Iran has an extensive presence in Mexico and South America. They have relationships, they have the drones, and now they have the incentive to conduct attacks. It's complete bullshit. At most, they would hit, they would do cyber attacks. At most. And the cyber attacks would be proportionate to what the American and Israeli strikes are hitting on Iranian soil. That's part of what you have seen with the Stryker cybersecurity incident that took place earlier today. But don't let that stop you from feeling like you have some skin in the game, right? Don't be a fucking idiot, though. There is, and I'm gonna say this over and over again. There's no way to read this as like a sincere threat And at worst, it is a legitimate threat for a psyop. Okay? That's what I'm fearful of. Americans hate this war. It's the lowest polled war in modern history. Absent public support, security state grifters, war lobbyists, and Zionist advocacy groups, the U.S. government is pushing this baseless paranoia to give the public the vague impression evil Iranians are menacing them. Right? That's what this is. We saw something similar after 9/11. 9/11 was already enough of a terrifying security incident for Americans. Americans had not been hit on the domestic home front since Pearl Harbor. But in order to universalize that fear, anthrax attacks took place. Many of it was thwarted. And the anthrax that was used on these anthrax mail attacks actually came from a very suspicious origin. Okay? Very suspicious origin, directly linked back to an FBI-funded lab. This played a major role. I think it was a Pentagon. Is it Fort Detrick, if I'm remembering it correctly? I might be remembering it incorrectly. Correct me if I'm wrong, but it was... Because you could identify the different strains of anthrax. Some Americans did die in the process. But while some Americans died in the process, many more Americans were terrified. Islamic terror was a universal fear now. It wasn't just New York City and the World Trade Towers that could be under attack. It could be your podunk, backwater, hillbilly town. Okay? Just so you understand. When the U.S. public is surveyed on Middle East wars, they repeatedly give some version of, I don't know why we are bombing people 6,000 miles away. How is this our problem? These vague threats are designed to correct this by bringing the war home, sowing panic, and promoting racism. That is precisely what it is. Then why are these 800 breathless articles... Then why are there 800 breathless articles about these threats? They emphasize there is currently no specific or credible threat tied to the Oscars, but heightened vigilance is necessary. It's a very unpopular war, and they're going to make it more popular. Hopefully they don't do this. But my fear is that although it's a very unpopular war, they're going to try to make it justifiable by bringing the war home. Little do they understand that in this current misinformation and media environment that is objectively chaotic, I don't think they have that motion. I don't think they have the capability. I think many people will look at this and go, that's a fucking psyop. That's a psyop. You killed American citizens and you did it to justify this war that we're waging at the behest of Israel that is deeply unpopular. I'm not buying it. Fuck that shit. Okay? I hope that they don't try some nonsense like this. Or even if they tried some nonsense like this, the sheer incompetence of our administrative apparatus ends up being their own demise, ends up leading to their own demise, and they just fail to do it. And they're outed in the process, and people punish them for it. Anyway, when that was happening, I didn't understand how far countries were, and I was scared anthrax every time mail came in. Chile, kid me, dumb as fuck. Yeah. Anyway, that's Iran's longest range Shahed drones can reach 2,500 kilometers. That barely gets you to Athens, not Los Angeles. Okay. It's complete bullshit. Complete fucking bullshit. The threat report claimed that they would use civilian cargo ships and launch drones from the Pacific Ocean is literally fucking world in conflict. Yeah, it's nutty. So sending drones for some ship or boat near the coast is impossible, you think? Yes, I do think that. Yes, I do. For two reasons. Number one, with what capabilities? What capabilities does Iran have? There's one country in that region that is also a theocracy, a nuclear armed theocracy that has capabilities such as that. Iran is not one of them. I'm talking about Israel. Israel has the capabilities of doing such a thing. Iran does not. You guys are insane. Look at a fucking map of the world, please. Iran intercepted logistical supply chains and embedded their drone launching operations into a carrier that is going across the Pacific Ocean from where, who knows? Like, what regional ally does Iran have to be able to, like, you know, add these drones and the launcher capabilities into these containers? Without anyone figuring it out in the process, okay? And they're using that on especially the fucking West Coast. Not using those capabilities in the Atlantic, but instead in the Pacific. Like, who do you think they would hit? Do you think they would try to hit Washington, D.C. or New York City? Or do you think they would hit California? It's completely ridiculous. Like, the very fact that I'm even entertaining this capability as though it's like something, as though there's like a real possibility. Ukraine was able to do a similar operation with hidden drones. Ukraine, that is backed to the fucking hilt by every Western nation, was capable of conducting a clandestine operation by sending trucks into Russia. Ukraine and Russia are next to one another. Look at a fucking map. Are you stupid? Ukraine has a land border with Russia. Hello? Are you fucking insane? Now I am reminded of the drone panic that took place in New Jersey. And at the time, they were talking about how these are Iranian drone swarms. Remember? Now we know why. I don't often traffic in the realm of conspiracy theories, but kind of feels strange that they already got a lot of Americans to panic about Iranian drones and Chinese balloons flying overhead. But especially the supposed Iranian drone swarm that took place over the American East Coast airspace. Who cares if Iran is capable? The CIA and Trump will do it themselves with this false flag and blame it on Iran anyways. The average American doesn't know any better. They will automatically believe it and hate on Iran. Come on, it won't take much. I mean, just as people understand, like, immediately cut away at the FBI and the state's narrative on Charlie Kirk's assassination, when there was like plenty of fucking evidence to suggest that Charlie Kirk wasn't assassinated by the state of Israel. I don't think people are gonna be as ready to eat this propaganda if that happened. I hope that it's not even a fucking indication that there will be a false flag and they're just trying to whip up people into a frenzy to create a panic. But even Barry Weiss's CBS News has undermined this reporting. So do with that information what you will.
Go. Tell me.
Multiple U.S. and state law enforcement and intel officials told CBS News there's no credible intelligence underpinning the bulletin distributed on the unverified possibility that Iran could retaliate for American attacks by launching drones at the West Coast. This is not actionable, a California-based federal law enforcement official told CBS. All this means is we got this information and we want to get it out to law enforcement executives to make sure they're up to speed on it. Another California law enforcement official said there's absolutely nothing more to it. The bulletin to local law enforcement by the FBI's Los Angeles division stemmed from an apparent tip that surfaced prior to the Iranian conflict. It's ridiculous. It's too obvious they had to kill it. Why do they need a false flag for a war that already started? What do you mean? The public is not on board with it. God forbid people start questioning why we're doing it and start protesting, and it becomes, it snowballs into something that's huge. Also, this way you can get popular mobilization for this deeply unpopular war for boots on the ground. We haven't sent troops yet. What's the public going to do? Americans don't care about anything or have power. I mean, this is, they're doing regime change the old-fashioned way still, I guess. I'm just saying, I don't believe that this is going to happen. I'm just saying, if it does happen, it'll be very tough to convince Americans that this is actually Iran's doing and not like a CIA Mossad collaborative effort to justify a very unjustifiable and very unpopular war, to escalate and heighten the tensions around this conflict and make Americans get on board with boots on the ground. Americans love revenge. See? Look, this fucking moron is already ready. To be honest, if our nation's borders were actually attacked, me and a lot of people would be for the war. You're going to fucking die. Okay, Neek Skit? You're going to die. Have fun dying for Israel. Dumbass. ROTC. I'm over here explaining exactly how this would be, exactly why an incident such as this one would be initiated. And Neek Skit's already being like, yeah, dude, I don't care if it's a fucking false flag. I'm still going to assume it's Iran and I'm going to go to war. I think you're overestimating American intelligence. I'm not. I'm estimating the American tendency to no longer believe in mainstream narratives and the American tendency to also be frustrated with Israel and assume that Israel is responsible for such a thing. Here.
Go. Tell me.
No, I just want to tell you one story about Israel. In the 1990s, the head of Hamas was a guy named Khalid Mashal. And he was based in Jordan at the time, and he comes out. He's driving his kids to work and then to school, and he gets out of the car with his bodyguards. And these two guys posing as tourists come up and they spray something in his ear, and it was a poison, and it sends Khalid Mashal into a coma. And then there was a pursuit, and his bodyguards and Jordanian police end up tackling and getting the guys. And it turns out that they were Mossad agents. The king of Jordan then, and this is a public story, people can read about this, there's been documentaries made about it. The king of Jordan then says, we're going to cancel our treaty with Israel, and we're going to execute these agents if Netanyahu, he was prime minister at the time in the 90s, if Netanyahu doesn't give us the antidote to resurrect Khalid Mashal. The head of Mossad gets on a plane from Israel, flies to Jordan to deliver the antidote to save Khalid Mashal's life. And Khalid Mashal is still alive to this day. I just interviewed him, a couple of months ago. But the nature of what Israel is able to do, that's one of the most sort of famous known episodes. Israel has deep penetration throughout the Arab world, and there are many cases where they conduct operations and
but
they get
not
caught
here in America.
Where the world never
no
actually hears about
penetration
it.
here, and that's what I'm proud of. These other countries fell for it, but us, we didn't. And how easy would it have been for us to fall for it?
Before people get mad at Tim Dillon, he's obviously fucking being sarcastic. Why the fuck is he on this call? Tim Dillon interviewed the Dropside Newsboys, which, much respect to Tim. No, he's not reacting. No, they did an interview. Hezbollah just launched a combined attack reaching all the way to Tel Aviv. It was followed up by another attack by Iran and new waves of attacks on the UAE. Trey Inks reported that there was an explosion just now in Tel Aviv due to Hezbollah rocket fire shortly after an early alert went out for missile fire from Iran. Check my logs. Drop site confirmed. Confirm what? Verify video, the newest wave from an hour ago. Oh, IRGC Wave 40, Operation True Promise 4, targets more than 50 sites. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps said the 40th wave of Operation True Promise 4 targeted more than 50 sites across Israel in a coordinated attack with the Hezbollah. IRGC said the operation involved a 5-hour barrage using Qatar Imad, Khaybar Shekan, and Fatah missiles, along with drones and attack missiles launched by Hezbollah. According to the statement, strikes hit military sites across Israel from Haifa in the north, Tel Aviv in the center, and Beersheba in the south. The IRGC also claimed its missile struck U.S. bases at El Azraq in Jordan and Al Qasr in Saudi Arabia. The statement said missile launches from Iran towards Israel increased significantly over the past 24 hours, adding that painful strikes will continue. But you told me that Iran was running out of missiles? No, I didn't say Iran was running out of missiles. You don't know how to listen to my fucking words. I said Iran is not running out of missiles at all. However, America and Israel are able to successfully close off the openings of the caves that they come out of. I never said the Iranian missile stockpile is depleted. I simply said, judging by the frequency and the munitions that are used up until this last wave, the munitions that they were using were the cluster ones. Okay? If you want to actually diminish the supply that Israel has, if you want to diminish their stockpile of defensive missiles, you have to keep lobbing missiles like this. Okay? This is the first time that they've gone back up on the intensity, the frequency, and the diversity of the missiles being used. Since the first day that Iran launched retaliatory strikes, they have not had this much intensity in their striking of Israel. If their goal was to deteriorate and destroy the existing stockpile of Israeli defenses, then they would be using something beyond the cluster munitions, because the cluster munitions are virtually impossible to intercept. Okay? So what they're supposed to do, like with the Iranian capabilities that they have, what they're supposed to do is just like hit volley after volley after volley, like big waves, dumping a lot of their older munitions on top of Israel to overwhelm their defenses and to waste their defenses, right? Yes, it's not cluster munitions, they're MIRVs. Cluster munitions are indiscriminate and often have a huge dud rate. Yeah, okay. Chatter, it's a distinction without a difference if you're fucking exploding the MIRVs at the level that they're at, the height that they're exploding them at, okay? It doesn't fucking matter. No, this chatter is not wrong. Technically, it's like a shotgun missile, okay? What the Iranians are using are literally like a shotgun. What it's supposed to use, what it's supposed to do is explode close to the impact zone, so you can actually take out troop positions, or you can spread it. You can spread the damage like buckshot, basically. But the reason why they're exploding those missiles at the height that they're exploding them at is because they want to basically utilize it like a cluster munition. They're trying to spread it to the best of their ability in an effort to stop the interceptions and continue peppering the Israeli skyline. Okay, that's it. I'm not even a fucking missile autist, and I know this. Not buckshot, birdshot. Sorry. They individually target the same area, don't they? Usual cluster munitions are just spray of tiny bombs. These, as far as I have heard, can individually target, so they're a cluster of warheads, not cluster munitions. No, they're the place that they are, the way that they're using these missiles implies that like they're trying to use it like cluster munitions. Why is Iran's air defense so weak? What are you talking about? Air defense so weak? Iran is massive Iran is vast. Okay? Iran doesn't have stationary air defenses because stationary air defenses would get fucking destroyed in the second airstrike that Israel commits. So what they have instead is numerous capabilities, obviously, like many of which are mobile. They have mobile anti-aircraft defenses that they deploy from time to time sporadically in an effort to preserve their munitions, but also in an effort to maximize their utility. Okay? It's not about weakness necessarily. It's just, you know, there's obviously limitations with how large an area that Iran occupies. The USA and Israel keep on saying they have air superiority over Iranian cities. They do. But it doesn't matter because the fucking Basij and the IRGC forces are not sitting at their fucking bases. So it doesn't even matter if they strike the areas that they normally would occupy. It does nothing. America and Israel are trying to do a couple different things. One of them is to basically kill as many standing military operatives as they can, but they can't actually do that because Iran's not fucking stupid. They already dispersed their people. They're not sitting in a fucking, I mean, the police probably are sitting in the police precinct because they're civilians, right? They're like a part of civilian law enforcement. But as far as like the IRGC and the military goes, like they're not sitting around in their barracks waiting to get bombed. America does not have complete air superiority over Iran. How much would it cost to have a working Iron Dome over Tehran? Brother, Israel has one of the best defended airspaces, despite the fact that it's fucking tiny. Israel is a tiny country, okay? Size of Israel, tiny nation, size of New Jersey. And yet it has, or had, one of the best defended airspaces in the planet. Like, it's up there with fucking Moscow, okay? And the only reason why Israel is able to have this incredibly airspace is because of the unlimited funds that it gets from the United States of America. So think about it. Like, the costs are unbelievable. No other country has that technology. No other country has that technology. Only Israel has it. Israel has refused to let Kiev have that technology, even though it's an American. It's literally funded by America, and it was invented in coordination with the Israeli defense sector. So Americans also worked on it, and yet Israel has refused to allow Ukraine to have it, or Ukraine to place it in places like Kiev and in other like densely populated areas. Part of that also is because just having an Iron Dome is not enough. You also have to steadily supply it with Tamir interceptors, for example, right? And those are expensive. And you constantly are running out. America does not have the capability of funneling all the Tamir interceptors to both Israel and and Ukraine at the same time. "90% intercept rate is way fucking worse than the 100% intercept rate of preventing other nations from wanting to bomb you by not colonizing them." Yes, that's true. By the way, New York Post Foreign Policy NatSec says the Iron Dome could not stop about half the 100 rockets Hezbollah just launched at Israel just a few hours ago. So their capabilities are diminishing as well. Anyway, the other side of this is also that in order to protect this like tiny fucking area, the billions, the tens of billions of dollars that go into it is unheard of. And not only are we spending tens of billions of dollars protecting this tiny fucking airspace, but also on top of that, you have radar systems that span all across the region from Oman to motherfucking Turkey. Okay, early advanced warning systems, SATCOMs, and numerous other anti-missile defense systems that have to be stationed next to those radar facilities. Otherwise, they get blown up in the way that Iran has blown them up. So, like the amount of military force necessary to protect such a tiny fucking sliver of land is unbelievable. And it has taken Iran 11 days to put a dent in it, regardless, with the with the missile barrage that they've done over and over again, with the Shahed drone strikes that they've done over and over again. So obviously, it's not replicable by any other fucking country if it's barely holding together with the most expensive and most expansive military apparatus on the fucking planet, unilaterally deciding to only defend this place. Okay? From the latest launch, and Israeli sensors were not able to hide this one. Here are some of the missiles that went through, the Hezbollah missiles that went through. Notice how the fucking alerts come after the first strike, by the way. That is because Iran has been able to successfully shut off the eyes and ears. Okay? That's what happens when your radars are down, and therefore there is a major delay in your sentry system that you have. Look at the latest tweet. This isn't the one. First video shows Hezbollah missile getting through. Second video is from Kirkuk. Image reportedly of a strike in Dubai and an official statement. Look at the latest tweet. This isn't the one. Wait, isn't this it? Oh, this one. No, that's in image reportedly of a strike in Dubai. That's Dubai. And this is Kirkuk. The sirens are already going off, though. Bro, they have literally openly admitted that. The Iranian government has openly admitted that they've targeted the radar systems of their missile shield of the fake Zionist regime. The air defense capability of the regime has been severely reduced, and the sky of the occupied territories is under the powerful roar of Iranian missiles and drones. This was from 5 days ago, and since then they've taken out even more fucking satellites inside of Israel. This is from northern Israel. Hezbollah launched a massive barrage of 100 rockets at numerous cities, coinciding with ballistic missiles fire from Iran at the area. 2 people were lightly wounded by shrapnel. But these are successful intercepts. How did Iran know where the Iron Dome radars are? I thought that was super confidential. What do you mean? Iran also has fucking spying capabilities inside of Israel, chatter. Sure, Mossad has been able to deeply penetrate Iranian society, but half of these fucking radars are on bases anyway. And Iran does have intelligence capabilities. They have agents inside of Israel. Of course Iran has spies in Israel, chat. They can get intelligence from Russia. They can get intelligence from China. I don't know to what degree. And then outside of that, they have their own spying capabilities as well. And they have great cyber warfare. Handala is obviously one of them. No injuries are reported following the concurrent Iranian ballistic missile and Hezbollah rocket fire on central Israel. Some projectiles were intercepted according to initial military assessments. Police say damage was caused by impact in central Israel. Fragments following the interceptions also reportedly fell in several areas. Sirens have sounded across central Israel and the Jerusalem area as well as parts of the south. Yeah, Haaretz basically reported on it. They said there's a hole in Israel's early warning system and its missile defense batteries are at risk as well. It's because they won't release the hostages, the Hamastages. Have you ever considered working a blue-collar job like construction? Are you too gay to do that? Yes. I love sucking on penises. That's why I haven't considered working a blue-collar job like construction. Yeah. As though there aren't gay workers. 2013 account? Yeah, that's a fucking burnt peanut Tel Aviv subscriber. New announcement from President Trump. President Trump has authorized the United States to release 172 million barrels of oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. There it is. I'm gay and do a blue-collar job. It's not correlated? Yeah. Once again, I think like many of the Muslim countries that America has dominated and destroyed have unfortunately been kept down by occupations of different sorts for years and years, and don't have the same don't have the same sovereignty mentality that Iran has. So many people think this is going to be like Iraq. Many people think this is going to be like Afghanistan. They don't understand that Iran is a totally sovereign country, a sovereign nation that had a successful anti-imperialist revolution. The revolutionary spirit, regardless of the repressive nature of the IRGC or the state currently, still lives on in the heart of all Iranians. Iranians are very resilient people, but it's a nation state. There's a difference between a regional power that is a sovereign nation state and a country that has been dominated by first the USSR and then the United States of America with boots on the ground military warfare. Like, it's not, you know, it's if you try to compare it to like Libya, if you try to compare it to Syria, if you try to compare it to Iraq, if you try to compare it to Afghanistan, you're going to be surprised. And it seems maybe many of our generals, or maybe not the generals, but many of the people in charge of this Operation Epic Fail were of that mindset where they thought, oh, these are barbaric Muslims. They will be incredibly easy to dominate. They will drop their weapons and run away. They will not have any contingency plans. We will decapitate their entire leadership. We will kill their high-ranking generals in the IRGC, and they will be confused. They thought it would be like Hezbollah. Now, this isn't to say Hezbollah is not a sophisticated military operation either. They certainly are, as you can see. But Hezbollah is a paramilitary attached to an active party in the Lebanese parliament. Okay? They're not a sovereign state. Even the Houthis are not a fully fleshed out state, and yet their capabilities are significantly larger than Hezbollah. Okay? But when you talk about like an actual sovereign nation state, of course their capabilities are going to be infinite in comparison to a paramilitary movement like Hezbollah. The Houthis have more capabilities than Hezbollah. They have more freedom than Hezbollah. Like, for example, the Houthis have loitering anti-aircraft systems, right? Hezbollah doesn't. Hezbollah's anti-air defense is marginal in comparison to what you can send to the Houthis. Hezbollah isn't backed by the Lebanese army. It's not only is it not backed by Hezbollah has legit ballistic capabilities, and so do the Houthis, but it's much easier to send legitimate ballistic capabilities to the Houthis than it is to Hezbollah. That's the problem. And it's become impossible to do so now that the land bridge between Iran and Lebanon has been disconnected. Syria no longer is a territory that you can use in your supply chain. It's become impossible for Hezbollah to continue getting more weapons from Iran. Because Yemen has a weaker government than Lebanon, right? No, Yemen's government is Ansar Allah. I'm saying that Ansar Allah has, the Houthis are the government, but they are a weaker government in comparison to the IRGC, in comparison to the Islamic Republic that is a strong government. It's a sovereign state. The Houthis are barely a state at this point. They are the victors of a civil war that took place with numerous other foreign actors involved in it. They aren't solidified in their power yet? No, I think they have solidified plenty of power at this point. It's just that, I mean, their capabilities are limited because they're a new government. And even with their limitations, they were able to defeat America twice. So, you know, Ansar Allah is a force to be reckoned with, really. Held together by sheer will, okay? That's it. And, like, the Houthis don't control all of Yemen. They only control North Yemen. South Yemen is totally different leadership. Yes.
Strike on the Shibaya oil field in between Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates. We've seen further north strikes in the area of Iraq, and that's a separate possible part of the war that may begin against Baghdad International Airport.
Oh my God. New U.S. intelligence assesses that Iran's leadership remains largely intact and the regime is not at risk of collapse after nearly 2 weeks of U.S. and Israeli bombardment, according to 3 sources familiar with the assessments. No way. I'll take it one step further. There was a Financial Times report on this as well that showed, there was a Financial Times report on this that showed that, guess what? A lot of the people were fucking duped. A lot of the people in Iran that were primed and tuned into Israeli and numerous Gulf state media that was trying to do psyop after psyop to gear them up for Israel saving them were fucking duped. It turns out there are a lot of people in Iran who legitimately hate the regime that thought that Israel and America would actually come to save them. And then when Israel blew up the oil refineries in Tehran and engaged in chemical warfare against 10 million plus Iranians, they very quickly realized, oh my God, they're not here to save us at all. And the only solution that we have is, and this might come as a surprise to you once again, exactly what I've been saying for the past fucking month or so, the regime remaining intact. Does anyone have the Financial Times reporting on this? Oh, here it is. Good journalism from the Financial Times, featuring interviews with a number of hardcore anti-regime Iranians. These Iranians initially welcomed the U.S.-Israeli war, yet quickly turned on the war and came to resent the warmongering monarchists in the West / Pahlavi. Meanwhile, monarchists support Pahlavi and back the U.S. and Israeli intervention despite its toll, but analysts believe the exiled royal may have lost support from more recent converts to his cause as the brutal reality of war sets in. The majority of Iranians who see the January killings as unforgivable are lost over how to push for change. This includes Sarah, a teacher in her 40s who once hoped for the regime's overthrow, but now admits she has changed her mind. I've come to terms with the bitter reality. The Islamic Republic is resilient, she said. I never thought I'd say this, but if someone from within the regime becomes a real reformer, why not? In the end, we just want peace and welfare. Marjan, a housewife, could not hide her emotions when the news of Khamenei's death broke. She had believed it would usher in the regime's collapse. Now I wonder, even if the Islamic Republic falls, what will we inherit? A land in ruins. A big part of the reason why, and this is something that like my Iranian chatters from Iran kept reporting over and over again, was that a lot of the anti-IRGC, anti-regime media, backed by both the Gulf states and also Israel and the United States of America were constantly telling people inside of Iran that their liberation would come by American and Israeli intervention. They primed them up. They primed them up into believing that America and Israel genuinely had the intention of saving them. And given the intensity of the IRGC's repressive nature, they believed it because they were fucking desperate. But it turns out, of course, bombing campaigns in the fucking heart of Iran and Tehran and Isfahan very quickly changed their attitude. Yeah, Iran International is one of these outlets. Yes, Iran International, the pro-Israel, pro-monarchy news channel. It probably didn't help that a lot of diaspora relatives of people living in Iran were openly dancing in the fucking streets as Iranians were learning the news that 160 little schoolgirls had been bombed in the first fucking salvo. I said this over and over and over again. I tried to warn people. They didn't fucking understand it. I called it because I've experienced something not identical, not to the same degree, not to the same severity, but I've seen something that happened in Turkey that was not dissimilar to this. Turkish people who fucking hate Erdogan, myself included, okay, experienced, I was in America at the time, but Turkish people in Turkey experienced a very violent coup attempt by a parallel state that was designed by the United States of America. And in the aftermath of that failed coup, Turks actually hardened their support for Erdogan. It gave a lifeline to his dying movement. He was able to successfully put together a referendum and change the Turkish constitution from a parliamentary system to a presidential one. He was able to basically destroy the independence of the military piece by piece. He did that because he had real fucking momentum behind him after the coup, the very bloody, very deadly coup backfired. So while Iranian International and outlets such as that one, backed by the American state, backed by the Israeli state, has the capacity to radicalize the diaspora Iranians, and maybe even has the capacity to radicalize Iranians in Iran, who already are experiencing that repression from the state, who have their friends arrested, sometimes tortured, who have every right to be frustrated and angry at the state for its repression. They were the ones who experienced the bombing campaigns, and they saw their relatives in the Western world celebrate and dance over their graves. It's going to be very hard to whip up popular support and mobilization when the forces that are demanding you to mobilize have no investment whatsoever in a sovereign nation state's development in the aftermath of its bombing campaigns. When Israel, that is leading the charge, is very clearly trying to create a failed state, Iranians are too smart to fall for that bullshit. Even if they hate their own regime, even if they hate the IRGC, they're understandably going to fucking hate the Israeli government and the American government a lot more. Go fight for Iran then, you terrorist. You're saying a whole bunch of fucking nothing. Chatter, you're an Amerifat. And therefore, you will never understand what it feels like to fight for something. What you fight for is McDonald's. What you fight for is SpongeBob. Okay? And in most circumstances, you don't even have to fight for it. Some other fucking poor dipshit from Iowa will fight for you. And they're not even fighting for you. They're fighting for the same forces of capital. But at least you can sleep comfortably at home at night with the knowledge that, you know, our enemies are being destroyed. They can steal all your money and reappropriate all of your fucking productive output back into this endless militarism, so that the military-industrial complex can turn profit year over year. Okay? Don't worry. Your jalapeno poppers are safe. I know it's very difficult for you to comprehend what I'm talking about because you've never experienced an alien superpower seeking out the destruction of everything that you hold near and dear. And therefore, you will never understand it. Okay? Plus, you have nothing that you have nothing you hold dear for yourself anyway. Like I said, that's why, you know, you got SpongeBob and Spider-Man. SpongeBob abi yapma. Sünger Bob kare pantolon abi.
Now, the brilliance of the Trump plan to have strategic control of key waterways, this cannot be understated. And the press doesn't seem to get this, so let me help them tonight. I'm talking...
Is the same calculation for me as an Egyptian. I fucking hate Sisi, but if America and Israel tried to do regime change here, I would become the regime's strongest soldier. Brother doesn't understand that the regime change already happened. Dog, the regime is already controlling you. The American and Israel-backed regime is literally in charge right now. I hate to report this to you, Egyptian chatter, but it already happened. Okay? It quite literally happened. There was a point in time where Egypt almost had democracy, and that was a bridge too far for Israel. It was a bridge too far for America, and Sisi is the guy that they put in charge. Oh, he's Muslim Brotherhood. Muslim Brotherhood, they said. Scary. I know, man, but it can always get worse, right? I mean, I don't know if it can get worse than Sisi. I'm going to be honest. There's a reason why it's not happening, right?
The Strait of Malacca in Indonesia, the Panama Canal, remember China wanted it, and now preventing Iran from choking off the Strait of Hormuz with an eventual nuclear threat. Also,
no, dipshit, it can get worse. Yeah, what the fuck? I'm Egyptian. Fuck you talking about? Bro, what in the fuck? What in the fuck? No, dipshit, it can get worse than this, you dumbass. I mean, you're already in it. There's a reason why you're not being destabilized actively and being bombed actively. It's because you already have a pliant regime that is totally servile to the needs of Israel and America. Egypt executed its first democratically elected leader, and he, Mohammed Morsi, was a professor of civil engineering at Cal State Northridge. That's another thing that I find really funny is that like the Iranian government, like when you look at Pete Hegseth and you look at Donald Trump, and then you compare them to like who runs the Iranian government. And it's so funny because like Ali Larijani is like a Kantian philosopher. Okay. These are people that like came to the United States of America, came to the West, and didn't just like get their PhDs here, but they also taught in American and like Western universities. So it's pretty funny when you hear someone like Arakshi communicate the desires of the state in Western media, and everyone's like, wow, he's so handsome. It's like, he's so smart. What the fuck? It's like, yeah, he is. Bro, look at Arakshi's dissertation topic. It's insane. I know. It's political Islam, right? Sisi, yes. Sisi, yes. Morsi, no. Morsi, no. Shut up your moose, Obama. Breaking 2 oil tankers, U.S.-owned Safisa and Vishnu and Greek-owned Zephyros were attacked near Iraq in the Persian Gulf. It feels bad, man. I mean, look, eventually something will break in Egypt. There's no shot, right? Egypt will have a revolution once again. There is no doubt in my mind. The state is far too fucking corrupt and far too incompetent for the population not to rise up. It's coming. I just don't know exactly when. Maybe Egyptians will say no, but 100%, there is no way that they can keep controlling the country, especially with the dire economic conditions that Egyptians are facing. I don't think it's, I think it's eventually going to come. Bro, they literally took over like a police precinct because they were mad that, people were not allowing safe passage over the Rafah border. Like the Egyptian government and the Egyptian military was refusing to allow entry through the Rafah border. So people got so fucking frustrated that they militarily took over a fucking police precinct. Stuff like this doesn't happen in a country that is stable, okay? My guess is a popular uprising ending in a palace coup. Yeah, 100%. There will be inevitably a popular uprising in the state of Egypt. Israel will do everything in its power to stop it, but obviously they're not dedicated enough to like offer Egypt any sort of fucking economic improvements. So Egypt is prime for revolution. The other place is Jordan. Mark my fucking words. And it turns out Bahrain too, which ironically enough is now getting help from Jordanian forces that work to squash any sort of fucking anti-government protests or pro-Palestinian protests in Jordan. This is what the chatter was talking about.
ورسالة بقى لأوباما. Listen, your Obama. We are Egyptian women. You are listen, Obama. Shut up your mouth, Obama. Shut up your mouth, Obama. Sisi yes, Sisi yes. Morsi no, Morsi no. Sisi yes, Sisi yes. Morsi no, Morsi no. ورسالة لك يا جلد الحنطور. مهما تلف ومهما تدور مش هنرجع المعزول.
Shut up your mouth, Obama. Anyway, here, let's hear what kind of pro-regime propaganda we got in store for us today.
Now,
Bro, he was in Hebron. Hebron, Kentucky. Oh, my God.
Brilliance of the Trump plan to have strategic control of key waterways, this cannot be understated. And the press doesn't seem to get this, so let me help them tonight. I'm talking the Strait of Malacca in Indonesia, the Panama Canal, remember China wanted it, and now preventing Iran from choking off the Strait of Hormuz with an eventual nuclear threat also hanging over our heads. So if bad actors manage to take control in any of those key oil routes, it would be a living nightmare. That wouldn't end, frankly. So it looks like Donald Trump, his team, the U.S. military, and the American taxpayer may have saved the world with Operation Epic Fury. Why do we think China has been scrambling to fill its own oil reserves, by the way? Obviously, President Xi knew Iran would eventually try to take the Strait of Hormuz.
Dude, American media is so awesome. We just like invent a totally alternative reality in which we're fucking absolutely cooking, okay? Like the entire world could be collapsing around us in real time, as it kind of is, right? American military might and American military capabilities have diminished drastically. America's force projection capabilities have been destroyed by a country that we have economically destroyed for decades now, okay? Energy markets are on fire. a larger crisis than when Russia invaded Ukraine, and you got dumb fucks on American television being like, we're fucking killing it, dude. Have you guys seen the epic clip compilations of blowing up Iranian jet skis, dude? Yeah, they better not close the Strait of Hormuz. My sources are telling me the Strait of Hormuz is closed. Well, we'll open it right now, dude. We'll fucking open it right now. We'll pry it. We'll destroy it, dude. We'll fucking kill them. We got so much hype and aura moments. It's like, how can people not see that this is just a coping mechanism? It is kind of alarming that people are so desperate to hold on to maximalist cope. People are so goddamn desperate that they might as well be doing this. This is a joke, obviously. Worst case scenario, we can just make a new strait. Shouldn't take long once we unleash the productivity boosting powers of AI. Maybe a day or two at most. But is crazy, dude. I mean, this is what it looks like. Look, I said this earlier. Israel wanted to get away with conquering the region with no pushback, so it chose to pursue its lifelong goal of destroying the one sovereign country that isn't under the U.S. security banner. And now the global energy markets are on fire. When will we say enough is enough? Like, look at this. These are the images coming out of the Strait of Hormuz right now. Okay? This is what it fucking looks like. Ships are on fire. Nobody's passing. And America has no plan to open the Strait of Hormuz. They have no control over this at all. He saw your QRT and said, I'm fucked. You and Schmondrick need to manage Israel's foreign relations. Prepare the electro jihad. This is about the craziest crossover I've ever seen in my life. Not sure what to think about this. You've reached the Twitter peak. Goy, I'm crying. He thinks you are coming for him. He doesn't realize that I think he's the only funny Israeli on the planet, perhaps. I don't even care if this guy is like sincerely a psychopath or not. It's just fucking hilarious. I'm going to run it again. We got to play it one more time. Okay, come on. I love this fucking video so much. It gives me so much joy. Look. He follows Epstein, which is very funny. What do you mean? Destiny is Israel's favorite pedophilic defender. Of course he fucking follows Destiny.
בכל הארץ, בית מלון, שימו לב, בית מלון, ערבים, משטרה, ערבים, מג"ב, ערבים, שב"ס, ערבים, בית מרקחת, ערבים, נהגי מוניות, ערבים, אוטובוסים, ערבים, בית חולים, כל הרופאים, ערבים, דוקטור מסראווה, דוקטור ג'יהאד, דוקטור מרווד למשרד. מה זה, כפר קאסם?
I fucking love that shit, dude. It's awesome. Rabbi Avraham Baruch. Otobusi? Yeah, that was Bella Hadid's dad, Mohammed Hadid. These guys in Israel have like common villains. I'm one of them, which is awesome. I thought the Jews ran everything. No, it's the Arabs. The Jews run everything in Israel is what we previously thought. Turns out they have their own version of that. They say the Arabs run everything in Israel. But yeah. What is this? Are they pro or against HasanAbi? What are you talking about? There are like 12 total people in Israel that like me. They are the only anti-Zionists in Israel. The rest of the state. And I would normally say most people in Israel don't know who the fuck I am, or most people in insert whatever country don't know who the fuck I am. But I think Israel is the one country where a lot of people do know who the fuck I am, and they despise me. Israel, like people in America have no fucking clue who I am, right? I'm just some random fucking dickhead. People in Israel do know who the fuck I am, and they hate me. Which, I mean, it makes sense. I mean, I hate Israel. I hate Zionism. I don't know about the average Israeli chud. 100% of the government knows you, though. That's for sure. How can you live in Israel and be an anti-Zionist? I'm not trying to be a dick. I don't know. I'm fucking living in the United States of America and I'm anti-imperialist. Like, what are you talking about? There were communists that lived in Nazi Germany. Anyway. Dr. Jihad is fucking amazing. Communists actually had armed struggle against the Nazis, though. Yeah, if it gets to that point, what leads you to believe that no one here in America will do such a thing? The last Israeli PC you will need, me after buying this PC and criticizing Benjamin Netanyahu once.
Self-destruct mode activated. Glory to Benjamin Netanyahu.
Why does my game never lag? Why do I never lose any games? Why do I always hit perfect frame rates? Star of David Gaming PC, Jewish Star, custom. What the fuck is this? What?
Secure the victory royale that was promised to me 3,000 years ago.
What?
Hey gamers, Mr. Breast here, and if you buy my skin, we'll secure the victory royale that was promised to me 3,000 years ago.
It's AI. Operator skin beast mode. This is what I need. I would never, my streams would never F again if I had this. Low Kirk. Fortnite Fridays is back. The Beast of Tel Aviv. Today, we're going to be replenishing the Tamir Interceptor stock of the holy nation of Israel. Trump dances on stage. Update. 2 oil tankers on fire after being attacked in the Persian Gulf off of Iraq, according to Reuters. It's unclear who carried out the attack. This is a perfect... This is a perfect response. Like, this is a perfect image that showcases, like, America's lack of interest in, like, all of the destabilization that we commit all around the fucking world, you know?
Trump, I'm talking about his blockade. So he's reaching into the strategic reserve. So he's doing what I called for 3 days ago, but it's a little late.
Sure. Oh, Chuck Schumer. Fantastic,
many
sir.
more problems now than he's created many more problems than the Strategic Petroleum Reserve will solve, from the blockade of the Gulf of Hormuz to his reckless and unthought out war, and Americans are paying the price.
Schmuck Schumer. Seems like this Israeli memester is goated. I understood very well already from the first half second that I opened After Effects software. So it'd be wise if the next time your defense army recruits me to the filming unit or the IDF spokesperson's unit to be a video editor and to be pampered and live like a king, and not to be a grade A technician in an empty, purposeless technical array in a stinking Air Force. And that way we wouldn't have reached this situation. When I didn't think it could get any worse. Hoping that maybe you're finally understanding what a mess you're making. The American generation looks at these things with humor, but takes them seriously. No, actually, I appreciate it. I think it's funny. Oh my God. Oh, see, look, they're so mad. You must prepare another one, you genius. I'd kill myself from a low branch. Hasan electrifying my dog Faker. Hey, notice how Hebrew Twitter is really primed and tuned into the fucking dog electrocution memes? This literally looks like my replies, by the way. Isn't that strange how this just looks like my replies? Perhaps it's because it's the same fucking people that are constantly in my replies. How strange. How strange. His dog wanted to laugh at too, but got zapped with an electric shock. Talmudic Goyslop says this Israeli replier. We'll see the one with Dr. Jihad, and seeing Hasan discover that he's Dr. Jihad is priceless. I'm crying. I hope these videos will remind you for the rest of your life how much of a genius you are. Dr. Jihad stole more content. It's heartbreaking to see this Nazi laughing. May he suffer his whole life. Oh my God, bro. Is Hassan Nasrallah laughing at the Zionists? Listen, this is a more impressive achievement than the attack on Iran. When the Goyim won't shut the fuck up. I have no idea what he's saying, but he's awesome. The Goyim have gone mad. This is literally the only people on the planet that use this in a racist way. Can you tell Benjamin Netanyahu to improve my algorithm for me? I'm sick of browsing content meant for Gentiles. You are a king, Jew or Goy. Now he discovers this video. I'm just as shocked as Kaya. He said my favorite Israeli comedy show has referenced me and believes that this Rabbi Baruch's actual TV show, but then asked if the person making the show is secretly anti-Zionist because it's too funny. You've broken him. Perhaps it's because I don't think Zionists are capable of laughter and joy. And therefore, if any dude that's making a comedy show in Israel is capable of making me laugh, they must not be a Zionist. The gif is so fucking funny. God, they're so stupid, Lamont. I know. Did you really fall from heaven because I'm an angel? Yes. How does he have the exact timestamp ready? He's a fan, bro. American military is evacuating Iraqi bases. Oh my God. Oh my God. Bruh. American military cannot leave Iraq. With an order to evacuate bases 10 days ago, military cannot leave and remain under intense fire from Iranian drones and local Shiite militias. Iran managed to open fire against... Oh my God. Iran is literally liberating Sudan. Iran is freeing Sudan and liberating Iraq. How is this possible? How is this fucking possible? U.S. hegemony fake all along? Many people are asking. Iran is straight up engaging in the act of decolonialization. What the fuck? Iran managed to open fire against almost all American bases in the region to the point that the military had to abandon these bases and $1 billion loss. Patriots were powerless in the face of the number of attacks. However, I believe the anti-drone systems of these bases were not strengthened for an eventual confrontation with Iran. U.S. struggles to evacuate American personnel from facilities under fire in Iraq. Bro, this is, I'm not asking, I'm knowing. This is literally paper. This is paper tiger. This is paper tiger. Iraqis. Iraqis. The good people of Iraq. Their money is your money. Go out to the nearest American military base right now. Put your hand in the cash register. Their money is your money. Reach into the box of bullets and arm yourselves. That base is yours. Crack open the armory. Oh man. Yeah, this is becoming more and more relevant every day.
How do
I start an F-16. The question's real, I stole an F-16. Flip the master, all the lights begin to feel. I stole an F-16. Set the fuel pump, start the number 2. I stole an F-16. Engines whining as the turbines chew. I stole an F-16. Turn the RER power on bright. I stole an F-16. Horizon centered, the line set right. I stole an F-16.
Banger.
Oh, watch the gauges and the needles climb. I stole an F-16. Wait till 20, it will take its time. I stole an F-16. Throttle back down to idle mark. I stole an F-16. Jet breathes deep with a rumbling spark. I stole an F-16. Unlock the gate and push it free. I stole an F-16. The bird comes alive with a roar of glee. I stole an F-16. Roll out the REL power on bright. I stole an F-16. Horizon centered, the line set right. I stole an F-16.
This song is like if Austin and Alex had a baby together. Yeah. No one has been more correct than the Chinese evangelical dad. Yeah. Chinese international student in my class was telling me about how his evangelical dad in Beijing believes that Trump was chosen by God to win the election, but that this victory is part of a larger divine plan to destroy the United States. JD Pandan is no longer just a theory, okay? It's a reality. It's reality. JD Pandan is objectively reality. I know I've been joking about this, saying like he's undermining American imperialism every step of the way. He's destroying the heartland. He's basically launching economic missiles at every American suburb. You know, tariffs regime and Liberation Day was my first inclination that this man was genuinely trying to destroy the country. But god damn, dude, I didn't think it would be this bad. I truly had the mentality that at the very least, like the American military as it stands is like the last remaining competent institution that has like decent organizational principles, like has a function. And it's so obvious that like this last tit for tat with Iran has shown that contractor bloat and endless amounts of money that we've just burned for years while dominating people that have already been historically dominated over and over again was just a paper tiger. America was a paper tiger all along. If the Russian military conquest in Ukraine showcased that Russia also did not have the capabilities of a land invasion of a country with 40 million fucking people, this is America's own this is America's own, like, you know, war moment. Now, to be fair, a land invasion is infinitely harder to pull off than whatever the fuck we're trying to do in Iran, apparently. But considering that the Iranian capabilities are significantly better, the Iranian positions are significantly more hardened than the Ukrainian ones, that Ukraine literally only had like 10, not even 10, like 8 fucking years to basically design. Because it's not like Ukraine had like a very competent standing military force in, you know, before like 2014. They've had a very limited amount of time to like design their forces and to beef up their defenses, but they did a fairly solid job against Russia with a shit ton of American and Western military support. But they did. They were able to push back the Russian military occupation from Kyiv. America, on the other hand, is having an even harder time with Iran in a much shorter period of time. with no allies whatsoever, if we're being real. Yeah, Russia also isn't planning a war with the people making all their military gear. What is this? I mean, this is fucking, an exaggeration. Now it's Iran's turn, although China and Russia's helping. Ugh. Fuck. Did I sneeze on myself? No, I didn't. Okay, good. Now it's Iran's turn, although China and Russia's help has been lacking and is nowhere near what Europe and US gave Ukraine. Yes. This would be like the funniest possible time for a big boat to get sucked sideways in the Suez Canal. Oh my God. True. It would collapse a trade in its entirety, I think. Paul Bless says, the longer this war continues, the more likely that this country completely implodes. Ryan Grimm reports on a new survey finds that 50 to 42 margin, American voters believe Donald Trump went to war with Iran, at least in part to distract from the Jeffrey Epstein scandal. Now, that's not my favorite poll, and I don't think that's like the real reason, but fuck it. If Americans are going to be anti-war because they think Donald Trump is like going to war with Iran to hide the Epstein files, and not because of the contents of the Epstein files, potentially, so be it. I think the correct assessment here is not that Donald Trump is going to war to distract the public from the Epstein files, but going to war specifically because of the contents of the Epstein files. You know what I mean? Do you see what I'm saying? Like what he has done that maybe Israel has access to could have made him a more, compliant leader that would finally do the deed for Israel. Terrible economy and immense suffering for a war no one believes in. A roster of hated clowns surrounding a detached leader drowning in his own decadence. Massive scandal of the worst kind running through every nook of elite society. History tells us this is chill. It is chill. As long as Americans have their jalapeno poppers, it's chill. The moment that they don't have access to their jalapeno poppers is an entirely different conversation. America will, I think a lot of those people will finally understand what I mean when I say like, there are a lot of ISIS-style groups in this country. They just don't do ISIS-style shit because American material conditions are far more advanced and far better than the conditions in a destroyed Iraq. You will potentially find out what American ISIS, Al-Qaeda, has to say and do, right? When the jalapeno poppers are no longer flowing, you will see what those radicalized Americans with an arsenal of fucking gear and what capabilities they have in fucking shit up. We're not there yet, though. The conditions are not bad enough. Contradictions are worsening, but the conditions are nowhere near bad enough. I promise you. In some ways, if you can still go to McDonald's and eat a fucking Big Mac, or there's a new, burger that they're releasing or whatever the fuck, like that means that shit hasn't gotten to that degree yet. Shit hasn't gotten there yet. Enough people aren't mad enough yet. It's not there yet. Could get there, though.
If they try to hit us back, have you been briefed about how many Iran sleeper cells there could be inside the U.S. right now?
I have been, and a lot of people came in through Biden with this stupid open border. But we know where most of them are. We've got our eye on all of them, I think.
Is it dozens?
They came in through the open border policies of Sleepy Joe Biden, one of the worst president in the history of our country. And we've got our eyes on all of them. But the war itself is being prosecuted at a level that nobody's seen before. It's pretty amazing to watch. Years that way.
Pretty amazing to watch is right. It's amazing. I love watching it. Trump on Newsom had a statement. We'll look at that in a second. RGC Navy Commander Alireza Tangshiri says, we guarantee any security of any oil tanker under any flag that can convince an American destroyer to escort it through the Strait of Hormuz. That's not real. There's no way that that's a real statement that they made. Yeah. There is, Iran war briefing day 12 with Michael Clark.
We've seen in particular tremendous number of strikes now in southern Beirut, where the Israelis are really going for Hezbollah in Beirut, and they're targeting particular floors of particular residential buildings where they think that some of the people they're after are sheltering or hiding or plotting one way or another. The war in Lebanon is set to get a great deal worse, whatever happens to the war elsewhere in the region. But Tel Aviv has also come under attack, and the Iranians are giving particular attention to try to hit back at Israel with all that they can, insofar as they've got the ordnance to do it. Pete Hegseth made it clear yesterday that the war would intensify today. He said the most intensive day of the war is coming up, and that's more or less what we've seen today. In terms of the number of attacks, the amount of ordnance delivered, I think he was right, and he implies it will get even higher yet. However, the Strait of Hormuz is now the most critical area of the war. It is, in every sense of the word, the trump card which the Iranians can play, because the Strait of Hormuz is a really important waterway for obvious reasons. We always say that the narrow Strait of Hormuz is at its narrowest between there and there, 33 kilometres. It's actually a great deal narrower than that, because the shipping route includes an in lane and an out lane. And the lane going in is 3 kilometres wide, and the lane coming out is only 3 kilometres wide, and there is a 5-kilometre separation zone between them. So the area they can use of that 33 kilometres is only 11 kilometres. And big tankers, big 500,000-ton tankers almost, and certainly even the smaller tankers, 150,000 tons, they have to do a very sharp turn in or out of the Gulf in order to conform with the lanes and not get stuck into the shallower waters. And when they get round the tip, then they have to go straight, because the water down here is too shallow. 25 metres just south, 60 metres further here, too shallow for some of the really big ships. So they have to go in a straight line as the lanes open out right along the Iranian shore. They have to present themselves as targets to anything along the Iranian shore that wants to try to pick them off. And in fact, I think the Iranians would almost welcome the Americans taking much more aggressive action in the Gulf itself, because in a way they'd be saying, come in, come and try, come and get low down and dirty and fight us, because if we do that, you'll take some losses. We'll achieve our objective, our political objective of hurting you in some way, in ways that hurt President Trump in the Washington nexus of politics that exists around this whole war. And that, for the Iranians, is a very big advantage as this war goes on. And they've already begun to use that advantage by striking, in this case, a Thai ship, and there it is, hit by drones. Drones are unlikely to sink a ship, but they can certainly set it on fire. They can cause a great deal of damage, and for the shipping company, and of course for the mariners on the ship, that just becomes unacceptable. So meanwhile, what the Americans say is that they're hitting mine-laying ships, which may be true, but a lot of these mine-laying ships are actually just motorboats, because if the Iranians want to mine the straits themselves, mine the Gulf, they only have to use floating mines, which are very easy, and they simply have to toss them off the back of a small craft. Floating mines are a problem around the Gulf. They could go anywhere. From the Iranian point of view, that achieves the objective of making the Gulf a dangerous place for all shipping. So however the United States gets hold of these or destroys these smaller craft, the chances are the Iranians will still find ways of dropping mines into the Gulf. President Trump last night threatened all sorts of fire and fury if the Iranians mined the Gulf. And so within hours of President Trump making his threats, 3 ships were attacked, the Iranians making it very clear what they think about his threats. And so here we are on day 12, and it's fairly clear that the United States has a very specific military strategy, but not really a political strategy. Whereas the Iranians, they have a pretty clear political strategy, but a rather disaggregated military strategy. In fact, this is what is known as asymmetric warfare. That's the way it works.
This morning, the US releasing new video of strikes on Iranian naval ships, saying it's destroyed 16 mine-laying vessels near the critical Strait of Hormuz. This as several cargo ships in the strait hit by unknown projectiles, according to the British Maritime Authority, some reportedly setting fires on board. All amid growing concerns over the region's oil supply and reports Iran's planning to use mines.
Some rich Iranian dude is losing his mind seeing his prized innocent jet ski tomahawked on global news. Oh, Jesus, dude. This guy's my new favorite Twitter poster. He's Jordanian. All his tweets are bangers. A literal war going on, yet my country's more concerned about Doki Doki Literature Club. Public Security Directorate warns against electronic game Doki Doki Literature Club and similar games to it. We call on parents to monitor and follow up on the games and content that children... Oh my God, are you fucking kidding me? By the way, JJK is so fucking fire. I love this new season. I love the direction that they took. That's totally separate from everything else, obviously, but Jujutsu Kaisen, the latest season of Jujutsu Kaisen is peak, dude. Straight up. I love his backstory as well. Fucking awesome. I rewatched it. I rewatched Jujutsu Kaisen and it's so fucking, it's good. It's good. I'm glad I rewatched it. It's so fucking good. His domain is cool. His backstory is really fucking cool. Hey, did Ben-Gvir died or no? I don't think so, chatter. I don't think he died. You know, I hate to report this, but he's probably alive. Oh, report. Iran has offered post-war concessions to Kurdish parties in an effort to keep them out of the widening U.S.-Israel war, but Kurdish leaders have not responded, the Amargi reports. The report says that Iranian Kurdish groups have been in contact with the U.S. officials about possible cooperation. Even as Washington sends mixed signals, President Donald Trump said on March 6th, it would be wonderful if the Kurdish forces crossed into Iran, but later said that the U.S. was not looking for the Kurds to enter the war. Meanwhile, Ali Larijani, Secretary of Iran's Supreme National Security Council, warned Kurdish parties that if they enter the conflict, they will be dealt with. Kurdish parties have so far taken no concrete action, citing the lack of U.S. security guarantees against Iranian retaliation. Estimates suggest 5,000 to 10,000 Kurdish fighters are based in Iraq's Kurdistan region. FBI Director Kash Patel fired the entire Iran-focused counterintelligence team, CI-12, including agents who investigated Trump's classified documents just days before the U.S. launched strikes on Iran. Hell yeah. Wait, Hasan, he's actually dead?
האיראנים אומרים שאתה מת. וכל האיראנים שהפיצו את הפייק שאני מת.
Bro, why you gotta fucking why you gotta bum me out, dude? Why you gotta fucking bum me out, dude? God damn it. That shit sucks, dude. Fucking, I don't even want to think about that. Spain permanently withdrew its ambassador to Israel on Tuesday's diplomatic standoff worsened. We covered that already. Oh, there's also this. So yesterday I was talking about Shoykot, and Emily Mills. Did Hasan the Hun talk to Shoykot about Rebellion Pact Policy Institute with Cenk or Brianna or not? I haven't watched the show. Also in 2022, Shoykot was the director of the Rebellion Pact Institute alongside Cenk and Brianna Wu. Ryan says, I see that Mills keeps bringing this up as if it's somehow unexplained. In 2022, Brianna Wu had not yet become an unapologetic champion of genocide and was fairly standard progressive democratic operative. Working in a pact with her and Cenk Uygur would not have been unusual. The other side of the story, of course, is that I literally, once Brianna Wu became this fucking Zionist monster, I told Cenk to literally drop her, which I don't even know when he actually did. But last but not least, I don't give a fuck if he worked on the Rebellion Pact. I don't care. But a lot of people are talking about some of the candidates that we've had on the broadcast. A lot of people are talking about it. Scott Wiener is running scared. He actually came out with a video shitting on Shoykot Guys, for people that don't know, he has all the fucking backing, okay? He was AOC's first chief of staff. He literally is responsible. Shoykot was one of the people that literally built Justice Democrats. And then he transitioned into being AOC's chief of staff. He was AOC's first chief of staff. Okay? He's legit. It's very fucking annoying that people don't know anything and are like, oh, he's like really rich or whatever, and getting mad at all this shit. Elizabeth Warren moment in Illinois 9. Oh my God, don't even get me fucking started on this. Like, I also don't even want to shit on like Bushra because I think she's like a very nice person. But yeah, Israel's favorite candidate in San Francisco came out with a statement on Shoykot, Senator Scott Wiener. My opponent is using his vast personal wealth to try and buy a seat in Congress. I'm not worth hundreds of millions like he is, but what do I do? But what I do have is decades of real experience delivering for San Francisco. Being hyper rich can buy you lots of things, but it shouldn't be able to buy you an election.
I left a career in tech.
Lately, your TV and social media have probably been flooded with ads from this rich guy who wants to buy San Francisco's seat in Congress. Let's take a closer look at...
Why would you shit on Bushra? They're the DSA candidate in the 9th District. Oh, so that's what people were yelling at me about, because Kat is actually a part of DSA, but did not get the DSA endorsement for the race. That makes sense now. Mike is asking people to vote for Bushra. Oh my God. It doesn't, just, dude, it doesn't matter. Here come the Brigaders. All right, we'll talk about that in a second. Oh my God. Yeah, Kat ignored the DSA. We tried to say they didn't want it. They said they didn't want it. Yeah, I think there was like internal DSA drama. All right, let's watch the Scott Wiener ad first.
What's really going on?
And then we'll get to all that.
He's running to represent San Francisco, but over the past decade, he listed Maryland as his primary residence. And just months before he entered the race for Congress, he listed LA as his address. He says he's not taking corporate money.
I don't take corporate cash.
But he's exploiting campaign finance loopholes by self-funding his campaign with the hundreds of millions of corporate dollars he made in big business and hedge funds.
Kat is a part of Obama world. Why? Because Axelrod and Ben Rhodes basically gave like a fairly soft endorsement to Kat Abu-Ghazaleh. Have you perhaps considered that Ben Rhodes learned about who Kat Abu-Ghazaleh is because I introduced Kat Abu-Ghazaleh to Ben Rhodes after her disastrous foreign policy performance that I found out about from Ryan Grimm's reporting? Perhaps that might have been the reason why Ben Rhodes was tuned into who Kat Abu-Ghazaleh is. How the fuck are you in this community and you literally think that like you get duped by shit that you see on Twitter?
Funds. And he deleted 13 years of his social media posts when he entered the race for Congress.
Anyway, this is a nonsensical bullshit. Okay, one, he talks about how Shoykot is not from San Francisco. The motherfucker's been living in San Francisco for like what 20 years or something, like multiple decades, probably around the same time that Scott Wiener got to San Francisco. That's number one. Number two, Shoykot is very wealthy. This is correct, except his policies are much, much better than any other candidate I've interviewed, like with the exception of maybe like Oliver Larkin. Okay. He's not a carpetbagger. Shut the fuck up. He's been living in San Francisco for years. What are you talking about? That's number one. Number two. Okay. Number two. He's been at this game in progressive politics and has played a formative role in developing left flank candidates since 2016. Okay. Another swagged out brown boy from the Bernie contingency alongside like Fez Shocker. Okay. So that's another reason why I already liked him. I was already aware of him for many, many years. Okay. there is a real, there is another progressive candidate in this race, which, by the way, you know, Scott Wiener is not even mentioning. Scott Wiener is not the progressive candidate here. There is a progressive candidate in this race. I believe her name is Connie Chang, right? If I'm not mistaken. Connie Chan. She is also a progressive candidate. I prefer Shoykot. The reason why I prefer Shoykot is because Shoykot is not just a progressive, but he also literally has the policy background. Okay? He has the policy background. He has the policy knowledge. He knows how to work within DC. That is the reason why. That is the reason why I am in favor of Shoykot, and I will literally do everything I can to get him elected. Okay? Straight up. He's already incredibly impressive. I was already in favor. I was already a fan. Connie Chang is not progressive. She's the progressive lane in this race. And people are trying to do like the dumbest, oh, these are two men that are trying to attack a woman shit. Okay. Adam shit backed Connie Chan. If you want to understand the progressive bona fides that she has. Shoykot is the fucking real deal. I said, Shoykot is very rich, but unbought. You serve the interests of corporations and Israel, which you now sheepishly backtracked on your campaign. It's ironic because out of all the three candidates that are in this race right now with viability, you got Connie Chan, you got Scott Wiener, and you got Shoykot Chakrabarti. And ironically enough, Scott Wiener has raised more money than all of the other ones. Scott Wiener has spent more money than the other candidates. So it's ridiculous where he's like, oh, dude, it's just this guy's using his vast wealth to go up against me. Scott Wiener is the worst option, okay? I mean, there you go. There you go. February 18th, 2024, after October 7. Scott Wiener, last week I co-led a legislative delegation to Israel with both Jewish and non-Jewish legislators and several community organizers. Okay. And the San Francisco DSA has not given up on how frustrated they are about what do you call it? He was one of the top donors along with all the tech oligarchs on a campaign that attacked the only socialist in San Francisco government. Yes. What's his name? Dean. That's who he's talking about. Okay. Dean Preston, who I think he's a good dude. Dean Preston's a good dude. He was against Dean Preston. DSA San Francisco has not let go of this. Okay. They refuse, or not even the entirety of the DSA San Francisco, but like San Francisco DSA does not forgive, and they do not fucking forget. Okay. They do not forgive and they do not forget, or at least some people do not forgive and they do not forget. And for that reason, they're still very skeptical. That's why I wanted Shoykot to address that. Like, I'm aware of these concerns. This is a race that I am, this is a candidate that I'm much more tuned in with and much more aware of. Isn't that the town hall guy who didn't even give an answer if Gaza is being genocided? Yeah, you're talking about, you're talking about Wiener. He's bought by Stripe, Emily Mills says, who left San Francisco because they didn't want to pay taxes. Yeah, he's not bought by Stripe. He is Stripe. What the fuck are you talking about? He is literally Stripe. That's how he made his hundreds of millions of dollars. He fucking founded it. He co-founded it. Anyway, he said he was backing Bilal because he liked his policies more. Yes. Shoykot's net worth is $167 million. He has NBA money. Yeah, I don't really give a shit. I don't like that he's so rich. But I don't give a shit that he's so rich because the difference between him and Tom Steyer is pretty fucking clear if you actually listen to what he has to say. He didn't co-found it. He was the founding first engineer. Okay. Yes, out of all the people that I've had on, with the exception of like Oliver Larkin, he had the best policies. He also still works with Justice Democrats. He built Justice Democrats. Justice Democrats is like 90% of the candidates that I've had on. Okay, it's nowhere near as like as popular, I guess, as it once was in like 2016 with the squad, right? Because those were all Justice Democrats. That's what the squad was. But he works with he played a role in writing the Green New Deal. He works with all the fucking progressive candidates. He works with all the not 2016, sorry, 2018, Squad 2018, Justice Democrats. Kyle Kalinske, Cenk Uygur, my unc, Shoykot, and I forget the name of the policy guy. There's a guy who like writes all the policies as well alongside Shoykot. How come DSA? It feels like DSA has more popularity than Justice Democrats because DSA is like an actual active political organization. Justice Democrats is just like a way to get progressive people elected. Anyway. So yeah, he's very good. He's very solid. I'm gonna do potentially like a meet and greet or something in San Francisco with him. As well. I really want him to fucking win this race. That's what I got on this one. There's also a nice little piece that was written on The Wired. This is the next wave of political fundraising with our convo that took place with Oliver Larkin. Obviously, I'll get to that in a second too. But the other story is Kat Albu-Ghazalek. Kat Albu-Ghazalek is a HasanAbi head. I've known Kat from her Media Matters days. Media Matters is like a media watchdog that was funded and built by George Soros's Open Society Foundations. You know, get that shit out of the way if you want to. Kat Albu-Ghazalek, from what I understand, went to George Washington University and developed a very liberal interventionist foreign policy opinion. And unfortunately, because everything on this platform is at the mercy of one content creator over the other content creator, and Michael from Pennsylvania does not like Kat Albu-Ghazalek because Kat Albu-Ghazalek had a fucking abysmal take on doing a first strike policy on China if China were to invade Taiwan or some shit, which is literally a non-starter in most circumstances. The reason as to why she's saying this, in my opinion, my most honest assessment, is because she's trying to have a morally consistent perspective on intervention in Taiwan or something. You guys are being unfair. She clearly has a principled position on self-determination, which is why she also supports arming Palestine. Wait, what is this? She wants to do regime change in Gaza and have de facto U.S. occupation of Palestine. I think none of her foreign policy positions are good. They're absolutely dog shit. Okay? They're bad. They're really fucking bad. Having said that, I think part of the reason why her foreign policy positions are really fucking bad is because she's 26 years old and does not have a fully fleshed out worldview that is anti-intervention, anti-imperialist whatsoever. I know she talked about it on Majority Report. If I'm giving a fair shake to her foreign policy, it's terrible. Mike didn't like Kat from the beginning of her campaign, and he's just doing his victory lap because he doesn't want her to fucking win, and he's going to do anything to rat fuck the race. And now he's actually been able to arrive at a real reason for why he doesn't like Kat Albu-Ghazalek, and that's why he's like farming this outrage, okay? Stop infantilizing this adult. 26 for a fucking congressperson is literally a goddamn baby, okay? Please stop. Please stop. Listen to my words. My assessment on this is that the collective total of her policies in general, and on top of that, her accessibility and her greenhorn lack of experience makes her a candidate that is infinitely more malleable to not lobbying interests, but someone like myself. Okay? That's it. Some of you were 26 and thought you should do a nuclear first strike on China. Now you're like 30 and you don't believe that any longer. Okay? She literally is a carpetbagger war hawk who wants to replace Palestinian sovereignty. Lol, she's great. No, she doesn't want to fucking... Oh my God. Every single part of her foreign policy positions on her fucking campaign are abysmal because she had an abysmal foreign policy lead from the start. Most of these are remnants of that. She does not have any real foreign policy positions. That's my point, okay? And no, she does support Medicare for all. Bro, you need a stronger argument than this, Law. The strongest argument here is you have Daniel Biss, who she's running against. Daniel Biss has sought out AIPAC support. Daniel Biss is only 4 points ahead. Daniel Biss has gotten the Congressional Progressive Caucus's endorsement. Daniel Biss has gotten the endorsement of every single person that Valerie Foushee in North Carolina 4 that endorsed Valerie Foushee as the incumbent. Okay. All of those Democratic Party forces have endorsed Daniel Biss. And yet, in spite of all of that, Kat Abu-Ghazalek, who literally went to a fucking ICE facility, got her ass beat by pig cops, who is under federal indictment, who has actually been on the fucking streets, who actually does have a fairly solid domestic policy, okay, with completely contemptible and utter dog shit foreign policy, make no mistake, with the exception of Palestine, but it seems like even her campaign platform in Palestine is like horrible. Okay. You are an actual moron when it comes to Kat. Dude, can we not fucking do this? Can we not do this? I'm a 34-year-old man who is endorsing, who has played a formative role in your fucking development of your own personal goddamn ideology, who's not only endorsing like one candidate, but a million fucking candidates across the country, and you love all of them. I think I've developed enough fucking sympathy here in this goddamn chat for a brief moment, so you don't have to be a cynical fucking dipshit. Okay? Is it okay? Is that what you wanted? You want me to fucking crash out on you? Is that what it is? Me? Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Fuck me. 62 fucking month subscriber, dude. God, you're fucking insufferable, dude. Who the fuck are you? You're an insufferable fucking worm. Jesus Christ. Fuck. You can engage me in a sincere manner with constructive and sincere criticisms or concerns. You don't have to come in here and be a fucking dickhead, okay? The race is between Daniel Biss at 24 points. It's endorsed by all of the fucking establishment Democrats and all the quote unquote progressive forces in the Democratic Party versus Kat Abu-Ghazalek, who's not. Okay? That's it. Daniel Biss sought out the endorsement of AIPAC and then backed away from it. Who do you think is going to be a better vote against Israel in Congress? It's that simple. A lot of people keep looking at this shit, and it's understandable because they don't know they don't understand the entire dynamic here. They look at her policies, and her policies are fucking terrible. Her foreign policy positions are terrible. She talked about fucking funding NED, National Endowment for Democracy, and doing like soft regime change. Like even this in and of itself, this comes from Michael from Pennsylvania's community, KMT Cat. KMT is a fucking pro-unification party. If you're going to shit on Kat Abu-Ghazalek's, China first strike policy, at least use the appropriate fucking terminology, dumbass. Legit make Kat sound like she's the worst person to ever run. I heard no positive. She's too green, too young, and knows nothing to Hasan. That's crazy. No. Regardless of, and I'm making a very sober assessment, regardless of her shortcomings, she is far better than Daniel Biss. Okay? It's that simple. And she's at 20%. If she was at 10%, this would be a very different conversation. She's at 20% against Daniel Biss. Daniel Biss is sitting at 24%. Kat Abu-Ghazalek is sitting at 20%. Okay? it is actually significant enough. I don't want to have another fucking Nita Allen situation where she loses by literally like 100 fucking votes. Do you? She's also literally fucking Palestinian. I understand what you're saying, but I want to know why you don't like the DSA endorsed candidate and platform, her Bushra. I never said I don't like her. I said that she's at 6%. Okay? That's it. It's that simple. If she doesn't want to get out of the race and endorse Kat, then that's fine. She doesn't want to do that. She doesn't have to do that. But the reality of the matter is there's a very close race. Zoran was at 1%. Okay, I'm done talking about politics. Actually, every single neoliberal was correct. Every single person in this community is a fucking mouth-breathing troglodyte. You are a fucking moron. Zoran was at 1% in the beginning of the primaries, like 5 months out of the fucking race. Not 5 days out of the race, you fucking baboon. You absolute fucking baboon. You are so fucking stupid. Oh my God. Every single time we have a conversation about electoral viability, this entire community turns into a bunch of fucking idiots. It is probably the worst aspect of this community. Every single fucking centrist neoliberal is vindicated. Anytime some of you dumb fucks try to open your mouth about, well, there's a better candidate out there. Like when I was interviewing Tom Steyer, there's a race with like 20 fucking Democrats right now, and it's going to be the top two candidates in the state of California for the gubernatorial race, because there's like 25 fucking Democrats running for office, is going to go to the top 2 Republicans. Okay? There's a reason why I fucking interviewed Tom Steyer and not Ramsey Robinson, which I will, you know, but it's not going to change anything. There's a reason why Ramsey Robinson doesn't have the capacity. I don't personally have the capacity to make Ramsey Robinson into a viable candidate. Okay? A lot of you literally don't understand it. You think like, well, this guy has the best policies, so like he should win, right? Like this is how it works. That's not how it fucking works. Okay? That's not how it works. There's a reason why AIPAC is dumping $850,000 against Kat Abu-Ghazaleh. They recognize the threat that she presents. Why the fuck can't you? That's the problem. Okay? I'm sorry. Every single person that works at AIPAC is a million times smarter than you. Okay? That's just the truth. They see her as a threat. She went on television and said, I want to condition all aid to Israel. No distinction between defensive and offensive weapons. Okay? And you guys still think she is not a fucking real advocate for Palestinians when she herself is a fucking Palestinian. I'm done. I can't have this conversation with you guys any longer. It's very frustrating. It's incredibly fucking frustrating. You just want to meme around. You want to be like, no, if you want fucking Daniel Biss to win, go right ahead. Vote for Daniel Biss. Vote for Bushra. Vote for whoever the fuck you want to vote for. Many of you are not in Illinois 9 anyway, so it doesn't even matter. Okay? If you want to spend the next 5 days working alongside AIPAC to attack the candidate that AIPAC is spending $850,000 on, making sure that she doesn't win, have fun with that. Okay? That's it. If you want to be a servant of Israel, if you want to be a fucking cattle, go moo around all up and down Illinois 9. Okay?
Do you support any aid to Israel? Or could that,
I
could
support,
that scuttle...
I support, for example, defensive weaponry. I support Iron Dome.
Ms. Abu-Ghazaleh, any aid to Israel at all?
Defensive weaponry is an oxymoron.
Actually, fuck you. No, go ahead. Cut the fucking AIPAC checks. Yeah, dog, I'm stupid for not wanting to vote for a disingenuous TikTok candidate. Do you live in Illinois 9? Send me proof right now that you live in Illinois 9, or I'm going to fucking ban you. Send the mods proof that you live in Illinois 9 right now, or you're getting fucking banned. Hasan, the strat didn't work for Kamala. Just get Kat to change. There is no strat here. You guys are fucking insufferable. Why is AIPAC spending $850,000 against Kat Abou-Ghazalig's run, despite the fact that she is now sitting at 20%. Think. Why is Jewish Insider attacking Graham Plattner? Why do they keep saying Graham Plattner is a Nazi? Why does Jewish Insider even go to the lengths where they talk about how Graham Plattner's brother-in-law is actually in the IDF or was in the IDF? Is he actually anti-Israel after all? None of you want to think about these things. Unfortunately, many of you think you're highly educated voters. You think you are ideologically principled voters. But in fact, you are very malleable. You're just as malleable as the rest of these fucking cattle that don't even think about this shit at all. Okay? It's about any candidate that does this shit, you're just hurt. You put your whole stream behind her and taking it out on your community because you're embarrassed and saying to call anyone cattle for this. Okay, there you go. None of you have ever thought about pragmatism at all. You are going to let Daniel Defend Israel Biss win this fucking election. Okay? That's it. This is not about saving face. Stop trying to find a cynical alternative reason. I am communicating exactly what the reason is. Why not support Bushra? Because she's at 6% 5 days out from the fucking primary. Many of my long-term community members going forward from this point on, I suspect is probably going to stay with Michael from Pennsylvania and refuse to come in here. And to all of you, I have to say this. Mike and I agree on a lot, okay? We agree on pragmatism. Sometimes Mike can be more correct than myself, and in other circumstances, I can be more correct than Mike. For example, Michael from Pennsylvania wanted a third-party run immediately, and I told him that the time wasn't right for that. Now, he's also very much actively trying to get DSA candidates endorsed and elected in the Democratic Party. Notice how he stopped advocating for third-party runs across the board in the entire country and is now doing exactly what I'm doing. Sometimes we can have fucking disagreements. If you think that one person's political perspective trumps the other person's political perspective in this situation without making up your own fucking mind, and you just come in here to repeat talking points that he gave you, okay, for his own personal reasons. I'm not going to say it's cynical, okay, because I'm not a fucking asshole like many of you are. I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, Michael's doing this for one reason or another. No, we have a disagreement. He understands, just like I do, that Kat Abou-Ghazalig's foreign policy is horrible. Okay, it's bad. With the exception of Israel, it's bad. Her entire foreign policy platform was written by a person who is a liberal, NATO Atlanticist, pro-intervention, pro-NED, pro-CIA interventionist person. Okay, it's clear. You can see it. The reason why I'm not putting a lot of emphasis onto it is because, unlike Mike, I don't think this is a sincerely held perspective from Kat Abou-Ghazalig, and it's more so just her, you know, trying to be morally consistent, as though that fucking matters. She's 26 years old and she's very green. Okay? That's it. You have to work with what you have. You have to be pragmatic. She is 4 points away. If you want to fucking go and do a protest vote against an anti-Zionist, when the choice is an anti-Zionist candidate versus a Zionist candidate, and you want to be the deciding factor in the Zionist candidate winning here because you wanted to throw your vote out and you think this is like Kamala Harris style lesser evilism, you're making the same exact fucking failed calculation that many people do when it comes to Graham Plattner. That's my argument, okay? That's it. She literally outflanks AOC when it comes to not offering defensive weapons to Israel. She outflanks AOC's foreign policy on Israel. You guys literally champion AOC's cause as though she is the most anti-Zionist here. And I do think that AOC is far more anti-Israel than the average congressperson. Kat Abou-Ghazalig is better than AOC on this issue. That's it. If you have a stable assessment on candidates, you have to have it be the same across the board. That's it. That's it.
Do you support any aid to Israel? Or could that,
Yeah, I
could
support,
that scuttle?
For example, defensive weaponry to support Iron Dome.
Ms. Abu Ghazali, any aid to Israel at all?
Defensive weaponry is an oxymoron. Weapons are inherently offensive, and for any
You
ally.
support Iron Dome.
No, I don't support any. We need to condition all aid to any country, any ally. It doesn't matter if it's Israel
So
or if
Iron
it's
Dome
Mexico.
was where they shoot down
missiles that are coming in.
Right. If we aren't using our leverage, there is no reason to condition any aid. We absolutely should be supporting our allies, but they have to follow our own laws first.
Do you support any aid to Israel? Or could that,
Yeah, I
could
support-
that scuttle?
Do you understand? I also think your perspective being more open is very important. We can disagree on tactics. I said the exact same thing you're saying today. So anyone saying anything different is wrong, but I consider a Taiwan take to be fucking batshit crazy. Yes, but I don't think it's a sincerely held opinion that she wants to fucking do a nuclear first strike on China. Okay, that's it. My point is, she's 4 points away. She is the viable anti-Zionist candidate in this race. Bushra, unfortunately, is not. Okay, that's it. It's that simple for me. She's pro-Medicare for all. Before people say she's not, she is pro-Medicare for all. Okay? If you're pro-Medicare for all and you're an anti-Zionist, that's like two major fucking issues solved right out of the fucking gate. It was the same reason why I liked Graham Plattner from the start as well. These are pretty reliable litmus tests. That's it. If you consider that not to be enough, and you are, from your perspective, from your framework, you're like, no, I actually am going to take what she's saying in her foreign policy platform that literally doesn't even correspond to what she's saying on this broadcast, doesn't correspond to what she has said on TV, and it's very clearly written by. A fucking horrible foreign policy advisor from the start. If you want to turn this into a Nita Allen situation, let's go. Let's have fun, you know? It's going to turn into that. Daniel Biss is going to be your fucking candidate. Have fun. Daniel Biss probably has a better take on Taiwan because he's smart enough to shut the fuck up about Taiwan, that he would never fucking bring it up. If you want to believe that Daniel Biss is going to be less of a warmonger than Kat Abu Ghazalek, you can fucking delude yourself into thinking that. Okay? That's the only difference. Daniel Biss is old enough to fucking know not to say some dumb shit like she's going to arm Taiwan and continue escalating militarily against China. That's the only difference. He might sincerely believe that too. But you'll never hear it because he's a much older politician. So go ahead. Work alongside AIPAC. AIPAC has already spent $850,000 on Kat Abu Ghazalek. Part of the reason is because she says shit like this. The other part of the reason is because she's fucking Palestinian. Okay? If you want to work alongside AIPAC, go right ahead. Go right ahead. Okay, that's it. And she fucking hates ICE. She wants to abolish and prosecute ICE. She's anti-Zionist, regardless of whatever the fuck her stupid ass campaign site says. And on top of that, she's pro-Medicare for all. And AIPAC, I'm going to repeat this one more time, is spending $850,000 against her right now, 5 days out from the election. It's probably a moot point at this point, no matter how hard I fucking ride for Kat regardless. Because once again, AIPAC is spending $850,000 in ad spend against her right now. So if you look at that situation and think, I think AIPAC is right, I'm going to side with AIPAC. I think she is not good enough for me. It doesn't matter that she has a real opportunity to go out and defeat Daniel Biss and run. If you think that, if you want to, whether you agree with AIPAC or not, it doesn't matter. You are aligning with AIPAC. Go right ahead. That's it. So are you saying it's okay for people to blame you for Trump winning since you didn't endorse Kamala? Maybe you should push Kat on her shit policies. It's 5 days out from an election. Every single aspect of her foreign policy is unironically insignificant in the primaries, with the exception of people like yourselves in this community. That's why I said this is similar to the Graham Plattner situation. These are things that you care about. These are not things that need to be fixed right now. That's it. It's completely ridiculous. The conversation that we're having in this community is, for the most part, utterly irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. I just don't want 100 people from my chat to be the fucking deciding factor that causes Daniel Biss, who wants to give defensive weapons to Israel, who might have a better Taiwan policy than Kat Abou-Ghazalek, to fucking win the primaries by 100 fucking votes because 100 dumb fucks in my community that live in Illinois 9 ended up not voting for her. Okay? That's it. That's what I care about. That's what I want to avoid in this situation. Do you understand? And I've said this clearly with Graham Plattner. When I defended Graham Plattner initially, I said, when people were like, Graham Plattner, aren't you trying to do lesser evil voting? Aren't you trying to do lesser evil voting for Graham Plattner? Isn't this the same thing as Kamala Harris? Do you think Kamala Harris is also for Medicare for all, abolishing ICE, and anti-Zionist? Like, take the policies and put it into the other package and you will understand, okay? Kamala Harris is not bad because she's fucking Rizless, dumbass. Kamala Harris is bad because her policies were dog shit, okay? Kamala Harris had power to at least try and stop the genocide and did nothing. This comparison is idiotic. Basically, vote smarter, not harder. Can we get someone who's 95% there? We can completely bomb it because of purity play. If I thought that her foreign policy positions were like sincerely held, I would have a very different approach to this. I would be a lot more skeptical. I think her foreign policy positions are bad. It's not even defensible. It's bad to indefensible. But the dichotomy between like the juxtaposition between what she's saying she's for versus what is written on her fucking website should give you a clear indication that that's not her foreign fucking policy at all. These are problems that happen when you're 26 fucking years old. And if she was polling currently at 5%, this would be an irrelevant conversation. I was like, go vote for Bushra if you want to vote for her. If you want to vote for Kat, vote for her. That's not the reality. 5 days out from the fucking primaries, she's sitting at 20%. Which means, especially considering, as Michael from Pennsylvania has also correctly pointed out, she actually has a much higher likelihood to win than even those polls show, because a lot of those polls don't actually correctly poll for youth turnout. So if she actually has even better youth turnout, then it's going to be an even closer race than fucking 24-20. So ask yourself that question. When that election night comes out, when the results are pouring in, do you want to functionally be on the side of AIPAC, whether you agree with AIPAC or not, or do you not want to be on the side of AIPAC? It's that simple. And no, I'm not going to ask Bushra to back out and back Kat either. That's disrespectful. I don't know her like that. I think it's ridiculous for me to do such a thing. Okay? But there are so many fucking people in the chat that are literally unironically behaving like wreckers. Okay? And it actually is frustrating endlessly. Graham Plattner murdered many people in the name of imperialism, was stationed at Abu Ghraib, and did multiple tours and served in Blackwater. Okay, don't worry. Hopefully Janet Mills will win, so you can be happy with the most pro-Israel candidate. Have you guys noticed? that when you do stuff like this, when you say stuff like this, once again, you're probably not being pragmatic. You're basically deciding for all intents and purposes, you're hoping that the most pro-Israel candidate wins. Given the lack of power that the left has in this fucking country, I'm not going to fucking sit around and be like, you guys are tankies, you guys are ultras, blah, blah, blah, all this shit. I never do this, okay? I don't do this at all. But just for the time being, just shut the fuck up, please. Please shut the fuck up. Like, the Department of Justice literally has federal charges against Kat Abu-Ghazaleh. She is hated by all the people that you fucking hate. But it turns out you don't maybe hate them that much. Daniel Biss does not have charges against him by the federal government for protesting outside of the Broadview ICE facility in Illinois. Kat Abu-Ghazaleh does. Daniel Biss doesn't have $850,000 in AIPAC ad spend being spent against him. Kat Abu-Ghazaleh is. You're promoting a Nazi to a stream full of minority groups? Get that fucking blue sky shit out of here, dude. Get this fucking blue sky shit out of here. You're promoting a Nazi to your stream full of minorities. That's woke 1.0, not woke 2.0, okay? Anyway, that's Grant Plattner. He's, yeah, the crypto Nazi. Chatters aren't thinking clearly and you're not addressing what the problem is. The reality is the fight for ranked choice is the most valuable fight of our electoral futures, but we can't fight for it here today. That's the reality. It's a fight worth having, but you need to fight it in a relevant battleground to make that change. The system is a who can win system, and it's 5 days away. Exactly. I am addressing that. I'm saying it. It's 5 fucking days away. And I don't have magical powers to change the outcome of a fucking race. Seriously, where this cattle hypocrisy comes when you don't endorse a shitty candidate like Kamala, you blame. And when you support a candidate that is a much more viable candidate against this fascist regime, then you're making propaganda for not wanting the fascists to win this election? Wait, what? I'm confused as to what you're saying. The reason why I did not endorse Kamala Harris but urge people not to fucking vote for Donald Trump is because Kamala Harris was continuing a fucking genocide and refused to even separate herself from the genocide policy that Joe Biden was committing. Kat Abu-Ghazaleh is anti-genocide. It's pretty good starting point. Grant Plattner has 2 fucking Nazi tattoos. He's either a Nazi or a former Nazi. He doesn't have 2 Nazi tattoos. You got duped by opposition research of a hallucinating fucking blue dog Democrat. Once again. Grant Plattner is unironically one of the best communicators the Democratic Party has right now. I'll say it out loud. It's true. Regardless of his fucking red flags, that's just the case. Any comparison between Grant Plattner or even Kat Abu-Ghazaleh between Kamala Harris is idiotic. Because the reason as to why I did not endorse Kamala Harris wasn't because she was fucking Rizless. The reason why I did not endorse Kamala Harris was because she was pro-genocide. Kat Abu-Ghazaleh and Grant Plattner are anti-genocide. And that might be a low bar for many of you to clear. But if you actually fucking look at the rest of Congress, that's a pretty goddamn high bar, it seems. Okay? In a country where 70 to 80% of the Democratic base of support says Israel's committing a genocide and we must decouple from Israel. And there's like 12 total fucking congresspersons, excuse me for wanting to make that number 13, maybe 14 if we're fucking lucky. But God forbid we try to do that. You guys have different plans. Have fun. Okay? That's it. That's my final statement on this issue. Hopefully we never have to talk about this shit ever again. Actually, that's not true. We will endlessly talk about this shit. When did the perspective on Plattner change? Last I checked, the Totenkopf was a pretty big ick when it first came out. I don't know. There was like months and months of Graham Plattner's statements that you can look at to understand, to give it a better, to give a fairer shake to what he actually stands for. Want to check logs on to move on, maybe? Can you endorse Annie Andrews for Senate? She's running on the Democratic primary. If she wins, she'll be up against Lindsey Graham. What? I have to look at this person. You're dealing with people who wish to torpedo the Capitol, bub? No, they won't. They won't do any of that shit. Okay? That's the thing. They just fantasize about doing shit like that. They're obviously, they just sit around and fucking watch me on Twitch, okay? No, I'm dealing with people who LARP. That's it. I'm also dealing with a lot of people who don't understand the balance, the balancing act of electoralism versus hoping to radicalize enough people. These are also the same people that are, dirty breakers, where they're like, all right, it's time to fucking do third-party viability. Third-party viability doesn't exist at this moment, okay? There is no movement for third party. It just doesn't exist right now. This isn't to say that it will never exist, but it won't fucking exist, at least in this election cycle. Okay? That's it. We just have a different assessment of the situation. But people can't comprehend that, my assessment might be different than them because they're fucking parasocial. And they think I have some other sinister, cynical purpose for why I'm saying the things I'm saying. That's the problem. And I hate that more than anything else because I'm stubborn to a fucking fault. Okay? If I feel something, I will tell you. If I'm angry at something, I will openly communicate it to you. It's been 12 fucking years of doing this shit. And not only has it been 12 fucking years of doing this shit, I've been doing this on Twitch since 2018. Okay? At this point, I think I deserve a little bit more charitability than a 68-month subscriber who's like, oh, you're just embarrassed because you fucking backed her from the start. What a fucking stupid attitude, man. What a fucking idiotic attitude. Yeah, it mustn't be the things that I explained to you. It must be some secret reason, and you arrived at it. You fucking parasocial piece of shit. Fuck you. The disaster on the MR chat was different. Cat writers went to war, started attacking old timers for understanding the strategic ambiguity thing, calling them Maoists. The old timers weren't considering the electoralist angle. Yeah, I hope that she doesn't have a bunch of like liberal interventionists in her audience either. Yeah, you are naive and you have a bad judgment of character. For weeks, shadows have been calling you a shitlib and a tanky in the same day. I know. If you want to criticize me or if you want to criticize the things that I'm saying, do so. Don't fucking invent alternative reasons. Okay? Do not fucking invent some cynical reason as to why I must be doing the thing I'm doing. It's so fucking annoying. Sometimes it feels like 50% of this chat thinks the communist revolution happened, and all we have to do is weed out the last few revisionists. It was political suicide to be a candidate like Cat or Plattner, like not even 10 years ago. Yeah, it was political suicide to be a candidate like Cat or Graham Plattner, literally when Graham Plattner first fucking came out. Like it was political suicide to be a candidate like either of them 3 fucking years ago. Okay? People have hardened their positions after just finding out about Israel for the last 2 years. And now they're coming to me, the guy who they learned about Israel from, and telling me that I'm insincere in my advocacy. It's fucking unbearable. It's ridiculous. Go back to TikTok. Jesus fucking Christ. Is it time for another purge? No, it'll happen already. Hasan, you are a centrist. Marjorie Taylor Greene is anti-genocide and AIPAC hates her. Does she have your support now? If Marjorie Taylor Greene also was pro-Medicare for all, if Marjorie Taylor Greene was anti-ICE, pro-Medicare for all, anti-fucking, waging war with Mexico, yeah, I would genuinely reconsider my stances on Marjorie Taylor Greene. Hello? Are you okay? The question is, wouldn't you? She criticized Trump for Medicaid cuts. Go door knock. Wait. 47-month subscriber. Did I say criticizing Trump for Medicaid cuts is the reason for why we should support Marjorie Taylor Greene? Or did I say convincingly being in support of Medicare for all? Do you think those two things are the same? Perhaps you already know that those two things are not the same, which is why you had to lean into this dumb bullshit. Do you think this is a good argument? Kat wasn't for M4A 2 days ago. Oh my fucking God. When Kat came on this broadcast, she was for Medicare for all. What the fuck are you talking about? The shit in her fucking campaign website is irrelevant. This is why I'm saying, like, the purge is all of the fucking OG community members. That's it. It's motherfuckers like this. 47-month subscriber. Logs, can you look at how they all sound like ContraPoints? They'll say I sound like fucking ContraPoints. I'm with you regarding Kat, but I think your support of Shikot is due to him having a larger campaign fund than Connie. It's still early in the race, and I believe the locals have her back, not his. Yeah, I'm going to do everything I can to fucking change that. And no, it has nothing to do with Shikot's fucking campaign funds. I don't give a shit about that at all. Look at Oliver Larkin. Do you think someone's campaign coffers are a relevant factor in this? No, Shikot is not just the best candidate in that race. Shikot is one of the best candidates in every race. Please go look at her fucking policy papers. Go look at his policy papers. If you want to develop a better understanding, not only does he have a shit ton of fucking experience in this. This was her Medicare take on your stream. Yeah. Okay.
I think that Medicare for all doesn't go far enough. We need single payer health care with, dental, mental, vision, and hearing coverage.
Think. If she says this on this broadcast, but her fucking policy, her policy papers or her policy prescriptions on her website are so different, what do you think? What do you think is the problem here? Do you think it's because she's a 26-year-old who hired a bunch of people to write this shit and ultimately she thinks that those guys are competent and are showing her best face forward? Or do you think she has this as her sincerely held position? think why this major juxtaposition. I think you're being taken for a ride, man. 2 days worth of brigades from Chatter Screaming she's against Medicare for all when they could have just watched the fucking stream with her on it. I know, but no one wants to do that. No one wants to fucking do that. What are your red lines when supporting harm reduction candidates compared to the less likely to win candidate? What do you mean? Pro-genocide, pro-ICE, funding ICE. I don't know, like the reversal of most of her positions. You just have to look at every race individually as well. Like you have to look at who you're running against, like who your opposition is, what they're advocating for. But I will not stand for people being like, she's not an anti-Zionist. That to me is fucking ridiculous. Like she's literally Palestinian, man. Jesus Christ. I know I'm a gray name, but I've been watching this since 2020 and seeing all these annoying ass chatters type up a storm when they see a candidate that doesn't take AIPAC money, wants to abolish ICE, wants Medicare for all, and is some real record behavior. Progressive could never progressive enough for them. It's obnoxious. Yeah, it's unbelievable the way that fucking people are behaving. I truly cannot comprehend it, especially because like this isn't a race between like a competent progressive candidate and then someone who's like maybe marginally better than them. This is a race between a candidate that has sought AIPAC money, okay, and a candidate who is being attacked by AIPAC. And the chatters literally are looking at the situation where there's 4 fucking points between the candidate who sought AIPAC funding and the candidate who's Palestinian, and they're fucking going, she's not anti-Zionist enough. What the fuck is going on? Wake the fuck up. If you want, look, Daniel Biss is better. Daniel Biss is better than the average Democrat. I mean, he's literally pushing the Bernie line and the AOC line on defensive weapons. Okay? He'll be just fine. If you guys want that, then go right ahead. Go right ahead. You know? But I don't want to fucking hear from anybody complaining about this shit. Anyway, speaking of one of the more positive sides about this, I love you, but a candidate's written policy prescriptions are much more important than the rhetoric they use when they're campaigning. They know how to use and manipulate an audience. Cat makes me nervous. You're a fucking idiot if you think that that is legitimate. Like, I've known this person for years. I'm telling you as openly as I can that there is one thing, like her outward communication is not obviously directed by herself. Okay? She's literally pro-NATO, bro. Oh, really? Do you guys have a lot of anti-NATO candidates that you like? Give me one fucking American Democratic Party politician that's anti-NATO, with the exception of like Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib, who I probably think are still anti-NATO, or I mean pro-NATO, let's be real. Do you know a single American Democratic Party candidate that is currently in office right now that openly says that they are anti-NATO? Are they here? Have you met them? Do you think that this is a sincere distinction that you make when voting for a candidate? Do you know a single one? Do you know a single anti-NATO Democrat? One. Just one. Give me one fucking anti-NATO Democrat name right now. Ask yourself why your NATO is not good now, you fucking dingus. Shut the fuck up. You can't answer because there is none. You fucking moron. The question is, why are you making this distinction right now? Because if your standard is, I want a Democrat to come out and say, fuck NATO, okay? I say fuck NATO. But if I thought, if my red line for voting for a fucking Democrat was that they have to come out and say they're anti-NATO, there's no one I could vote for. Why are you looking for a reason, any reason whatsoever? Why is this a standard that you apply to every candidate? Or are you simply using it because you're a fucking debate pedophile and you feel like this is something that you can debate endlessly? I think the answer is that you're a fucking debate pedophile. Okay? That's it. Apply the same standards evenly to every candidate. Grade them on a curve. That's what I do. Okay? That's what I do. You have to be fucking pragmatic. Bro, everyone hates NATO except the establishment. As someone who lives in NATO country, that's fucking hilarious to hear. It's just a puppet state that complies with the U.S. and maintains the same order of capital. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. I asked a very specific question. It's giving blue sky liberal. I think... Why are you telling tens of thousands of people to only focus on one race on a day with multiple congressional primaries are happening with multiple DSA and Bernie endorsed candidates who are viable and can win? Wait, what? I've covered the other races as well. What the fuck are you talking about? Please switch to Illinois chat only mode. Illinois chat only mode is the ones that are being annoying currently. If I were taking the least charitable position possible, Taiwan and China are still not currently trying to bomb one another back into the Stone Age. Israel certainly trying to do that with every single one of his opponents and is trying to take us down with it. I really wish people would consider this when discussing Cat. No, they can't. Like, it's so funny because all those fucking centrist liberals unironically think that they must think I'm like some guy who literally says like, do not vote, do not ever vote. Voting is bad. You need to firebomb a Walmart all the time or something. Because there are people like that in this community and I fucking yell at them all the time. Like, I wear a totally separate hat when discussing elections, okay? Viability is very important. Being pragmatic is very important. Moving the needle in the appropriate direction is very fucking important. We got 5 fucking days, man. Gen Z are cooked. They're trying to outwoke each other, but don't act on it. I suspect that's who's being pissy in the chat without even understanding how hard it is to gain even 1%, never mind 20%. Yeah. Illinois 8 DSA candidate is Junaid Ahmed. Yes, and he got the Bernie nod. I wish Bernie and AOC would be like, more active in doing this stuff, but he seems great. And Ben McAdams for Illinois State Senate in the 24th District. Manur Ahmed for DuPage County Board in District 2. Joey Ruzevich for Illinois 6 Congressional. Ask Zoran about Taiwan next time. Surely he would answer. Yeah, that's the thing. A lot of you motherfuckers love Zoran. Let me ask Zoran about Taiwan. What do you think he's going to say? Huh? The fuck do you think he's going to say? People have asked him about Cuba. People have asked him about Venezuela. Obviously, Cuba is very fucking important to me. I'm literally going there. You don't make the same, you don't play the same game. You don't have the same consistency with candidates. You go off of vibes. This is not good. Okay? Bernie Sanders says he would intervene if China took military action against Taiwan. Cooper asked Sanders if China taking military action against Taiwan would elicit a military response from the United States. That's something, yeah, Sanders said. I mean, I think we would have to make it clear to countries around the world that we will not sit by and allow invasions to take place. Absolutely. I believe we should uphold Taiwan's sovereignty. The one China policy and strategic ambiguity are things we should keep. The obsession over cat apostolic hawkishness, which compared to lefty heroes like Bernie, definitely indicates a misogyny component here. An off-the-cuff response, not the same as saying she wants to fight a war with China. You're lying. I think Mike is getting a little cooked by Sammy Gold here. Sammy fucking fried him. And I am aligned with Michael's policies, his vision, his agenda, 100%, as opposed to like Sammy, who has, in recent years become much more open-minded and much more radical in his politics. I'm aligned with Mike on China 100%. I'm more Chinese than he is. This, I think, is Bernie's take on China. Washington's dangerous new consensus on China. Don't start another Cold War. Yeah, I mean, okay, that's Kat's take too. Kat's like, come on. Where she's like, this is Matt Duss's take on China, by the way. This is not Bernie's take on China. This is Matt Duss's take on China. Because unlike Kat Abou-Ghazaleh, Bernie has hired a more competent foreign policy advisor. One that we disagree with all the fucking time when it comes to certain issues, for the record. Okay? Bernie, this is Benjamin Netanyahu's genocide Sanders, right? I know the person who wrote this. Okay? It's not Bernie Sanders. I've had the person who wrote this on the broadcast. Okay? Perhaps candidates are somewhat at the mercy, regardless of their 80-year-long experience in fucking office, they're somewhat at the mercy of their foreign policy advisors when writing out the fully fleshed out opinion on foreign policy. And when they're, giving a response in real time, they just end up coming across like they want to do a nuclear first strike on China. Mike, you know this. Stop. You know this. A lot of these people that are in office that we talk to, that we have interviewed, that we've been around, that we like, that we advocate for, don't know what the fuck they're talking about when it comes to foreign policy. Okay? Not everyone's going to be Oliver Larkin. Kat literally openly says multiple times she doesn't want a war with China. For God's sake, she literally said that she supports Taiwan unifying with China. Taiwan wants status quo, so Kat would say then keep status quo. Those are her words on MR and Breaking Points. I know those are her points, and it doesn't matter. Especially considering that this is also utterly irrelevant in the grand scheme of things, because Not a single person in Illinois 9, with the exception of those in my community that might be in Illinois 9, is making a decision on voting for Kat Abou-Ghazaleh over Daniel Biss because of their fucking opinion on Taiwan. As a matter of fact, most Americans would probably agree with her. Our job is to change Americans' minds. Okay? Go ask the average American what they think. Should we fight China? If China invades Taiwan militarily, they'll be like, oh, yeah, we should. We should protect democracy, because most Americans think America is a force of good. Okay? I'm in her district, bro. So I'm asking in good faith. I understand she's green and she feels like she's malleable, but why is she quadrupling down when she knows everyone on the left thinks it's a dog should take on China? Because no one cares about the left. Oh, my God. Get over it. Build a bridge and get over it. No one cares about the left. I already explained to you that she tried to fucking land in a morally consistent sovereignty argument that also simultaneously says like, hey, listen, if Taiwan wants to unify with China democratically, it's great. I'm on board with it. I don't want to go to war with China, all this shit. I'm here for the movement. I have Kat win so that in 2 years back, we can look back and give one of you two shit, depending on how it plays out. Annoyingly, to get there, Kat has to win because she just loses. We'll never know. Yes. I can't believe this, like, in my opinion, utterly irrelevant point in the grand scheme of things. Ben likes Kat, I know.
It's why I'm running for Congress. The government has been taken over by right-wing extremists, and we can't act like it's business as usual. That's why I protest ICE. It's why I'm under federal indictment. And it's why I'm running for Congress. Because we don't need talkers in DC, we need fighters. And it doesn't matter how many times they knock me down. To protect my community, I'll get back up and fight with you. Every single time. I'm Kat Abou-Ghazaleh, and I approve this message. Government has been taken.
I think AIPAC spending here is more nuanced regardless, because it is the platform that they're attacking, the viability of the anti-Israel platform. So if GP Fetty wops or not, they will fund against them because what they say is anti-Israel and hurts their cause, because Congress is never turning anti-Israel, obviously, so they stem it out before the idea even starts. Yes, that's the reason why they're attacking her. That's the reason why they're dumping money into the fucking race. Because she's anti-Israel. But for chatters, it's not enough, you know? She's not anti-Israel enough. She's not talking about funding Hamas, it seems. Which is ironic because if we reach the ultimate moral conclusion of what she's saying about arming Taiwan, she should be absolutely in favor of offering as many THAADs to Hamas as possible. Clearly, it's not a morally consistent perspective, and it's one that's shrouded by getting a fucking foreign policy international relations degree from George Washington University. But no average American candidate is having a conversation at that level, okay? You guys have gotten fat. I have spoiled you silly for constantly hammering these points over and over again in this fucking community. So you literally now have this false sense of reality where you fucking think someone who's running for Illinois 9 should also have a similar foreign policy perspective. You have to work with what you got. I need to hammer in the importance of pragmatism as well, I think. She got 2 years to prove me right or prove me wrong. If she's bad, I will do everything in my power to fucking unseat her. That is if she wins the primary. Okay? That's it. Your greed disgusts me, chat. It's true. Anyway, now that we've demonstrated how toxic this fucking medium can be, Let's talk about how wonderful it can be. Wired article. There's a new Wired article. This is the next wave of political fundraising. In Discord servers and Instagram DMs, content creators are organizing, turning followers into millions and millions of dollars of political giving. On Monday, streamer and content creator Hasan Piker helped raise more than $56,000 in one stream for Oliver Larkin. That number is now up to $62,000, by the way. A former Bernie Sanders campaign staffer who's seeking to primary Jared Moskowitz, a moderate Democratic congressman from Florida. It was the most the campaign had raised in a single day, Larkin said on X shortly after the stream ended. Over the past few years, creators have become an essential piece of campaign messaging strategy, but Piker's recent stream for Larkin is the latest sign that online influence is being leveraged for direct fundraising as well. Piker isn't alone. Trisha Paytas is a YouTuber with more than million subscribers and a long history of provocative stunts, isn't known for her political activism, but in February, she donated more than $10,000 to a campaign called Creators Against ICE. The campaign, organized by Creator Collective Creators for Peace, is just one in a string of fundraisers organized by coalitions of creators turning social media followings into political fundraising machines. Unlike traditional fundraising models like super PACs that pool funds from publicly reported donors, these creator collectives pool audiences and leverage social networks and off-the-shelf tools like Shopify and Tiltify that convert followers into donors. Creators for Peace is one of the most prominent groups in a line of creator coalitions mobilizing around causes from Gaza relief to immigration aid, establishing a model that could reshape grassroots fundraising ahead of midterm elections. There are a lot of creators that I think recognize the power of having a platform, says Hasan Kader, one of the Creators for Peace organizers. There's more to a call of action culturally with creators than I think there's ever been before. Creators for Peace was established in 2024 by Nikki Carey on an Instagram group DM with a handful of other creators to raise money for Gaza relief. The group chat expanded more than 120-person Discord server that includes influencers like millions of followers on platforms like Instagram, Twitch, and YouTube. People like Curtis Connor, Hasan Piker, the Try Guys, who collectively boast more than 15 million followers on their primary platforms, got involved. Members shared infographics with their audiences and organized a live stream. By the end of the campaign, the group had raised more than $1.6 million. We largely start from zero on each campaign. I will individually reach out to several creators. We'll get something out, and then once we allow that to catch fire on its own, a bunch of creators will reach out to us, says Kader. With the Creators for Peace immigration fundraiser, Kader says, we really wanted to try and move out of the leftist bubble just a little bit because a lot of our audience tend to align with us on those issues. Bro, what is this? Shield of Americas or Shackles of Americas, Chinese embassy in the USA. They're fucking dunking. They're dunking on us. Anyway, by connecting with more apolitical creators like Paytas, the Creators Against ICE campaign has raised nearly $140,000 for the National Immigration Law Center, according to group's Tiltify fundraiser. Creators have come under fire for remaining silent on political issues for years. Silence is often seen in online spaces as complicity. Groups of Democratic political influencers like Under the Desk News have also started raising funds for whistles to alert communities about the presence of ICE agents, community watch support as well. In February, around 80 creators were a part of an anti-ICE merch fundraiser tied to Bad Bunny's Super Bowl performance, selling t-shirts, hats, stickers featuring the singer's Sapo Concho mascot. The campaign raised more than $100,000 for immigration and legal defense funds. This is what I was wearing. For a traditional fundraiser, even at the local level, you're buying a seat for $250 a night, and that's something that not everybody has access to. Jenny Kay, a spokesperson for the fundraiser, but a sweatshirt, bracelet, or hat, $5, $10, $50 feels very accessible to the masses and more authentic to people. Not everybody wants to go and sit at a dinner and listen to somebody speak on stage in a canned response. People want to be on the streets, reaching more people and wearing their politics. Throughout the 2024 race, campaigns collaborated with creators who would post on their behalf, amplifying their messages and expanding their reach online. Going into the 2026 midterms, creators are building their own infrastructure to support the campaigns and issues they care about on their own terms, defying the traditional top-down party models. While fundraising for candidates hasn't been done at the scale by creators just yet, groups like Creators for Peace and Piker Stream with Larkin show that some semblance of a creator pack might not be too far off. It's not a pack. That's what I like about my stream. The reason why I like my stream is because it's public. A pack has the capacity to create like unlimited funds virtually, right? Like dark money super PACs. Whereas when I am leaning into a candidate, when I'm saying this is a good candidate, you should give money to this candidate's campaign, that automatically reads as like individual donations from, you know, if we're raising $60,000 for Oliver Larkin, for example, that's like thousands of individual donators, right? From all around the country. So there's a level of transparency that comes in. Yours is automatically dark money because you're brown, but yeah. But yeah, this is a great article that, understands exactly what I'm trying to do. But the unholy alliance of AIPAC, crypto, and DraftKings are buying Illinois primary elections, stop progressive candidates, and install MAGA-aligned conservative Democrats. If they win, they'll deploy the playbook across 45 states that have upcoming primaries. Here are the receipts corporate media is not covering. AIPAC, well-funded pro-Israel lobbies burned tens of millions of dollars in the Illinois House primary. In a moment, I share a case study at Illinois House District 9. But please know that we are witnessing a broader pattern in which AIPAC and its affiliated political infrastructure are trying to overwhelm local elections with national geopolitical money. The spending in District 9 is not isolated. AIPAC-aligned spending is also flowing across Illinois congressional races to protect candidates who remain aligned with its policy agenda. House District 2, AIPAC is spending absurd resources to prop up right-wing corporate Democrat Donna Miller. Miller allegedly claimed she would not take AIPAC money, but then happily accepted their corrupt funds. House District 6, AIPAC is backing corporate Democrat Sean Casten, who has continued to deny genocide in Gaza while funding Netanyahu's war crimes. If you're in District 6, vote for the fully people-funded candidate, Joey Ruzevich, the DSA endorsed candidate. Right? I think. I don't want to... Yes. Okay. Before people yell at me because I got the DSA endorsement wrong. Illinois High 7, AIPAC is spending absurd resources to prop up right-wing corporate Democrat Melissa Conieres Irvin, who was fined $60,000 by an ethics board for a disciplinary action for misusing taxpayer resources. Now she refuses to speak to any constituent who so much asked her about her nearly $3 million AIPAC spend when she to get her elected. In the 7th district, voters should be voting for antitrust lawyer Reed Showalter, who's running a 100% people-funded campaign. Is that the one that DSA endorsed in District 7, or is there not a district endorsement in District 7? I guess not. 8, AIPAC is spending absurd resources to prop up right-wing corporate Democrat Melissa Bean. District 8 is obviously where Junaid Ahmed is running. Father of 4, DePaul graduate, immigrant and proud Illinoisan who has given back to his community throughout his life. And Junaid was also recently endorsed by Bernie Sanders and AOC, I think. Or maybe just Bernie Sanders. AIPAC is backing District 9. AIPAC is spending absurd money to prop up Laura Fine while actively attacking Kat Al-Ghazalek. More on this below. Let's briefly talk about Illinois 9th District Democratic primary. According to available filings, Elect Chicago Women, a PAC backed by AIPAC's political network, has already spent $2.8 million supporting Laura Fine. Meanwhile, a deceptively named group called Chicago Progressive Caucus has spent an additional $389,000 promoting Fine while attacking Kat Al-Ghazalek. The substance of that spending is not subtle. Fine has refused to acknowledge genocide unfolding in Gaza, continues to support military aid to Israel, even as credible international institutions, including the International Court of Justice, major human rights organizations like B'Tselem, have recognized Israel's actions as genocide. By contract, Al-Ghazalek, who is herself half Palestinian, has called for adherence to international law and accountability for war crimes, including the arrest of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, pursuant to international legal standards. Al-Ghazalek is the only viable candidate to have the courage to demand justice on this critical issue. And now, with recent polling showing she is within the margin of error to win this election, AIPAC is spending nearly $1 million in new attack ads against her. When outside organizations spend millions of dollars to elevate one candidate while targeting another for demanding compliance with international law, the issue at stake is not simply campaign strategy. It's the integrity of democratic self-governance itself. Okay? The pattern is unmistakable. Candidates who rely on grassroots support, who are willing to speak openly about international law and human rights, find themselves facing a tidal wave of outside spending designed to bury their campaigns under attack ads. Meanwhile, the voters are often misled by PAC names that sound progressive. In this case, defending Israel's genocide. Similar to AIPAC, the crypto industry is propping up pro-MAGA candidates, yes, in the Democratic primary. Anyway, the gambling industry is also doing it. It's great. Anyway. First time I've heard these candidates be mentioned. They don't have bad policies like Cat. What? First time I have seen these people mentioned. They don't have bad policies like Cat. The races I'm talking about for Congress are in Illinois the same day and have DSA and Bernie endorse people who can win. When did you cover the other Illinois congressional races with better candidates and endorsement and viability? You covered them. First time I've seen these people mentioned. They don't have bad policies like Cat. Dude, it's because I fucking hate the Democratic Socialists of America and also the state of Illinois. That's the reason why I was only talking about Cat Al-Ghazalik. Okay? Dude, can you stop having an autistic hyperfixation on one fucking candidate for one reason or for 1 second, please? Like, is it being just the most annoying possible fucking person in this chat the only way that you can think you can do political advocacy? Are you a fucking bot? What's wrong with you, dude? Yeah, I don't have the power to cover every single fucking candidate, okay? Jesus Christ. I live in Naperville and trust this is the center for the revolution. What is this? I regret to inform chat that the era of open presence liberalism is over. Gifted subs was a policy mistake. A new administration begins now. No more treats, says zero presence. I get your frustration. Because if Cat loses to Biz in a marginal victory, it would be the definition of snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. I mean, seriously, a lot of people would be fucking excited, elated at that prospect. Closed presence. Thank you for the 100 gifted subs. I just asked my friend in China about this whole Cat thing, and he just said, just do whatever is best for yourselves. If you guys attack China, we'll crush you anyway. I think you should debate Maine resident, the Cavernacle, to settle these debates once and for all. And then I'll debate the other Maine resident, Bad Empanada, to defend Graham Plattner. I really like Cavernacle too, so it's not, I'm not dissing him, okay? Anyway. All right, that's all I got for today. I've been through enough leftist infighting, and even this is ridiculous. Why do you dislike the DSA? Bro, are you fucking stupid? You think I dislike the DSA? Do you think I'm being serious? What the fuck is wrong with you? Oh my God. I'm being sarcastic, chatter. Jesus Christ, dude. Fuck me. Oh my God. We're not going to make it. It's over. It's fucking over. All right. You've done it. You've successfully. I'm standing down. I'm done. Chat dog 5,000. Thank you for the 5. Get the subs. That's all I got for today. I'm done. I'll see you tomorrow. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. Bye, everybody.
Stunning lo-fi introduction, starting off the day. All the chatters trickling in, hostile people hate. Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. Stun lock to the stun lock to the topics just begun. 'Cause there is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train, telling Kaya place. Sun and Asmin chatter loves, giving Greetings grace. Zoran winning NYC, woke to back with the force. The Rogan of the left, to me a dumb himbo, still of course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this life's dream. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL with March the Goat. Commenting the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls. A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to sea. The system will always fail, it's up to you and me. On these daily streets, whether short or whether long, have helped millions of people keep it moving right along. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll play games real soon. Just you wait. Say, hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll move on real soon. Just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll pull your lawns real soon. Just you wait. Sha-da-da, sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll do jet advice real soon. Just you wait. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. Brought on by viewers like you. Just you wait. Just you wait.